Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of Objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Sunday, May 17th, 2026. First piece of channel news, I put out a new video yesterday. A debate I did with Pisco Liddy. He's a leftist lawyer who does political and legal commentary. Although we didn't talk at all about legal or political issues, a little bit on rights, but the vast majority of our conversation was on very deep issues in philosophy, such as the nature of reality, the nature of minds, the nature of the good. I thought it was a good conversation. It's not a part of philosophy I talk a lot about on my show. I do sometimes, but I usually talk about things in the realm of ethics or politics, and not as much on epistemology and metaphysics. So I have less practice discussing those deeper topics, but I thought it still went well, and definitely a worthwhile conversation. I hope to have more conversations on those kinds of topics, and if you all want to discuss that, we can definitely do that. This is a call-in show in which you can participate. There's a number on my background which you can use to call in, 657-233-0878. Or if you prefer, you can also call in using Zoom. There is a link in my description under the video if you want to call in by Zoom. There's also a Zoom phone number, so you can either call in by dialing the phone number or by clicking on the Zoom link. Or we can also just engage in chat. And I see one person has entered the chat so far today. Alex, hello to you. He says, "What's up, Dan? How are you doing today?" I'm doing okay. How about yourself? We talked in a previous show. I believe you called in. And I need to I forget what we talked about, but I do need to open my notes so they are ready to be shared. I like to take notes whenever somebody calls in. Oh yeah, here's my notes on the call with Alex. Looks like we talked about education. Oh, you're the one from Germany, right? Because I think we talked about public education, and you were talking some about what it was like in Germany, if I'm recalling that correctly. I'm not sure if if you're the person I'm thinking of. You can let me know if you want. Anyway, the phone lines are open. We can also engage in the chat. You can ask any questions, make any comments, and I will give priority to people who are here live. That's what I want to do on this show, engage with people who are participating live. Oh, he says, "I'm doing quite well, quite good." Yeah, I called in a previous show. We talked about public education and whether they should be funded by the government or not. Correct, I am in Germany right now for vacation. Okay. All right, let me start a super chat goal here. I do want to earn money from my show. I try to provide some kind of value. So if you get value from what I do, you might consider doing a super chat to support the show. You can do that at any time, even if I don't create this super chat goal, but sometimes it helps to have that as a reminder, I think. So I just started the goal in the chat. So it says 0 out of 5 in the top left. That means the goal is to get 5 super chats within the first 3 hours. That's what I set it to. They could be of any amount, 99 cents and up. You can also do super stickers. And I also have PayPal and Patreon links in my description. Many ways to support the show. All right, so one thing I need to remember today is whenever I switch scenes in OBS, I need to remember to make sure that my guest is not muted if I have a guest. Right now I don't have any callers. But sometimes when I have a caller, I forget that when I switch scenes, the audio channel might be muted. And when I say switch scenes, I mean go from, for instance, what you see now with the chat window to what you see now where there's no chat window, or what you see here where you see the web browser. So each one of those is a scene, and the audio scenes are different on each one. And sometimes if I'm in the middle of a call and I switch from one scene to the other, all of a sudden you lose the audio of the caller because I don't have the audio for that scene set to allow the caller's audio to come through. So I need to get in the habit of monitoring the audio each time I do a scene change, especially when I've got a caller. And you can remind me of that if it seems like I forgot. All right, looked like another chat came in from Alex. He says, I heard that the only job paths for philosophy majors are either YouTube or philosophy professor. What's your thoughts on that? Oh, and Roman is also here. Hello. Roman Viking just showed up in the chat. A lot of people who major in philosophy, they go into law school. So that you can go to maybe the most common paths for undergraduate philosophy majors are going to law school or going to graduate school in philosophy. I haven't heard of YouTuber as being a common path for philosophy majors. When I went to grad school, I initially intended to pursue a career as a professor, but partway through grad school, I decided I would rather do something else, like YouTube. I actually started my YouTube channel right at the end of grad school, just a few months before I graduated. But most people in philosophy grad school, they go on for pursue a career as a philosophy professor. But if you're just talking about a major, I don't know. I mean, law school, I know that's a common path people take, but aside from that, I'm not sure if there are any common options. And I think I've heard that philosophy majors tend to do very well on the LSAT. That's like the standardized test that people need to take before they go into law school. Philosophy majors do very well on that, so I've heard. AI is changing everything anyway, says Roman Viking. I wonder what impact it will have on higher education. One way is in writing papers. I wonder how how often it is that students, when they're assigned a paper to write, that they just use AI to write it. And I think that there must be software to detect AI generated papers. I actually saw a video, I think, recently about that. But when I was going through grad school, it wasn't really a thing yet. AI. I finished grad school in 2019, so that was 7 years ago. And that wasn't a concern, but I'm sure if I were in grad school now and I had to grade undergraduate papers, that would be an issue. And there would be various methods of guarding against that, like using anti-AI generated papers software, or maybe just have students write exams in class. So there's no opportunity to use it. It's just a handwritten essay. But I think some courses require more lengthy kinds of writing that you can't just assign during a class and have them write an exam over the course of an hour or two. I think some courses, to fulfill university writing requirements, they have to be a certain length, like 5 or 10 pages, typed, and that's not something that would typically be done. Sorry, let me get a cough drop. It's not something you would typically do in the course of one class period. So they must need other ways to guard against AI in those cases, like software, anti-AI software maybe. Alex says in your main scene you put theism and faith. Does that include religion in general, or just faith specifically, as in believing in supernatural powers? Okay. Well, before I get to that, let me just think. Oh, thanks for the super chat. Roman Viking just did a €5 super chat. Okay. Let me just see if I had anything else to say about AI in higher education. I wonder if it can if AI will threaten the jobs of professors or TAs, teaching assistants, who do grading or lead discussions. It might vary from discipline to discipline, but I just wonder about the impact of AI on higher education. But I guess right now I don't have many thoughts about that. Okay, let me go on then. Oh, Audrey is also here. Hi, Audrey. And let me give that super chat a like or a heart. I'm going to address that first because Roman put money on his chat and I want to reward that. So if you want me to prioritize your chats, you can put some money on them and then I will go to them first. All right, so he asks, are you afraid of AI psychosis, where AI becomes an oracle, like truth machine, and user don't question the truthfulness of the answers anymore? I've never heard of that, AI psychosis. Psychosis, let me just look up psychosis and make sure I understand that. A severe mental condition in which thought and emotions are so affected that contact is lost with external reality. Compare neurosis. I guess neurosis is a milder form, a milder psychological problem. So in psychosis, it's so severe that you lose contact with reality. Okay. Just want to pull up my stream on the phone because I like to monitor it there sometimes. Oh, thanks for the likes, by the way. I forgot to mention that. That'll help promote the show in the algorithm. Okay. Am I afraid of AI psychosis, where AI becomes an oracle, an oracle-like truth machine? I guess that's hyphenated. An oracle-like truth machine. And users, I guess that's, and users don't question the truthfulness of the answers anymore. So right now I'm thinking about the times when I use AI, which mostly is when I Google stuff. And I guess I've Googled things for many years, but recently it takes a somewhat different form. Like instead of just putting in keywords, I might phrase it as a question. So if I want to know what is psychosis, whereas before, maybe 5 years ago, I would have written just psychosis in the search box. Now I'll write, what is psychosis? Which is how you might address a human. And then I get a AI overview from Google. So I don't know if that's a good example, but the way I interact with my Google searches now that there is AI is a bit different than the way I used to interact with Google search box. But right now I'd say my primary use of AI is just through the Google searches and the AI overviews it gives from me. I don't use other programs like ChatGPT or Claude. I've heard of these, and I used ChatGPT just once or twice very briefly to test it out. But yeah, my experience with that is very limited. It's mostly Gemini, I guess, because I think that's the name of the Google's AI program. I guess have I used Grok at all? I've heard about Grok a lot. That's what is used by X. But I don't know if I've actually used that as opposed to just hear people talk about it, or a lot of times on X, people will say, hey, Grok, and then ask Grok some question, and then Grok spits out an answer in a comment. So I've seen a lot of other people use Grok, but I myself I don't recall asking Grok questions. But am I afraid of AI psychosis, where AI becomes an oracle-like truth machine and users don't question the truthfulness of the answers anymore? So my first thought was to relate it to my experience and how I use it. And my immediate reaction is no, I'm not concerned about that, because I don't have any concern in my own usage. I mean, I use AI myself, mostly Gemini, and I don't take it to be. I think it's very good. I mean, I've been very impressed by the answers it's given me. But I recognize that it's not infallible, and it's just trained on things like Wikipedia and other sources, and those aren't infallible sources. So I think it's not really difficult to explain to people that AI is not infallible, and they have to use their own judgment. And you can give examples of AI saying contradictory things. Some people refer to AI slop. I'm not sure I could define that, but I think it shouldn't be very difficult for people to realize that AI is not some infallible source of truth, and that it's programmed by human beings ultimately, and human beings are fallible. So AI inherits that fallibility, and there's no substitute for your own judgment. So no, I'm not afraid of that. Where users don't question the truthfulness, like a religion, right? You just accept the dogma. Yeah, I think it's like any tool. You can use the tool or abuse the tool, and people just need to learn how to use it and not abuse it. And you could have this kind of concern about any technology, I guess, like social media. Are people going to become addicted to it? You can use social media or you can abuse social media, but I don't think there's anything inherent in the technology that poses a danger. Okay, so those are my thoughts on your super chat. Thank you for that. Audrey says, AI will make it easier to understand 400-page papers. This will make BS easier to identify. Maybe it will. People with poor epistemological hygiene will continue their ways with AI. People with good epistemological hygiene will continue their ways with AI, says Audrey. And then she says, Dan's slogan, use it, don't abuse it. That's right. Use it, don't abuse it. That's true of so many things. Sex, alcohol, food. You need to be thoughtful in the way you use something. And if you are thoughtful about it, it can be a benefit, a great benefit. If you're not thoughtful, it can be a source of many problems. Nuclear weapons, there's an example. Nuclear weapons in the hands of a pro-freedom country like the US can use it for good. Nuclear weapons in the hands of a evil theocracy like Iran will use it for bad. So there's nothing inherent in nuclear weapons that makes them good or bad. It's a tool, and they can be used or abused. Use nukes, don't abuse nukes. That's right. Do you trust the truthfulness of the Google Gemini AI overview? Why? Do you understand the mechanism through which these answers were generated? Asks Roman. I have some confidence I don't take it on faith that the AI overview is correct, but I think there's a good chance, maybe a high degree of probability, at least on certain topics. I think if it's a very controversial topic, I'll put less weight on it. Like if I say, was Ayn Rand's philosophy good or bad? I mean, that's a really controversial topic, and if it's now, if I say, was Ayn Rand born in St. Petersburg, Russia? That's not controversial. I have a high degree of confidence in that because that's just a basic factual question that doesn't involve moral evaluation or some other kind of evaluation much. So the realm of evaluation is much more controversial. So I wouldn't trust an AI overview as much on something like, is objectivism a good philosophy compared to the level of trust I would have on just basic factual things, like what year was Ayn Rand born in, or how many states are in the U.S. So it depends. It depends. Stephen Katz is here. Hi, Stephen. He says, for 10 of $35, because he has a $35 super chat balance, because he's paid me previously through PayPal, which I actually get a higher percentage of. So YouTube takes a 30% cut of my super chats, but PayPal only takes like 2 or 3%. And Stephen kindly paid by PayPal, and he's built up a balance of $35, and he's asking for 10 of those. Can I answer, is the Bible a good book? Can you take a Bible story you know well, explain the story, tell us how to secularize it, and what lessons you take away from it? Okay. Yeah, I can make an attempt at that. I don't know if it'll be worth $10, but I can do something. And then if you think it's worth $10, then we'll consider it to have been a $10 super set question. If you think it was worth $5, then we can consider it to be a $5 super chat question. Audrey just came in with the chat. Thank you, Audrey. Let me give that a heart. And she's asking, can you repeat why you would trust AI less on objectivism than something more basic? Okay. Yeah. And I guess I'll do that just because I was just talking about that, and then after that I will go to Steven's super chat. So the certain issues are very controversial, and I don't think there's, in AI is trained on, well, I've heard, I don't know much about this, but I've heard that AI is trained on Wikipedia as at least one of its main sources, at least many AIs. Well, there's also something called Grokpedia. I guess some people think Wikipedia has a left-wing or left-leaning bias, and people sometimes consult Grokpedia to counterbalance, or as an alternative to what you get from Wikipedia. So I don't know all the sources that the various AIs are trained on, but just from my general knowledge of the culture, I know that Ayn Rand and her philosophy, Objectivism, are very controversial. And there are people who smear her, strawman her all the time. And I think that's going to be reflected plausibly in the material that AIs are trained on. Because you have people just from the public, general people in the public can contribute to articles on Wikipedia. And the public in general, I wouldn't say is pro Ayn Rand's. There's a very small fringe that is very pro Ayn Rand, and the rest of the public, she's a very polarizing figure. So some people love her, some people hate her. And I just don't think that that I have good reason to have a lot of confidence in AI's judgment of objectivism. I would guess that an AI would say, if I asked, we can actually do this. I can try this in a minute. If I asked an AI, is objectivism a good philosophy or a bad philosophy? I would guess right now that it would say something like, well, that's a very controversial topic. There are different opinions on that. Some people really like the philosophy. Some people think it's awful. And it won't give me a final answer or like a definitive yes or no on a controversial topic. That would be my guess. But when it's not a controversial topic, like what year was Ayn Rand born, or how many states are in the U.S., then there's no reason to think AI is going to get that wrong. Because, whereas maybe 80 or more % of people are neutral to objectivism or hostile to it, and only less than that, maybe 20% are neutral or positive. Compare that to the percentage of people or sources on the internet which would say Ayn Rand was born in 1905. That's going to be like 99.999%, right? Or how many states are in the U.S. is going to be like maybe 0.0000001% of sources that get that wrong. So if AI is just trained on the material that's out there on the internet, there's much more reliable sources when it comes to certain things, what you call basic here, by which I mean just basic facts, like about when a person was born. Compare that to the kinds of sources you see out there on the internet on that talk about whether objectivism or Ayn Rand is a good or not good philosopher. It's much less lopsided. Or if anything, maybe it's lopsided against Ayn Rand. But that's the reason I wouldn't trust AI as much on evaluating something like objectivism. Because in my own mind, I evaluate it as great. But I know the culture in general does not evaluate it that way. So I have reason to be skeptical about what AI would say about that, whereas I don't have reason to be skeptical about what it would say about the year Rand was born. Okay. So that's what I have to say on that. Okay, let me say something about Stephen's question. Is the Bible a good book? Can you take a Bible story you know well, explain the story, tell us how to secularize it, and what lessons you would take away from it? All right, so I'll say something, and then you can decide what it's worth, and then let me know. That's an interesting way to do this, by the way. See, sometimes people, they come in with a specific dollar amount, and there's no issue on how much it's going to be worth, but there's at least some questions where I'm not sure how much quality I have to say of what quality my answer will be. So I'll just talk about it, and then we can figure out what it was worth afterwards. Is the Bible a good book? Okay, let's start with that. Well, what does that mean? I'm reading it right now for the second time. I read the whole thing cover to cover a couple decades ago. But I didn't do it with the aid of other sources for the most part. I just read the Bible. I didn't consult secondary works. But now I am, and mostly I'm consulting Wikipedia articles, and I'm understanding it much more. So I'm getting a better understanding of it. I'm currently in the second book of Samuel, which is, I believe that's the 10th book of the Hebrew Bible, or the Old Testament. And I think it's a good book to read if you want to understand the world and the culture, because it's been very influential. So that's a separate issue from whether it has good advice. So in a sense, it's a good book to read because I think it helps you understand the world. So many people, they walk around with crosses on their neck, right? It's a sign of Christianity. And what is Christianity about? Well, to understand that, it can help to read the Bible. And this is the ideology which is guiding millions, billions of people in the world. And they don't all take it with the same level of seriousness. Not everyone becomes a Mother Teresa or a self-flagellating monk in the desert. But it influences people to some extent. I see Audrey just came in with another super chat for $10. Thank you, Audrey. Let me give that a heart. Okay. Thank you. All right, good. We're 3 out of 5 towards the goal. Actually, we're 4 out of 5 if we're counting Stevens, which he submitted through PayPal. Okay. I wouldn't say it's a good book from the perspective of giving you advice on how to actually live your life. So I think it is a good book for the purposes of helping you to understand the world and culture. And if you want to change the world, it could also be helpful in that regard because you understand. There's this, I don't know where this came from, but know thy enemy. Have you heard that phrase before? If you want to change the world for the better, it helps to understand the ideas guiding people who don't share your view and who you might call an enemy. Understand the enemy ideology, like Kant. This might be another example. I wouldn't recommend reading Kant to figure out how to live your own life or how to understand the world, but if you want to understand why the world is the way it is, then I think it can be helpful to read Kant. Which isn't to say everyone should do that, even if you do have an interest in changing the world, but it might be helpful. It came up in this debate I had just a couple days ago, I think, with Pisco. I mentioned at the beginning of my live stream that I did a debate with this leftist lawyer, and we talked about deep philosophical issues, and Kant came up in that. I think Kant influenced his thinking, and it influences many people's thinking. So to be able to change the direction of the world into what I think is a better direction, you need to understand, or it can help to understand the ideas that have pulled us away. Because if you don't understand those, then you don't understand the ideas that are guiding so many people and what's animating them. What are the ideas in their minds that's making the world go in a certain direction? And if you can't refute those ideas or challenge them, then those ideas will just persist in their minds and they'll keep acting according to them. Oh, somebody's calling right now. I don't want to. Do I want to take that right now? I don't think you hear it ringing. But let me just pick it up and screen it and tell them maybe I'll... Oh, Conrad. Hello. Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me? Okay, so you called in before, right? Yeah, well, so right now you're on mute, so I don't think the audience hears you, but I want to finish answering the super chat, and maybe there's another super chat someone submitted, and then I would like to talk to you, but are you on a tight schedule, or can you hang around until after I finish answering those chats? Okay, I think I should probably be able to answer them within like 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. So could you call back in after that? Okay, sounds good. Talk to you soon. Bye. Okay, so that was Conrad. and he's going to call back in 10 or 15 minutes whenever I finish answering these super chats. Okay, so I was talking about why it might be good to read the Bible. If it helps you understand the world. But I don't think it's good for actually living your life, because I think its advice is generally bad. It's anti this world, anti-self, pro-self-sacrifice, and I think that's all bad. Which isn't to say there's nothing at all valuable in the Bible. And sometimes I've quoted certain lines from Jesus, like, what does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? I mention this sometimes when people talk about how it's, they ask me, why shouldn't I steal a bunch of money if I can get rich, if I don't get caught? And I tell people, it's not all about money. That's not the most important thing in life. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? So there can be little nuggets of truth in the Bible, but for the most part, at least, I think it's bad, irrational, anti-reason, anti-reality. So from that point of view, I would say it's not a good book. Let's see, where did... okay, here it is. And then in the rest of the question, you say, can you take a Bible story you know well, explain the story, tell us how to secularize it, and what lessons you take away from it? Okay, let me think. So one story that comes to mind is the story of Isaac and Abraham and Isaac. Another is the Garden of Eden. So maybe one of those. How about we try the Garden of Eden? So there, as you probably know, Adam and Eve eat from the tree of knowledge. I guess Eve does first. And they're not supposed to. They were instructed by God not to eat from the tree of knowledge. But I guess the serpent in the garden tells Eve to do it, and she does it anyway. I think that's how it goes. Something like that. And then they get punished and for disobeying God. And now they are embarrassed about their nakedness. Before, they were just blithely unaware of their nudity. But now they feel ashamed, and are they doomed to mortality now? Were they immortal before? Now that they've disobeyed God, they become mortal? I don't remember if that's supposed to be part of the story. But anyway, I think it's corrupt that it's regarded as sinful to acquire knowledge, and that should be a good thing. Knowledge is how we survive. Reason, as Ayn Rand said, is our basic means of survival, and reason is what enables us to acquire knowledge beyond what the animals can acquire, who lack a reason, right? They just have their senses, their five senses, but they can't go beyond the senses to form concepts and reason about things, which is why humans are able to do far more than any other species. All the other species, they just do the same cycle generation after generation for thousands, millions of years. They can't progress beyond that. But humans, given our minds, the nature of our minds, we can. And we can go from the cave to the skyscraper, as Ayn Rand said. But this is portrayed as a bad thing. The ideal kind of life, according to the Garden of Eden, is to just sit around munching fruit and never going beyond that, I guess. I don't think there's maybe we're supposed to just be content with that and just obeying God. But it's the sin of pride to not obey God and think you could use your own mind to figure things out and improve your life. You are there, but for the grace of God go I, right? That's the proper attitude on the religious view, right? You can't do anything without God's help. You're just a worthless sinner. And you owe everything good you have to God. Let's give thanks to God, right? There's a scene in Atlas Shrugged about this where they have a Thanksgiving meal and they give thanks not to the person who actually provided the meal, but, well, I don't know if they thank God instead, but anyways, they don't thank the proper person. But anyways, on the religious view, you're not supposed to be proud of yourself, have self-esteem. You're supposed to be humble, right? Think of yourself as lowly, and in comparison to God. And I think this is a very wrong view. So I think that's the meaning, or at least part of the meaning of the story of the Garden of Eden. We're supposed to learn the perils of disobeying God, and I guess part of the lesson at least is we should be obedient to God, even if we don't understand his commands. So subordinate your mind. Faith might be an aspect of this lesson. Just believe things on faith. Don't try to advance your own knowledge, your own understanding of the world. Just rely on God. Be humble and obedient. And you say, tell us how to secularize it and what lessons I take away from it. Well, I mean, if it's a bad lesson, I wouldn't. It's not something you should take away as a lesson to abide by or to practice in your own life. It could be you could see it as a lesson of what not to do. That's how I see it. But I think part of the reason I see it that way is because of what I've already learned from Ayn Rand. She's helped me to understand how important and good reason is. So I guess I approach the Bible from that context, and that enables me to evaluate the story in a certain way, a negative way. Whereas if I hadn't ever encountered Ayn Rand, maybe I would have a much different evaluation of it. But if you think about it rationally, and I think Ayn Rand helps you to do that, then I think the lesson to draw is that that's a bad way to act. And I don't know what it would be to secularize this. Well, I guess if you're a religious person and you're thinking, well, how do I apply this in my life? Maybe you would say, well, I shouldn't go to school. I shouldn't get educated. I should just rely on God I can just pray to God for things. I don't need to figure out the world. That's not going to help me survive. I just need to somehow get in touch with God, maybe through prayer, and ask him for stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's how a religious... Well, that's not really secularizing it, though. I mean, I'm not sure what it would mean to secularize this lesson when inherent to the lesson is it involves obeying God and just blindly obeying him. I mean, I guess there are non-religious forms of blind obedience, like obeying the Führer if you're in Nazi Germany or some other authoritarian dictatorship. Trump, right? People will vote for me even if I shot someone on Fifth Avenue, right? That may be a kind of blind obedience, and you might call that a secularized form of what they do in the Garden of Eden, just blindly follow God, or at least what they're supposed to do. I guess they break that rule and then suffer the consequences. They don't blindly follow God. They eat from the tree of knowledge. But then they suffer as a result. So maybe some MAGA people might think, well, we will suffer if we don't do whatever Donald says. And if he changes his mind on a whim and he tells us that I don't know, something about tariffs, like it's good to have tariffs. And then all of a sudden he decided, okay, well, actually we ought to ease off the tariffs. And they were both good actions. It was good to impose the tariffs, and it's also good not to ease off on the tariffs. Whatever Donald wants at any given moment, let's go along with that. That's the good thing, and we'll try to rationalize whatever he does. Maybe that would be a secular kind of version. You're not doing whatever God says, but you're doing whatever Trump says, or going along with whatever Trump says. But you might say, well, that's kind of a religious mentality. So if you secularize a religious mentality, it's in a sense it's not really secular. But it's just not secular in the sense that you're not talking about a God. But if there's some other substitute, then it might amount to the same thing, has the same kind of effect. All right, so well, maybe I should just stop there. So that's what I'll say about your question, Stephen. And you can let me know if that was $10, $5, or whatever. All right, there is this other one from Audrey. Oh, she did another one? Wait, there's two from Audrey? Okay, yeah, there is another one from Audrey. I'll give that a heart. Thank you. Appreciate that. You can ask me about that privately. I'm not sure I want to answer that now. You can DM me or something. Oh, it's ringing again. Is that Conrad? I think it is. Hello. Yeah. Okay. I was going to answer one other super chat first before I took your call, because Audrey asked one about AI. Well, let me ask Audrey. Can you tell me? Are you in a hurry? Can I take this call first, or do you want me to answer it right now? Because I guess I want to give you some preferential treatment because you put dollars behind your chat, $10 actually. And sometimes my calls go for pretty long. I guess you even if I answer your question later, you can listen to it later, even if you can't hear it live. But I at least want to ask. Oh, you say you can wait. Okay. All right, then I'll take this call from Conrad. Let me just put your audio on, Conrad, so the YouTube audience can hear you. Hold on a minute. Okay, and I have to do this in all the windows so that if I transition, you can still be heard. Hold on a sec. Okay, let me find... Okay, so we talked about subjective idealism, some metaphysical stuff. I'm looking at my notes from last time. Okay, perception.
Remember correctly, was kind of about what's real and what's not real, which is a little bit deep, but I think we kind of got there because I was asking you about how you evaluate what's good and bad.
Okay. So, did you want to talk about something else today? Or what did you want to talk
Well, I
about?
mean, well, we kind of we didn't quite get to the bottom of that, and I thought it was kind of interesting discussion. But if you're not if you don't want to talk about that because we had talked about it last time, that's fine with me too. It's
No,
just that I
we can
think
talk
that
about that. It's
okay,
yeah, I'm open to that. All right, let me just go back to my notes page here, and I guess go to I'll start a new section at the top. Okay. All right. So this is Conrad. Everybody, he called a show or two ago, I think. And go ahead, Conrad. You can say for the audience what it is you want to talk about.
yeah, sure, Dan. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, so I think last time we discussed a little bit about um, good and bad and how you define those things, and that kind of led us to what's real because I think you had kind of this understanding of good as being something that is conducive to reality or that is reality or that is not at least not anti-real, if I remember right. And so there was kind of this question, I think, that we left on, which was how do you know what's real and what's not real? And I think that you were using like objective as being kind of shorthand for what's real. Um, I wouldn't agree with that. I think that our subjective experience is just as real as any potential objective thing, just in a different sense. But um, yeah, so I think that we kind of left off on, well, how do we know what you're experiencing now and what I'm experiencing now is not something like a hallucination or like a dream. How do we know that versus what we're saying is somehow an objective reality?
Okay. That topic came up in my last debate, which I just published a couple days ago. How do we know that what we're experiencing is objective reality and not just something in our minds?
Oh, okay. So you should be prepared for this then. That question.
Well, I don't know. That's I'm interested to talk about it for sure, but it's not something I've talked as much about compared to other issues like ethics and politics. So maybe it's good. It'll give
Well,
me another
I'm
opportunity.
interested in some of your yeah, I'm interested in some of your political kind of stances there as well. So maybe we can get to that if we
Okay.
can get over this quickly. Maybe we can't really resolve this very easily, and if we can't, then we just have to kind of move on from it. But yeah.
All right. I'm writing down here. How do we know we're experiencing reality and not just something in our minds? Okay. There's a passage in Atlas Shrugged that I think is relevant to this, and I could pull that out at some point, but maybe I should first just address it myself. There's one direction we could go here is I could ask what gives rise to this question? Like why would you think that we might not be experiencing reality and that possibly at least we are only aware of something in our own minds but not some external world. So what?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
go ahead.
What gave rise to it is because before I'd asked you, what you define good as, and you're saying something that's essentially something that's real, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm kind of paraphrasing. I think it's been a couple of weeks. Um, but I think you said basically things that represent reality or that are rational, and or things that are rational are things that represent reality. And so then the question was, well, what is reality? And so that's why the question came up is, if you can't determine what reality actually is with certainty, then how can you determine if something is good with any degree of certainty?
Okay. Let's see. Okay, I was just looking at the chat for a second to make sure there's no problems with audio. I guess if there were, I would have seen a comment about that, but I don't see any complaints about audio, so I guess they can hear us okay. Let me know if there's any problems, like if I'm too loud or he's too loud, and I can try to make an adjustment. Okay. Yeah, all right. So to understand good and bad, I said something along the lines of good is that which is in accordance with reality, Bad is that which is not in accordance with reality. Like, it would be bad to jump into a pit of snakes, to use an example that came up in this debate, because then you'll get yourself killed and you will no longer be part of reality. Your chemical elements may remain, but your life will go out of existence, to quote Ayn Rand. What's that?
Is that not with reality, though? I feel like dying is very much in accordance with reality. It's just...
Well, it would not be in accordance with reality in the sense that you would no longer be real. You would be a thing of the past, no longer part of reality. Yes, it's true that you will die unless we come up with some life extension technology that makes death optional. But the sense in which the sense in which death is not in accordance with reality is that when death is, you aren't. You no longer exist. You are no longer a real thing in the world when you are dead. Your body remains, but you, as a being of mind and body, no longer exists. So that's what I mean when I say...
Okay, well, I'd love to talk about that more eventually, but I guess that's kind of a tangent that we would get sidetracked on, because what I think about that is a little bit different. But yeah.
Okay.
Just because, like, it seems like almost that's implying what I'm saying could be the case, which is that the only thing that's real is our subjective experience. But anyway, I don't want to derail us on that. I'd like to know kind of what's your test for determining what is a real versus what's a hallucination.
Okay. Yeah. So the issue of good, I tied that to reality. It means doing that which is in accordance with reality. And that means staying alive in the sense I'm talking about. But then if I'm going to appeal to the idea of reality in cashing out what it means to be good, then a question arises as to what is reality? Is reality what I'm perceiving right now? I see a computer in front of me. Is that part of reality? Or is that just something in my mind? So then we've left the realm of ethics, and now we're into the realm of epistemology and metaphysics. What is reality? Okay, so now that we're in that realm, how do we know what is reality? So I guess I could still ask the question, what gives rise to the question? And the answer, I mean, a kind of answer was given when as you and I just talked about, like there was this ethical issue, what is the good? And that led us to the topic of reality. But one might think, well, okay, yeah, it means be in accordance with reality, but I know what that is. It's, this computer is real, and this phone I have in my hand is real. And what's the confusion here? Why would you think it's not reality? Why think it might be something just in my own mind, or just a hallucination, or just a dream? So that's a question that we could consider. Why not just take it at face value? What I'm perceiving is reality. Why think it might not be that?
Yeah, sure. So I want to distinguish between what we're calling reality and what we had previously talked about as an objective reality, because I do think that, again, our subjective experience is reality. So I wouldn't dispute that. What I'm saying with the argument I'm making is that we can't quite be sure that there's an objective reality based on our subjective reality.
Right. And a mind independence reality.
Yeah. And I think that you were arguing that has to be the case, that there's some objective reality out there.
Yeah. So this might be a good opportunity to make a point which I did not make in that debate a couple days ago, but I think might have been a good point to make, which is that consciousness has an object, or to put it another way, consciousness is intentional. Oh, I'm not sharing this in my... Oh yeah, I am sharing this on the screen. So there are some verbs that have an object, like let's say hit. If I say I hit and I just stop, it feels like an incomplete sentence. I hit what, right? I hit the wall with my fist. What was the object, the thing that was hit? Oh, somebody's trying to call. Let me just put that on Do Not Disturb. because I'm hearing another call. Okay, that's just going to go straight to voicemail. So if that's whoever that is calling in, you can just leave a voicemail and I will check it after this call and you can let me know what you want to talk about. Or you can tell me in the YouTube chat. Okay. All right. So I shouldn't hear that again if someone calls back. It should just go straight to voicemail. Okay, so I was saying that consciousness has an object just as a verb like hitting has an object. I hit something. Or love might be another example. I love, right? I love what? I love ice cream. I love pizza. I love this person, this dog. And likewise with consciousness, if there's not just I'm conscious, there's that it implies if you're conscious of something. What are you conscious of? Are you conscious of this phone that I'm holding? Are you conscious of my voice? Are you conscious of what you had for breakfast this morning? So I don't think it's coherent to say everything is just consciousness.
So okay,
Because
yeah. So I
consciousness
understand you're
of
making kind
what, right?
I understand you're making kind of like a semantic argument here, which um, I actually don't fully agree with on a couple different levels. On the first level, I think just on a semantic level, I don't think it's quite right because I think you can perfectly um, logically or coherently say in a sentence, "I am conscious." Right? You don't actually need an object in that sentence. The subject is sufficient, and the verb. Also, you can say, "I am." You know, like I exist. Right? You don't need an object. You just have the subject in that sentence. But beyond that, I think that semantic arguments are a bit dangerous because I think language is an imperfect description of reality. We can't use language to describe a lot of complex mathematical truths, for example. We need mathematical symbols and logic to explain that. So I think that there are limitations to language. I think it's a dangerous thing to use it as a framework for describing the way the world exists. Like it's a tool that we use to describe the world, but it isn't the world. In other words, just because words can be put together or strung together in a certain way, or we use them in certain ways, doesn't mean that that's the way reality is. It's just the way that we describe it. So I think that I would respond to that in those two terms.
Okay.
Those two ways.
So as for a sentence like I am conscious, yes, you can put a period there, but I think implicit in that is that you are conscious of something, even if that fact is not made explicit. I think it's implicit in the idea of consciousness. I don't think it makes to say, yeah, I'm conscious, but there's nothing I'm conscious of. What would that mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
Yes.
I don't think that makes any sense. So
Yeah. No, I agree with you that consciousness must necessarily, just by its definition, have some kind of content. So I fully agree with you on that. What I am disputing, though, is that you need to have some objective reality out of which your consciousness is based. I don't think there's any good reason to think that has to be true necessarily.
okay, but if there is nothing independent of your consciousness, then the only thing that could be an object of your consciousness is your unconsciousness, right? But then there's just
Sure.
then the question remains: consciousness of what? So I'll write here: I am conscious of my consciousness.
Well, yeah. So
And
I think your
then
consciousness
someone
can
can ask,
contain.
your consciousness of what? And then you say, my consciousness. Your consciousness of what? There can't just be consciousness ad infinitum. There has to be something at the end of the chain outside of your consciousness to be conscious of.
Does there? I mean, it could be turtles all the way down. I mean, your
I,
consciousness could simply have its contents, which is generated by your consciousness, right? For example, one way to think about this, I think, is is do you believe that there's anything outside of the universe?
no.
Okay, so how does that make sense? How does the universe how's the universe arise out of nothing? If you're conscious in a universe, um, how does the universe arise out of nothing? I'll put it that way. if there's nothing
Well,
outside
I
the
think that's a
universe?
loaded question. I don't think it does arise out of nothing, and there's just a question as to how it arises out of nothing. I don't think it arises out. I don't think there is any nothing. Nothing is not. Nothing isn't. Parmenides
Well,
made this
you said
point.
there wasn't anything outside of the universe, right? You said there was nothing outside of the universe.
Right. And outside the universe, actually, I don't think that statement even refers to anything. I don't think there is any such thing as outside the universe. I think space and time only exist within the universe, but they're not terms that apply to the universe itself. I don't think they
Well,
make
yeah, and I'm
sense
saying
when
how
they apply to the universe
that,
itself.
that's yeah, that's fine. Yeah, like I understand that. I'm just saying like how can you have that position but then deny somebody the position that there could be nothing outside of your consciousness. Your consciousness could be the universe, right? If you kind of draw that analogy.
I don't. Well, I don't think. If I don't think that makes sense because I think, well, going back to a point I've already made, consciousness is intentional, meaning it has an object. And if its only object is itself, then I don't think it's really conscious. I think
Okay,
this
but
line
you
from
can
Ayn Rand is
dream.
coming to mind. To identify itself
Yeah.
as a consciousness, it had to first be conscious of something. And if that something is only more consciousness, then it would have no way to identify itself as consciousness. Like this, I sometimes make the point about a fish swimming in water. Maybe that's relevant here. Like a fish has no awareness of water because it's all around, the water is all around the fish. There's nothing to contrast with the water that will make the water stand out to the fish and say, oh, I realize I'm in water. But if you suddenly take the fish out of water and then put it back in, if we could anthropomorphize the fish for a moment, it would say, oh, now I know what you mean by water. I've been swimming in it my whole life. It's had some contrast,
Yeah.
some non-water, by reference to which it can now understand what this term water distinctively picks out. But likewise, if you're just swimming in consciousness, so to speak, and you never experience anything that's non-conscious, then the term consciousness is just a meaningless term. It doesn't pick anything out.
Well, I don't think it's meaningless at all. I just think it means you can't determine, what state of consciousness you're in. For example, like, so I don't think the fish and water example does the work that, at least for me, it doesn't do the work for me that it's doing for you. To me, the fish and water, if it's ever been outside of water, then yeah, it doesn't even know that it doesn't have a concept. It doesn't really have a concept of water well, it does have a concept of water. It knows what it's like to be in water if it's conscious, but it doesn't know what water is like as compared to something else, you know. And same thing with consciousness is we're all conscious, presumably. That's an assumption, but all I know is that I'm conscious. But presumably everybody else is conscious too. And uh, and so and that and but the thing is that my consciousness could be I could be dreaming, for example. How do you know, for example, you're not dreaming right now? That like if you're dream, like like you dream. I presume you've experienced dreams before where you felt like it was very real. Um, some people experience hallucinations that I think are real. They're experiencing things that aren't mapping on to our intersubjective reality. I'm not going to say objective because I don't think that we can really say that with certainty, but I think intersubjective is a good term for that, for things that we all agree exist. At least most of us agree exist. So, so if in that case you can dream and be experiencing things that aren't represented intersubjectively, in an intersubjective respect. You understand what I'm saying there? Like, like you're saying you have to be conscious of something, but you're not conscious of anything really whenever you're dreaming. You're generating something completely independent of what you call objective reality. So I don't know how you'd explain that.
Well, you're I guess I'll at least go along with the idea for now that you can be conscious of something when you're dreaming. Like if I'm dreaming of a horse, I'm having a dream of a horse, but there's not a horse in reality. That experience corresponds to. Whereas right now, if I look outside my window and I see a horse, then there would actually be a horse. So I can hallucinate a horse, I can dream a horse. But that's different than actually perceiving a horse. And so I'll make that point, but also the very concept of dream depends on being aware of a non-dream. This is, again, the contrast idea. If everything were a dream, just like if everything were water for the fish, it would have no awareness of the water. And likewise, you would have no awareness of what a dream is unless you had something to contrast with the dream. So it's by contrast with awareness, wakeful awareness, that we get the idea of a dream. Mm-hmm. And even if when we're dreaming, we don't know we're dreaming, doesn't mean when we're not dreaming, we don't know we're not dreaming.
Well, I'm using dreaming and hallucinations as examples of altered states of consciousness that don't represent our intersubjective reality. Therefore, we know it just by that proof. We know that such states of consciousness can exist. Therefore, we can disprove the assertion that you need to have some kind of objective reality to be conscious.
Well, I think to have a dream, you first have to have some contact with reality. Like, you need to, I can see a horse in reality, and then maybe later I can have a dream about it. But if I've never had any contact with reality at all, where would the contents of my dream come from? I don't think the fact that we can have dreams means that we can never have had any contact with some independent reality and then still have dreams.
Where could the universe have come from?
Well, that's going back to what I think is an invalid question. I don't think that.
Well, I'm saying it's the
I don't
same
think it
thing,
came
though.
from somewhere.
You could. So the argument that I'm making is that really, if there's nothing else but your subjective reality, that means that you are the universe. Because if there's nothing outside of yourself, that means that everything and anything that exists is you and is your subjective experience. So it reduces to the same question, which you agree is an invalid question. And that's why I think that you could say that it's invalid to say that it's impossible that everything is subjective, because you reject the question that there's something outside of the universe.
Well, I think there's a disanalogy, because if you say everything is your subjective experience, that implies there's something that you experience. So your experience of what? So just like the term consciousness is intentional, it has an object. The term experience is intentional, it has an object. And if you just say what I experience is my own experience, your experience of what? My experience of what, right?
Of yourself.
Yeah, but there's no content there. It's empty unless there's something independent of the experience to experience.
It doesn't have to be empty. Why are you assuming it's empty?
I mean, what is a... I don't see that there's any content. If you just say a consciousness, conscious of consciousness, which is conscious of consciousness, what is this consciousness thing you're talking about? What does it refer to?
It could be you. So
yeah, but what is you?
In this case, well, you are the subject of consciousness, and you are also the object of consciousness.
Okay, but what is that subject and that object? It seems pretty empty.
It's you.
Yeah, but I don't know what you is.
It's an infinite regression. You can keep asking yourself, you can keep realizing that you're thinking about yourself infinitely, right? I think it's a kind of a common thing probably people have noticed at some point, is you can think of a thought and then think of thinking of that thought and then think of thinking of that thought, et cetera, ad infinitum. So, I don't think that anybody's any stranger to that kind of logic. Right?
Well, I can think about my thoughts now, but I think that's because at some point I have had contact with reality. Otherwise, I wouldn't have anything to think about. Like, I can think about my thoughts. What's a thought I could think about? Earlier, I was thinking about the oil industry. I was reading about the oil industry, and I can reflect on my thoughts about that. I was thinking it was really interesting to learn about Rockefeller and how he bought up this company that was started by Charles Pratt and this other guy, Morgan, in New York. And okay, so I can think about those thoughts, but those thoughts came from somewhere. I was reading about something on my laptop, and I was looking with my eyes. I didn't just have
Yeah.
thoughts
So,
about
yeah.
thoughts, which
Well,
didn't ultimately come from some non-me source. I hope I don't beg the question by saying that.
yeah. I mean, well, I think we might be. I think I might be talking past each other a little bit because, like, I agree that in our normal day-to-day life, most of our thoughts and experiences arise from some kind of thing that is within our consciousness, that we view as being objective, which I would call intersubjective in our consciousness. Um, excuse me, but what I'm saying is that it's perfectly rational. There's nothing inconsistent with saying that it's possible to experience things which do not arise from the real world. For example, there are many people who have taken, psychedelic drugs report seeing all sorts of fantastical things that do not exist in the real world. There are things that nobody's ever seen or nobody's ever spoken about, at least about seeing, um, unless they've been on these drugs. But in any case, you can see things that don't exist that aren't represented in objective reality or in intersubjective reality. So clearly, consciousness isn't constrained to things that we've seen or heard. We can confabulate all sorts of things. So I'm just saying that, like, we can't say with certainty that the contents of our consciousness, which is really everything in your life, is not entirely subjective, because we can't know if we are not basically the universe. If everything were within your subjective consciousness, if that's all that reality were, and there were no objective reality, then that's the same thing as saying you are the universe.
Okay. So there's a passage that I mentioned earlier, which maybe I should read, but I had another thought a second ago, which is escaping me, and I wanted. Okay, well, maybe it'll come back to me, and I'll just read this passage first, because this is the one from Atlas Shrugged that I think is relevant. It's on the screen now. Okay. Existence exists, and the act of grasping that statement implies two corollary axioms. So that's the fundamental axiom for Ayn Rand: existence exists. So that grasping that implies two corollary axioms: that something exists which one perceives, and that one exists possessing consciousness. Consciousness being the faculty of perceiving that which exists. If nothing exists, there can be no consciousness. A consciousness with nothing to be conscious of is a contradiction in terms. A consciousness conscious of nothing but itself, that's your idea, is a contradiction in terms, she says.
I wish you would justify that.
Well, maybe we'll see a
say
justification in the next line. Before it could identify itself as consciousness, it had to be conscious of something. And you're going to say, well, yeah, it is conscious of something. It's conscious of itself. But then she says, if that which you claim to perceive does not exist, and I think that's what you're saying, because what I think she means there is it doesn't exist independent of you. It just exists in your mind, not mind independently. And
I don't think that's what she means by that, actually.
Well, let me just finish the sentence,
okay,
and then
Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
If that which you claim to perceive does not exist, what you possess is not consciousness. Okay, I'll stop there.
Yeah, so I think that you can exist just subjectively. I don't think it requires an objective reality. Like, I think that's the one thing that you can say with absolute certainty, is that you exist. I'm not sure, I wouldn't be able to say anything else with certainty, with a degree of epistemic humility or accuracy. I couldn't say anything else other than that I exist.
Okay.
That's
Well,
kind of like who was that? Was that
Descartes.
some French philosopher that said, yeah, Descartes, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he was onto something there.
Yeah, that was his fundamental starting point. I am, I exist. He also has the cogito, I think, therefore I am. But I think it's formulated somewhat differently in different parts of his work, the Meditations. It's been called in objectivist literature, the primacy of, or the prior certainty of consciousness. There's also a term, the primacy of consciousness, but I think that is different than the prior certainty of consciousness. And I think it's the latter, the prior certainty of consciousness, which is the idea that the existence of consciousness is the first thing we are certain of. We're certain of that prior to certainty about anything else, such as that there is a objective reality independent of our consciousness. If we can be certain of that at all, it's not the first thing we're certain of. It has to be something figured out later. That what we're first certain of is that we are conscious.
Well, another thing I would say about that, though, is, and I think that it seems to be that maybe Rand is implying something here, but I think it's entirely possible to be conscious but not self-conscious.
Oh yeah.
So I don't think that consciousness needs to be. So this is going to be difficult to explain, semantically, but I think that because you could argue, well, if consciousness is only conscious of itself, then it's kind of by definition self-conscious. But there is an additional meaning of self-conscious, which is the common meaning of self-consciousness, which is knowing that So that's what I mean by self-consciousness.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think that you need to know that you know in order to know.
Right. Yeah. Animals.
And be conscious. Yeah.
I think animals are conscious, but they don't know that they're conscious. And likewise, a baby is conscious, but it doesn't know that it's conscious. It's only later. Now, an animal, I don't think ever gets to the point, at least with many animals, maybe all non-human animals, I don't think they ever get to the point of realizing their consciousness, whereas typically a human does. Once it reaches a certain age, it can reflect on its own awareness of the world and realize, I am aware, I am conscious.
I think there are some animals out there that have done studies on that can recognize themselves in reflections, and that might be some indication of self-consciousness. I wouldn't rule it out in animals, but I think you're probably right that most animals are not self-conscious. But I would personally say that it's possible that many of them could be, depending on how sophisticated their neurology is.
Yeah, I've heard some studies have been done on primates, like maybe chimps, and I don't know if these involve them looking in mirrors and like if there's a sign of recognition, like, hey, it's me, if they're startled by it, but if it's just like a cat, maybe, it'll just pretend like, or it'll act as though it's just some other object in the world. There's no kind of startled look or recognition that you might think signals that it's aware of itself. So, yeah, maybe there are some borderline cases, but yeah, at least in general, most animals, I think, are not self-aware. But yeah, you can be aware or conscious without being self-conscious or self-aware.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, getting kind of back to this question here, like I think maybe we just share a different intuition about what is possible. Like I do think that consciousness doesn't require in objective reality. I think consciousness could be entirely self-referential. I think the contents could be generated by consciousness and perceived by consciousness. I think that there's some really weird things that happen whenever you think about thinking about yourself. There's an infinite regress. I think that kind of infinite logic is deeply is a deep part of our world that we live in, whether our world's objective or not. I think that you see that in calculus. I think you see that just in the way that you think, if you really think about thinking. And so I don't see any good reason to think that consciousness couldn't be entirely self-referential. That said, even if there were some proof of saying that it's not entirely self-referential, or it's impossible to be entirely self-referential, I don't see how we could know that our experience is real even then, because we need some kind of test to determine what we're experiencing is real. And I'm perfectly happy for you to, and for anybody to assume, everybody does, right, to assume that what you're seeing is real. But I think it's important to recognize that it is an assumption that you're experiencing objective reality, that there's no real objective proof of that.
Okay. Well, I I feel like I want to stay on this point um, and see if I can make some progress on it. So you made a point just now about it's how I'm not sure exactly how you put it. I don't know if you used the word possible or maybe, like maybe we're just experiencing, maybe we're just experiencing, or it's possible we're just experiencing our own experience or our own consciousness. And there is a point in objectivism that to assert such a possibility or such a maybe, there has to be evidence. Otherwise, it's arbitrary. And
Well,
I wonder if that,
sorry.
yeah, I wonder if that's, if you are asserting an arbitrary possibility in this case or not. That's just something I
Well,
wonder
yeah,
about.
no, I disagree with that position. I think that the burden of proof rests on the person who's making an assertion, right? So a fact of the way the world is. So I'm not making an assertion that the world is one way or the other. I'm just saying that I'm being agnostic about it. I'm saying that it could be this way or it could be that way. I just don't have any evidence one way or the other. And people that are asserting one way or the other are making that assertion um, on evidenceless, on basically on a basis that has no evidence to support it.
Okay, but I think, well, this is from objectivism. Even asserting that something could be the case requires evidence. It's not just enough to imagine something in your mind. Like if I'm imagining pigs flying, this also came up in my debate a couple days ago. I can imagine pigs flying right now. So it could be that pigs can fly. I don't think that follows. What I'm imagining is something with the shape or color of a pig in the air, right? Not next to the ground. But I think when I'm imagining that, I'm leaving out some of the properties of the pig, whether it's the mass, and maybe I'm also leaving out properties of the world at large, like the fact of gravitation. And if I were to consider all the facts about the pig and about the world at large, I would reach the conclusion, actually, no, pigs can't fly. So just because you can imagine something doesn't mean you're actually imagining that thing with all its properties. So likewise with the pig, so with consciousness, just because you can imagine everything is just part of your mind doesn't mean it actually could be that way. Maybe there's some properties that you're not considering,
Mm-hmm.
and there has to be
Well, I would
evidence.
agree. Yeah. Well, I agree with you, by the way, that we can't say that pigs could fly because that would just change the definition of what a pig is. We know what pigs are, and if pigs could fly, they would no longer be a pig. Um, presumably we could change their genome such that they grew wings or whatever and could become aerodynamic and fly. But at that point, I think you'd be hard pressed to define that as a pig. Now, I think that with respect to consciousness, I think what I'm asserting is actually entirely reasonable and is actually representative of our everyday experience, which is to say, everything that you experience, including this conversation, including your concepts of what is objective, your epistemology, your ontological frameworks, all of that is a product of your consciousness. It is all created by your brain within the frame of your consciousness. So all I'm saying is that that could be all there is. And you're saying, well, no, there must be something else. See, I'm saying that all there could be is what you're currently experiencing. And you're assuming that what you're experiencing is objective and not simply um, your subjective reality without anything outside of it. So I think you have the burden of proof to say, well, why is it reasonable to say that there's something outside what I'm experiencing?
Okay. Well, I'm not sure I heard you right, but I thought maybe you just said a moment ago that your brain generates this experience, something like this. Um,
It seems to. That's what it seems to be the case, but we don't know for a fact that's the case.
Okay. Well, I was going to
because
say, like,
anytime yeah.
if that is what is happening, then you're implying there is something outside of your experiencing, namely the brain, which is generating the experience.
Well, no, your brain is in your experience. We're
Okay.
talking about the brain. Like we're currently in our subjective experience, right? We're
Okay.
talking about a brain. If you were to, have like open, have brain surgery and see your brain, you could see the brain. That's the content, that's contents of your consciousness.
So I think or you're not ruling out at least solipsism. Is that correct? Like you're the only thing.
Um, yeah, yeah. So if by solipsism you mean that the only thing that exists is us and is our experience,
Well, there's
and
no
we're
us,
thinking,
right?
well,
Us
I'm
is
not.
plural.
Yes,
uh,
yeah. Thank you. Is me or is I?
yeah.
Um, then yes, then yeah, I think that's entirely feasible logically.
Okay.
And in fact, I
And
think I think that that is the default. Like that is kind of that would almost be the default position, frankly. Like that's because that has the most evidence for it. There's no evidence for anything else, really.
okay. And so any brain you experience is just part of your experience. It's not some mind
Yeah. Well, this is
independent
just
or experience
correct.
independence thing which generates experience. No, it is part of experience. It's not what generates experience. The brain is just another part of experience. And
Exactly. I think that could be the case. Yeah.
okay. So there's that could. I don't know if it's the same could I was
Not the
raising.
same could, right? Because I think that's simply, I think that could be, I think that's more likely if you just think about it in probabilistic terms or evidentiary terms, that's more likely than what you're suggesting, that there's some objective reality outside of that somehow exists that we're just assuming exists.
Okay. So this is idealism, to use the technical philosophical term. Berkeley was an idealist. Bishop Berkeley,
He was
and
a bishop and he was just an idealist. This guy seems heretical.
well, he was a theist of some kind, and he thought that, I know part of his view was that even if you're not always conscious of something, like how do you know that the bed or chair in your bedroom continues to exist when you go to sleep, right? And you're no longer conscious of it. And he said,
Mhm.
well, even though you aren't conscious of it, God exists and he's conscious of it. So that was his grounds for saying that things that he's aware of continue to exist even when he's not aware of
Hmm.
them
That's
himself.
interesting. Yeah, it seems like that's a little different. That's definitely then a little different than what I'm suggesting could be the case. That could now. I'm not saying that couldn't be the case. I'm saying that could also be the case. But that's a different claim, which is that there is an objective reality, and objective reality is God, and everything else is you essentially. Everything's objective is you. I'm saying that the only thing that we really have evidence for is our subjective experience, and so that's the only thing we could kind of assume by if we were to be purely scientific or evidence based, that's the only thing that we could say with any kind of like epistemological humility, I think.
Well, so I don't think there is objective reality for Berkeley, because even if there is things independent of your consciousness, there's not things independent of any consciousness. So there has to be some consciousness that everything is part of. To be is to be is to be perceived. That was his famous slogan.
Oh, okay.
So if there are no humans, there might still be planets and stars, but only because they are part of God's mind. But there's no
Hmm.
mind independent stars or planets. So if what you mean by objective reality is some kind of mind independent entity or existent, there is nothing. That's how I take Berkeley to.
Well,
That's what
I
I
haven't
take him
read
to mean.
Barclay, so I would defer to your interpretation of him. But I think that that sounds like an interesting idea that I wouldn't discard either. Like I think it is you could imagine a world, right, where which is very similar to what I'm saying though, which is he's just introducing, it sounds like, just as another additional consciousness, so that instead of just you there's also God. And so you have two conscious. Well, maybe he agrees there's other people that are conscious as well, and then they're all saying their own version of it. But I guess you could call what I'm saying maybe a special case of Berkeley, which is when there's only just you.
Yeah, solipsism. I think we can call it that.
Sure.
Yeah. So, you think something
I'm not saying
is
that's the way it is. I'm just saying it could be that way.
yeah.
I want to be clear. And you definitely have a more difficult job here because you have all these things that you think are good and are bad, and so you have to make a positive, claims. Whereas I'm just kind of making almost negative claims in a sense. But yeah.
Well, I think you might be on the hook for justifying some of these coulds, and it sounds like maybe you don't think that is the case, but we could explore that more later. I don't know that it's really relevant right now to go that route.
Yeah,
But
well, I would like to talk about some of the things that you think are good and bad as well. It just like I've had, philosophical conversations in the past with people, and a common theme that I find is that sometimes if you don't really agree on the basics, the definitions of the terms, nothing else obviously on top of that really makes sense. And so you can kind of just argue past each other because you're really thinking about different things or understanding words to mean different things. And it makes it difficult to ever come to any kind of conclusion about anything. But then if you go down this deep, then you can kind of hit an impasse, right, where maybe just intuitions are different. But yeah, so like I don't know if we understand each other's conception of reality well enough to address any of these higher level concepts. I think I kind of understand what you believe, and I could operate off of that potentially if you wanted to with some of these higher level concepts.
Okay. Well, I would like to get better at addressing these more basic metaphysical issues. So part of me is tempted to stay on that for right now and not shift over to higher level issues or downstream issues like ethics or politics. But I also don't want to just go in circles, and we might get to a point, maybe we've already gotten there, of it being diminishing returns, and maybe it's better because I want to also take into account the audience, and maybe it's useful to a certain extent to discuss it, and beyond that maybe I'm not at a level yet where I could fruitfully discuss it further, so maybe it's better to go on, but I'm not sure. I could actually ask the audience. I could take a poll of the audience. Should we stay on this deep issue, or is it better to go on to something else? I see a couple more people have joined the chat. Mellow Mau is here. Hello. Ayo Wells YouTube is here. I remember seeing you. And looks like another super chat from Audrey. Thank you, Audrey. I gotta give that a heart. Someone, Wiltier was here. Oh, Hayden McClure in the chat says, apologies, that was me that called. I was hoping that there was a queue. Well, we can make a queue, so you can be the next person in the queue. I don't know if you're still here, Hayden, but you can also put super chat money in. So if you want to, that's a way you could prioritize yourself. If I have two callers and one of them puts money down and the other doesn't, I'll give priority to the person who puts money down, all other things being equal. So, but right now, what's that?
Kick me off the call. I'll get that.
Well, you're already on the call, and I think it's been going well. So, I don't have a reason to drop you right now. Sometimes people who are trolls call in, but you're not that. This is a serious, real conversation, which I appreciate. So, Leighton Preon was here a bit ago, at least. Hello. And George Tupac was in the chat. Okay. I think I've at least seen all the new people who've joined since I last looked at the chat. All right. So thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for the likes on the stream. All right. We're up to 10 likes. Great. And also, welcome to any new subscribers. Okay, so I was wondering if I should ask the chat whether we should stick on this topic of debating idealism, whether there's anything mind independent or whether we can prove that, or should we go on to some other issues. How about I'll do this? I'll create a poll and then we'll stick on this topic until some poll results start to come in, and then I'll check back on the poll in a bit.
Okay.
All right, I'm just going to change my scene here so the YouTube chat will display, and I'm going to create a poll. All right. And I won't necessarily abide by the poll's results, but I will at least consider the preference of the poll. Should we keep discussing whether mind's independent reality can be proved? Or should we, or I have to make this shorter, I'm running out of characters. I say, or B, switch to ethics politics, because I think that was the other topic you mentioned.
Yeah, or just like, some of those topics you had, and good and bad.
Okay. I have to shorten this by a few characters. Should we, A, stay on whether mind-independent reality can be proved, or B, switch to ethics politics? And you can choose A or B, and I can also add an option of C, which will be, I have no preference. You're indifferent between A and B. Okay, I think that's good. Oh.
Okay.
I accidentally hit add option. I'll say none of the above.
Maybe the ratio between A and B is the only thing that really matters anyway.
So if you want none of the above, you can tell me in the chat what your other alternative is, if you have one. Why is start poll grayed out? Why is it letting me, do I have to hit?
Oh, it says your question is too long.
Oh.
Maybe.
Okay, yeah. How many characters? Oh, it's 2 characters too long. I'll just delete the period and should we stay on whether mind in truth, or B, switch to ethics politics? I'll just delete one of these parentheses. I'll delete 2 parentheses. Okay. All right. You can now vote on the poll. Audrey says, Dan, please add an option for a super chat break. Oh, sorry. Too late. I already submitted the poll to the chat. Otherwise, maybe I would have done that, Audrey. Because she put in some super chats. Maybe I should do that anyways. She wants her super chat addressed, I guess.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I can wait a couple minutes if you want to cover a few things.
All right, let me see what the super chats are. I want to switch over to fan funding. In my Livestream tab. Okay, so the super chats I haven't answered yet. There was one on AI from Audrey. Can you? Oh, I already did that one actually. Okay. So then there was the $10 one. If we install AI in a robot and program the AI to A, process input from reality. Here, let me share this on the screen. Actually, maybe... I think I should be able to scroll back there. Yeah. If we install AI in a robot and program the AI to A, process input from reality, and B, revise its knowledge, would that AI be on its first steps towards identifying truth rather than conformity? Well, first of all, I want to say it's not really knowledge. It's only knowledge in quotes, because it's not aware of anything. That you really need to take the A in AI seriously. It's artificial. It's not really intelligence. It's not really knowledge. It's not conscious of anything. And likewise with the term on its first steps towards identifying. It's not identifying anything, strictly speaking. I mean, you could put identifying in quotes, but identifying is an act of consciousness, which AI doesn't have. Now, if we just set that aside and assume you're talking in a metaphorical sense, it's not literally identifying, or it doesn't literally have knowledge to revise, then maybe I could answer it on that basis. So let me see if I can address it from that perspective. And this is the objectivist view, at least as I understand it. Maybe I think there are people out there who would say, actually, robots or machines, they could be conscious in a real sense, but I don't believe that. I don't buy it. And I guess whoever named it AI shouldn't have put A in front of it, right? It's not artificial if it's real, right? If they actually have knowledge or intelligence, then why call it artificial? It would be a different form, but not artificial. Okay. But I'm going to take the A in AI seriously here. If we install AI in a robot and program the AI to A, process input from reality, and B, revise its knowledge, would that AI be on its first steps towards identifying truth rather than conformity? Robert is here. Hi, Robert. Well, I think it would give better results, more useful results. So and maybe it already does that. Like maybe the AIs, whether it's Gemini or ChatGPT or Claude, or and there are different versions of them that keep coming out, right? There's 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, etc. And maybe one of the things that distinguishes the later versions from the previous is that they get better at giving you good information. So maybe whereas first they were only trained on Wikipedia, now they're trained on Wikipedia and Grokpedia, which has a somewhat different perspective. I don't know if that's true. I'm just making that up as an example of one way they might revise the knowledge. And maybe they can get better at assigning certain weights, like some medical knowledge from the Harvard School of Medicine.com websites is maybe if that's weighted heavier than medical knowledge from the spiritual guru from India websites.com or whatever. Just making this up. Maybe they get better at assigning weights to the various information they're trained on over time. So, and that's a kind of revising its knowledge in quotes. I mean, again, it's not literal knowledge. Even if it were perfectly true, like 100% of the time, it still wouldn't be knowledge in the literal sense, because it's not aware of anything. But I don't think the point of AI, it doesn't really matter to us as users whether it's conscious or not. We just need the information to be true. And then it's useful to us. It doesn't matter that the source of it might not be conscious. So I think we can program the AI to get better at processing reality and revising the information it spits up for us. And I guess what it would be, would that make it better at identifying truth rather than conformity? I think maybe it would. Yeah, I think maybe it would. Like as it gets better at identifying reliable sources to train on versus unreliable, then even if it turns out that there's a widespread consensus on some topic, if the consensus is coming from some unreliable source, like, I don't know, let's say a lot of people start believing some conspiracy, like there was no moon landing, the moon landing was a hoax, but the only sources that say it was a hoax are very unreliable ones. Like I don't know, Joe from Podunk nowhere versus the Harvard School of Astronomy or something, then even if there is conformity around some viewpoint, maybe a large agreement, if it's based on very bad sources, then maybe the AI could figure that out. So I see a bunch of startled looks floating up in the chat. I'm not sure what that was in reaction to. So to wrap up, I think it can get better at identifying truth rather than mere conformity. Yeah, at least that's my answer for now. All right. You asked another, I said you can DM me about this other, the blue super chat. And then you had another one. I think this is the last. Is that the last one? Can philosophy answer why most people don't realize they're dreaming while they're dreaming? Okay. Well, that's on the topic that we were going to discuss anyway, so maybe that can segue us back into the call with Conrad. Can philosophy answer why most people don't realize they're dreaming while they're dreaming? I don't know that philosophy would address that as opposed to some more specialized science like psychology. When I dream, I think usually I'm not aware that I'm dreaming. Sometimes I am aware that I'm dreaming, but I think that's probably a minority of the time, under 50%. But as to why, I don't know that it's, you say why most people don't realize they're dreaming while they're, I don't know that that's true, that most people don't realize it. Maybe it is true. I mean, if it's like my experience, at least most of the time, I don't think I'm aware that I'm dreaming. So if other people's experience is like mine, then it would be true that most people don't realize they're dreaming while they're dreaming, at least most of the time. Maybe it's only a minority of the time that most people are aware of their dreams while they're dreaming. But as to why, I'm not sure that's a philosophical question. I don't know how and what resources philosophy would have to answer as to why that would be the case, if it is the case that most people don't realize they're dreaming while they're dreaming. Yeah, that strikes me as more of a scientific question. So I don't know that I have more to say on that right now. Why most people. Yeah, I don't see that philosophy has a way to answer that. I'm not even sure how science would answer that. I'm not sure. I'm not saying it can't, but I just don't know right now how it would figure that out. The reason. All right. Let me look at the poll results here in the chat. So, 9 votes so far. 22% say stay on this topic of mind independent reality, whether it can be proved. 33% say go to ethics or politics. 33% also say they have no preference, and 11% says none of the above. All right. So it looks like it's a tie between I have no preference and go to ethics politics. All right. So let's try to go to ethics politics then, because there's a slight majority right now for that.
Okay,
And
sure.
then,
By the way, on that dreaming question, I think that it's you don't know you're dreaming because you can't remember that your conscious life when you're dreaming.
You don't remember your conscious life when you're dreaming?
Right. You don't know. It's like your fish in the water analogy. When you're dreaming, you don't have anything to contrast it to because you don't have your memories aren't accessible at that point. You just think that you're you living in reality, but in fact, you're just in an altered state of consciousness in which you don't have the same memories that you would have in wakeful consciousness.
I'm not sure you do have no contact with memory. I mean,
if you did, you would know immediately you were dreaming.
Well, I don't know about that. Like, even if you don't immediately know, like I think I've had dreams where I realize that I could wake up. Like, I don't know how I would do that. I could shake myself or something, but I don't choose to. I continue to stay dreaming in a dreaming state, but I have an awareness that I'm in a dream, and I also have an awareness that I could wake up, and I guess I have some awareness of my life as a whole. Maybe I'm not thinking about it much, but I don't think I'm totally cut off from my life before I went to sleep.
Yeah, I suppose you could have some persistent memories that relate to your waking life that still wouldn't trigger you to realize you're dreaming because they'd just be incorporated into the dream. So yeah, maybe it is a different element that's unique to dreams that, once you're aware of it, it becomes obvious. But I do think that this has something to do with memory, because if you remembered everything about your prior life, then I think that it would be clear that you were dreaming. I think at least that would be a sufficient condition to realize you're dreaming. It may not be the only way to realize you're dreaming, but
okay, let's go on to ethics or politics.
Sure.
Oh, now a new vote just came in. Now it's even. Okay, well, it's an even spread between A, B, and C. Okay, well, maybe we can come back to A, but let's at least for a while. Oh, now there's a majority for, I think 1 or 2 votes just came in. Okay, how about this? Let's go at least for a little while to ethics and politics. Maybe we can satisfy both camps here. We'll spend some time on ethics, politics, and then maybe after that we can go back to whether you can prove mind independent reality. Okay, I'll leave the poll up, I guess.
Sounds fine.
And people can keep voting if they want. All right, so what do you want to talk about with ethics and politics?
Oh, that's a good question. There's a lot of points up there.
I agree
with a lot of things that you think are good. Yeah.
Hayden, I see he says he would like to call in and talk about theism and ethics/morals. All right, how about Hayden, can you call in like 10, 15 minutes? Maybe I can talk about this some with Conrad, and then you can come on later, and then we can talk. I guess we could 3-way talk is also possible, but let me just talk a bit now with just Conrad, and then You can call in and okay, he says he can call in 10,
Okay,
15
well,
minutes.
maybe we can bridge the divide between our previous conversation and kind of what we want to move on to, because part of the reason why I was asking all those questions is, I do think that you and others are everybody essentially who believes in objective reality, who doesn't believe in that solipsism that you mentioned, essentially has faith. They have faith that there exists an objective reality and that the people they're talking to aren't just figments of their consciousness, and aren't just, have an objective standing or grounding in reality. And so there's a kind of a faith there that's at play that's unjustified. It's an unjustified belief, which you could define as faith, I suppose.
Okay.
And so I don't think that faith is intrinsically bad.
Okay. And I have faith on my background in the bad column. So, so I do think faith is bad, and I take faith to be believing in something without evidence. But I would add that there are some things which are self-evident, and they don't require proof or justification. Maybe this issue of mind independent existence is one of them. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. And I guess we could get back to debating that later, perhaps. But I do think there are some things that are self-evident. The axioms, actually, I think. Now, sometimes the way axioms is used in math or like set theory, I think they are assumptions. But in philosophy, at least in Ayn Rand's philosophy, axioms are not assumptions. They are self-evident truths. So, and I think the perceptual level is like this. I gave this sort of example in my debate a couple days ago. Like, you don't have to assume that my background is white. That behind me, that we have black letters on a white background. You just see it that way. It appears that way. You didn't assume it was white. Now, contrast that with, you don't know how many siblings I have because you don't know me. But I tell you, assume that I have 6 brothers. Okay, well, you can entertain that idea in your minds. If I say, assume I have 5 brothers, not 6, you could also very well entertain that assumption. But it's different when it comes to something like what you perceive. Like, you're not assuming. Like, if I say, assume my background is red. Okay, well, that doesn't work. It's still going to appear white, whether you try to assume it's red or not. It's just
and I share
given.
Your intuition about axioms. They're self-evident. I agree with you that should be the way they're defined. Axioms should not be assumptions. They should be self-evident.
Okay. And I think, well, speaking of axioms, that's actually what that passage from Ayn Rand was about. And I guess maybe there's some dispute over to how that's best interpreted, but she's talking about axioms there, and she mentions explicitly the word axioms. I've got it back on the screen. And
I think she makes some assumptions rather than laying out axioms. I think it is important to distinguish between those two, because axioms should be self-evident really to anybody, to everybody, or at least the vast majority of people. Of course, there will always be people who are crazy or in some way are different from others, such that they don't agree with axioms. Maybe they aren't able to understand them, or any number of things. But in any case, the vast majority of people should agree on axioms, I think. I think that some of these that she laid out are not axioms, but are assumptions.
Okay. Well, she might say, I might say that you're misunderstanding some things in what she's saying here, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I mean, I don't want to just assume, speaking of assumptions, I don't want to assume that I'm in the right and that you're not in the right. But I guess I can at least say I'm not convinced that you've understood her points, but I think maybe I don't understand her points as well as I would like to. And maybe that is reflected in the fact that I haven't been able to persuade you. But I think
I
her,
could be wrong too, but yeah.
I think her intention, at least, is in these two paragraphs, is to refute the idea. I think this is at least part of her intention, to refute the idea that it's coherence to think there could only be consciousness and nothing independent of a consciousness. That would involve some kind of contradiction. A consciousness conscious of nothing but itself is a contradiction in terms. So whether she succeeds in establishing that or not, I think that's at least her intention.
Yeah, well, she's making a semantic argument there by saying contradiction in terms. So she apparently thinks that consciousness is defined such that you have to have some objective reality of which to be conscious. I don't think that's, I don't share that definition of consciousness. I'm not sure what's the, if there is an objective definition of consciousness that is widely agreed upon. But yeah, I think she's just kind of defining her conclusion of what, or defining away this problem.
Okay.
By saying that consciousness just doesn't mean the thing that it could mean.
All right. So one point you made was this is just a semantic argument, something like that. And then you also made a point.
I think that's the point of that sentence, right? Clearly, because she's saying it's a contradiction of terms. So terms is the operative word there. What's the term? The term is consciousness.
Okay.
She's saying that.
Okay. Well, terms apply to reality, at least on her view. So I'm not sure what... It seems like maybe the way you're interpreting her use of terms is implying that, well, this is not really an argument about reality. It's just about how we're choosing to use terms or language. But if terms are understood as picking out things in reality, then a contradiction in terms, I guess that implies there's a contradiction in your view of reality. Like maybe a square circle, you could say that's a contradiction in terms, but it has implications about reality. It's not just that we've chosen to use.
Sure.
There can't be in reality something with the attributes of a circle, which is also square.
I'm just saying it depends on how you define these words, right? If she has a different definition of consciousness than I do, then we're not, and this kind of goes back to my point about good and bad. If we don't agree on the definition of these words or these terms, then we can't really have a cogent conversation about them. And I think that sentence seems to indicate that she is making this point that consciousness can't be conscious of itself because it's a contradiction of terms, and she doesn't explain anything beyond that, it seems like. Does she explain why consciousness can't be conscious of itself? She doesn't seem to in that paragraph. And so the only thing I'm left with is the assumption that what she means by contradiction in terms is that the way she's defining the word consciousness prohibits it being conscious of itself.
Okay.
Exclusively.
So one point here is the issue of definitions of consciousness. Consciousness for her, it's an axiomatic concept, and you can't define axiomatic concepts except ostensively. I.e. by pointing. So there, like if I say define the taste of a lemon, you just have to experience it, right? I can't, if I give you words and say, well, it's kind of like the taste of a lime, but it's a little bit more sour or something. Like I try to put it in language, but if you haven't tasted a lime, then that's not going to help you, all right? So ultimately, it has to be just something you experience directly. And if it's an axiomatic term or a term of sense perception, that's the only way to know what it refers to. And in consciousness is an axiomatic concept for Rand.
I no, I disagree a little bit there. I do think that you have to define the terms. I think people have to understand what the terms mean, or be on the common page, be on the same page for what a term means in order to, in order to agree about the axiom, right? Like that's kind of like I think that's kind of self-evident, right? That has to happen. People have to know what you mean by the word,
Yeah.
and if nobody knows what anybody else means of the word, then everybody could mean their own, have their own meaning, and then nobody agrees, even though they might. Yeah, nobody may agree, or maybe they do agree, but they actually don't agree in actuality because they're defining the term in a different way. They have a completely different understanding of the term, but they're coming to the same conclusion. That could be true. It could be true they have a different understanding of the term, but they're coming to a different conclusion or the same conclusion. So yeah, I think understanding what she means by consciousness is kind of important here to determine what she means. But maybe I don't know. So therefore, how fruitful it is to like look at these paragraphs from Ayn Rand, because it seems like kind of hitting a wall where it's like she's making this claim, but is not providing us any evidence for it, other than a contradiction of terms, which isn't evidence. It's just defining away the issue.
Okay, so I do agree that we have to understand what is meant by consciousness. So when I say it can't be defined, what I just mean is we can't just put it in other terms that don't already imply the thing we're trying to define. Like you can give synonyms of consciousness, like you could say awareness or experience, but I don't think that's not defining it in the sense we're defining like a triangle when we say it's a three-sided figure, right? There we're using different concepts that actually break down the attributes of consciousness, or man is the rational animal. It's not that kind of definition. It's a definition by ostension, just by pointing, or by example. Like I could say consciousness is the thing you have like when you open your eyes, like contrast the state you're in when your eyes are closed versus when your eyes are open. That's what we mean by consciousness, or at least visual consciousness. And you could go through the other sense modalities and say it's the thing you have like when you unplug your ears, right? Now imagine you plug up all your senses. That's when you don't have consciousness. And so that would be the only kind of quote definition you could give of something like consciousness.
Well, the way that I think of consciousness is it's simply the process of experience.
Okay. I don't know how helpful that's going to be to someone who doesn't already know what consciousness is versus what I was saying. The process of experience, right? I mean, what is experience? I mean, is that a more basic concept than consciousness, or is it just a synonym of consciousness? If you don't already know what consciousness is, I don't know that putting it in terms of experience is going to help much.
Right. So I think we all understand what consciousness is, really, because like we're all, presumably we're all conscious. But I don't think it follows based off the understanding of consciousness that there's anything outside of it. And Ayn Rand here seems to be making the claim that must be something outside of it based on our understanding of consciousness. That is to say, based on the way she defines it or understands it to be. So it doesn't follow, like that. It's so, I don't know if you have. It sounds like you label this as a solipsistic kind of philosophy. It sounds like that might be something that exists, like that's actually a well-known philosophy or something. I don't know about that in particular. I've read up some philosophers, but nothing on that. So I guess the question is like based on your understanding of consciousness, which is just everything you're experiencing right now, how can you make the claim, with that, where's the evidence that there's anything outside of it? Because all your evidence, anything that you have,
Well,
it seems like people just have taken on faith.
Yeah. So one thought I have here is I wonder if this is something that you need evidence for. I don't know that it is. Like I wonder if it's not just like an axiom which maybe it is, according to Rand at least, since she's talking about axioms here. Maybe it's just an axiom that you're aware of something other than your consciousness. If it is, let's not say it is yet, but if it is an axiom, then you don't need evidence for it. It's just self-evidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe
I just don't think it's an axiom at all.
Okay. Yeah. So, and I guess
I just don't think there's anything in our experience that supports that. I think all of our experience supports the solipsistic worldview, which is that we just have experience that works. That's what we're experiencing, right? There's no, if I could hear of anybody, I could point to the evidence that there's something objective, I'd be happy to hear it. But I just don't know of anything like that. And whatever we experience is by definition subjective. So I don't know how you could call upon experience as being the evidence, because it's actually the evidence of the contrary. It's evidence that we have subjective experience. That's the only thing that's evidence for, and it's axiomatic evidence.
Okay,
what it is.
Here's something that just occurred to me. What would you take to be evidence? Because if there's nothing that could possibly be evidence that there's something mind independent, then it might seem like a kind of sham question to say, well, I haven't seen any evidence. If you if there's nothing that could be evidence for you. So that's one thing I'm wondering now.
My point. That is, I don't think that there is any evidence for it. That's why I'm making this point. It's because I don't think anybody can produce any evidence for that, because I don't think any such evidence exists. So I don't think that it's tenable to say that such a thing exists then, therefore.
So it's impossible for there to be evidence of a mind independent existence. That's your view, right?
It seems to me to be the case. Yeah.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but that's based on based on what I understand, that seems to be the case.
Well, then I might go back to the contrast argument, what I'll call that. Like where would you get this idea of, if everything is minds, everything is consciousness, where would you even get the idea of a mind independent existence? So what do you mean minds? It's like the fish in the water. What do you mean water? There's a water independent existence? What the heck is water? Where do you get this?
Well, it's kind of like whenever you're, like when you're a child, you don't have object permanence. So you see something, and then if you look away, or if something covers, a cardboard box covers that thing, you don't think it exists anymore. But as you grow up, you start to understand, or causality starts to come into play. You start to understand causality, and that, oh, this thing's just being covered, but it's actually there. So you kind of get an understanding of your experience, subjective experience, or another way of saying the world. You get an understanding of the world, that objects have permanence, or at least they seem to have permanence, in that once you walk away out of the room that your computer's in or whatever, and you walk back in, most of the time your computer's still there, and so that kind of that gives you this kind of understanding of what objective reality is. That is in fact what most people's understanding of objective reality is these things that they see in their subjective experience. The point I'm just making is that nevertheless, all these things are in your subjective experience. Otherwise, you couldn't be perceiving them or experiencing them. And therefore, it's impossible to say with certainty that these things are actually existent outside of your subjective experience. But the whole, fish in the water thing is solved because within our subjective experience, we have these kind of mini games almost, where you have these items that come into your your visual field of view or whatever, then come out, based on your movement, and you can determine whether something is persistent in your consciousness in a kind of a patterned way. It's like almost like mathematical term. It'd be a pattern that subsists through your conscious experience, and that's based off of all sorts of different rules that you have, rules of logic, rules of mathematical rules, things like that. So physics, etc.
Okay, so you play the peekaboo game, and you get the idea that there's object permanence. So even though you're not looking at something, it still exists. It's still there. And this is how you walk into a room that's got a computer, you leave it, and then you come back and there's still a computer there. So that's another way you might get the idea of object permanence or
Or
mind
that's how you might get
independent existence.
yes, exactly, exactly.
Okay.
And I think that I actually think that is the way that most of us gained our understanding. I think that's like our first kind of understanding of objective reality is from these this developmental psychology kind of step or period as a child where you start to gain object permanence. That's probably likely where it starts.
Yeah. And maybe you can also use other senses, like the baby is looking at something and then you put up a barrier to cover it up, but then he reaches out and touches it with his hand and he can feel it even though he can't see it. And that can give him some evidence that it's still there. And
Yeah, although I think that's very how to say, well, you're just taking away a sense at that point, so I don't think that's actually changing much, but yeah, I think you get the point I'm making, the overall point I'm making.
so that's where you get
I think that's how you know.
the idea of mind independent existence or objective reality, even though there might not be mind independent existence or objective reality, you still have the idea of mind independent existence or objective reality. That's
Yeah, and to your point, we can imagine things that aren't real, that don't exist, right? Flying pig, for example.
Oh, well, yes, there is imagination. We can combine together the attributes of different things, like an attribute of a bird, wings, and we can imagine them attached to a pig in our minds, at least, and then envision it flying in our minds. So have you solved the contrast problem by citing something like the peekaboo game? Does that suffice to give us an idea of mind independent existence, even if there isn't in fact mind independent existence? Well, I guess I wonder now if there's a question you have to answer, which is, well, what would it take? What would be evidence that there is in fact mind independent existence? And maybe to that question you would just say, well, there can't be.
Correct.
There can't be. So it's just something impossible, permanently impossible.
Impossible to prove. Yeah, impossible to prove, I would say. Yeah, or even to adduce evidence for, I think, actually, because any evidence that you would bring forward would have to would necessarily be a part of your consciousness.
Right. This is a challenging one. Let me take a break and look at the chat. Greg just came in with a super sticker for $1.99. Thank you, Greg. Let's see. A bunch of chats here from Ayoel's YouTube. And Audrey. Let's see, another one from Mellow Mau. Okay, so... Oh, by the way, I guess we went back to topic A instead of B, but I think a majority ended up voting for A anyways.
Well, I'll just say, though, to loop it back to topic B, which is that this is why I think that faith isn't a bad thing. I think that we all employ faith to some degree. So I think there are ways to employ faith that are harmful and that are not good. But I think that faith in itself as a concept is not inherently bad. And I think that, again, we all do this. At least all of us who treat other people as being things or objects outside of their own consciousness, having some kind of objective existence. Anybody who does that, which is generally, one of the hallmarks of being a good person, is evidencing some amount of faith just by saying, yeah, actually, I'm gonna have faith that this is actually a real person or a real dog or a real cat, whatever it is, and I'm going to treat it as such rather than a mere, a confabulation of my mind. And so, yeah, and so I think that religious people have faith in certain things which are not at all deleterious to their lives or to the lives of others. In fact, that improve their lives and improve the lives of others. There's actually plenty of research out there showing that religious people tend to be healthier and happier and all that. So it's evolutionary advantageous as well. And I think that certain religious beliefs, namely kind of the metaphysical ones, especially. I'm not so enthusiastic about the dogma, but I think that some metaphysical beliefs, like belief in God, is not a bad thing inherently. In fact, it can oftentimes be helpful for people. And if you think about it from an evolutionary perspective, um, if things that alleviate suffering, for example, suffering tends to be a signal for things that are killing you, and things that are killing you are bad because you could just make an axiomatic assumption and say, well, anything that's suffering is bad. I think that's something that probably wouldn't require any assumption. I think that everybody would agree that suffering is bad. Um, so yeah, I think that you could say, well, therefore, faith insofar as it reduces your suffering is good.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm not convinced that my belief that there is a mind independent existence is an article of faith. Now, that doesn't mean I've been successful in uh, explaining it to you or communicating it to you. But I think that's a different skill. Like, even if you, like, you can, for instance, you can be a nuclear physicist and understand how to build a atomic bomb, but that doesn't mean you're going to be a good teacher of nuclear physics and you can explain it well to someone else. So I I think there's a kind of incoherence in the idea that there might not be any mind independent existence. And I've tried to say some things in this conversation to illustrate why, like talking about the intentional nature of consciousness and how I don't think it makes sense for there just to be consciousness ad infinitum without anything at the end of it, which is which the consciousness is conscious of. And I don't think it is coherent to say, well, it's just conscious of consciousness. And but maybe there's more I could say to explain it well. But I whether I can explain it well, I think is a separate issue from whether I am justified in believing it in my own mind. It's not like I have faith that Jesus rose from the dead, right? It just, or I have faith in the Trinity, and it just makes no sense at all. And I even recognize that, like, it's completely irrational. But I just take it on faith anyways. I wouldn't
Well,
put
somebody else
my,
could make an argument though, right? They could say, "Oh, well, I just can't explain very well why it makes perfect sense that Jesus did rise from the dead," and that's why. But I believe it because I know it's actually true. I just can't quite communicate that to people in a way that makes sense. So I do think that you kind of have to play by the same game if you're going to be saying other people's faith and things is irrational or is wrong or is bad. And I'm not saying, the only point that I'm trying to make is that I think that everybody does, imbibe in some amount of faith. It's just that some people aren't willing to really recognize it. Others are, and then others will have faith in things that is probably, bad for them to have faith in. I think faith can go too far, but I like what Kierkegaard talks about with respect to faith. I think there are some things that are just unprovable. I think that's one of them. And I think that therefore everybody has to engage in faith. And I think that faith can be actually really positive for people. I think the literature bears that out. I think that, logically it has to happen. Well, it doesn't have to happen. Logically it has to happen if you don't want to be a solipsist. And, and generally speaking, being a solipsist is going to mean that you're probably not going to be a very, very good person. You might be treating people in ways that, you know, are less than ideal if you don't think that they're actually people or animals are actually animals, et cetera, or things that actually have consciousness. That's the main piece, right? Is if since you can't prove that there's an objective reality, you can't prove that the things or elements within your consciousness have consciousness themselves. So yeah, all of that kind of follows if you don't have that leap of faith and believe that there is an objective reality out there, whether you call that God or the universe or something else.
Okay. So you mentioned Kierkegaard says some things are unprovable. Well, I agree with that, but axioms, like I don't think you can prove axioms like A is A, but the fact that they're unprovable, I don't think that means there's not good reason to believe in them, because some things can be self-evident.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think the axioms are unprovable. I think that they're provable because of their self-evidence. They prove themselves. So I would disagree with that characterization of axioms. I think that they are provable by themselves. So it's like the only time when you can really engage in a circular argument.
Well, I wouldn't say it's circular. I think it's just directly observed. I don't think axioms need to be proved. They're the basis of proof. They're what you reduce other things to. What's self-evidence, you reduce other things to the self-evidence, but you don't have to prove what's self-evidence.
Yeah, I think it proves itself. That's what it means to be self-evident. It is evidence of itself.
Okay, I'm hearing the call. Let me pick this up. I think this is the person in the chat, Hayden.
Okay, okay. I probably better hop off anyway. I gotta.
Okay. All right. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the talk.
Yep.
Talk to you later. Bye. Well, maybe.
Okay. All right. I guess I wasn't fast enough in picking up this call. You'll have to try again. I didn't hear the last thing Conrad said, but I'll listen to it later. Probably. Can you call back in? Was that you, Hayden? It says allow mic access, but I think maybe I need to refresh this page. Sometimes I need to do that all right, test. Okay, it looks like it's going to work if you call back, so Hayden, can you just call back and then I'll screen your call? Or whoever that was. Oh, he says, yeah, that's me. Oh, you left a voicemail? Oh, I guess I should, I gotta mute my different scenes while I screen the call. All right, now it's ringing. Hello. Hi. Who is this? Oh, hi, Hayden. Okay, so going well. How are you? All right, so you were in the chat and you said you're interested in talking about ethics and politics. Was that it? Or theism? Okay. Good. All right. I like to keep it civil here, so I'm not gonna. All right. Let me just turn on your audio so that the YouTube audience can hear you, and I'm gonna also turn on your audio in the other scenes so it will be ready if I decide to switch to a different scene. All right, so let me know in the YouTube chat if anybody if the audio doesn't sound right, but I think you should be able to hear Hayden Fine now. All right. So this is Hayden, and I will let you go
Hello.
ahead and let everyone know what you're interested in talking about.
So I'm really interested in why faith is in the bad category on your statement page.
Okay. I put it in the bad category because I think it means belief without evidence, and I think it's bad to believe things without evidence. And we were just talking about some in the previous call, but like I think it's bad to take Trump on faith, for instance, and say, well, whatever Trump wants is I'm going to go along with that, and or I'm going to take some religious leader, the Ayatollah, on faith, and if he tells me it's good to go kill some Israelis or Americans, and I'm going to get 72 virgins if I die in the name of jihad for Islam, I'm just going to take it on faith, even if I don't understand that. I can't see why I should believe that's true. I'm just going to believe it anyways. Take it on faith. I think that's bad to do. And for that reason, I put it in the bad category.
Okay. Well, I would 100% agree with you on just taking people on faith and doing whatever with no evidence. I wouldn't really say that that's well, I'm a Christian. I don't think that that's the Christian definition of faith.
Okay. Well, we could talk about some passages but like I know there's a passage from Jesus where he says, I forgot the source of it. Maybe like the belief in things not seen or not. I can Google this. Let's see, passages in the Bible. I guess I'll say in the New Testament about faith. Hebrews 11:1. I think maybe that was the one. Hebrews 11:1 defines faith as the assurance of things hoped for and the conviction of unseen realities. So I think that idea, unseen, you don't see it, but you believe it anyways. And I'm guessing it doesn't mean, oh, well, you can't see it, but you can still hear it, and therefore you have reason to believe. I'm guessing this probably means even if you don't have any evidence, whether seen or hearing, tasting, touching, you still believe something. But you can let me know if maybe you have a different interpretation.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, if we use the Bible as a whole, for instance, if God gave us a mind and expects us to use it to think and reason, and then also there's a passage in Isaiah, I believe it's Isaiah 1:14, where God comes to Isaiah in a vision and he says, "Come, let us reason together." It doesn't say, "Come do what I say." So it's things not seen. It's not things not evidentiated. For instance, like we believe in magnetic force, but we can't see it with our eyes. But that doesn't make it any less true because we can still observe the evidences and effects of the magnetic force.
Okay. So one point I'll make is there may well be Objective Ethics and Big Boy are here in the chat. Hello to you. There may well be contradictions in the Bible, so it could be that there are some people in the I was about to say some people in the chat because I was just looking at the chat. There might be some passages in the Bible that promote faith in the sense of believing something without evidence. But there might be other passages. You cited something from Isaiah where it says, "Let us reason together." So there might just be contradictory passages in the Bible. I know Objective Ethics here in the chat. He had a show a week or two ago with someone about the topic of contradictions in the Bible. So I would say, insofar as the Bible does promote the idea of believing things without evidence, I would disagree with that part of it. But there might be some things here and there which I would agree with. And I cited a passage earlier in the show. I don't know if you were here for it, but Jesus' line about what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? I think that's a good insight. Like, I don't think just getting material riches is a good thing if you have to sell your soul and give up your integrity in order to acquire them. So there might be good things here and there scattered around the Bible, but I would say as a whole, I think it has a message I disagree with. And at least the parts that do say believe things without evidence, I would certainly disagree with those parts of it.
Well,
And I could talk
don't
about
think
the
that there
magnetic
are.
force, but let me come back to you first.
Well, I don't think that there are any passages that specifically tell you have faith in this thing with zero evidence.
Well, they might not use those words exactly, but the idea essentially might be there, even if they don't use those exact words.
Well, it might be there, but I don't believe it is there. I haven't seen it there.
Well, what do you think about that passage I gave you from the Hebrews?
The one about things not seen. I mean,
Yeah, it's defined.
it's
It
the
says it
same.
defines faith as assurance of things hoped for and the conviction of things of unseen realities. That's not the
Yeah.
quote from the
Well, I
Bible.
mean,
That's like a AI overview. Maybe I should pull up the actual quote.
yeah.
Hebrews
It
11:1.
does sound like it's pretty accurate to the quote from the Bible. Um, but even then, it's not a full denial of evidence. It's only things not seen.
Let me
Like
put this on the
you can
screen.
hope for and have faith that you'll get paid on payday without necessarily seeing the pay until it happens, and you still have faith that you'll get paid.
Okay. I just put it on the screen, at least one. Oh, this is the New International Version. It says, now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. Okay. I take confidence to be a different concepts than faith. And I know religious people sometimes do define faith as confidence, but I don't think that's the right. Like, I think you can have reason to be confident. Like, if I know someone really well and they've been very reliable in the past and they tell me something, I have reason to believe them because they've been trustworthy before. And I would say I'm confident
Yeah.
that what they tell me now is true. But that's not based on
Well,
nothing. It's not. What?
another way to say that would be faith. You have faith that they are telling you the truth, even though you don't have 100% proof that what they're telling you is true yet.
No, I take faith to be like I have no reason to at all to believe something, yet I'm going to believe it anyways. Like I don't think I have any reason at all to think that, let's say, a guy rose from the dead, or that the Red Sea was
Yeah.
parted, or that a woman was turned into a pillar of salt, or that God is omnipotent. I would not put in that. That's not in the same category as believing someone who I've known for a long time is probably telling me the truth.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of other evidences to the reality of Scripture and God, but saying that, I mean, you can believe that faith means believing things that you have zero evidence for and just believing them anyway. But that's not what the Bible says faith is.
Well, I think the thrust of it, the basic thrust of the idea of faith, is believing things without evidence. Now, maybe it doesn't say zero evidence, but the idea is you don't have good grounds for something, and you're believing it in defiance of whatever evidence you do have. I think now I'm not super well versed in the Bible. I mean, I've read it some, but just my general experience with how the word faith is used in the culture, and it is used in different senses. And I think there are senses of the term faith where I don't have a problem with them, like a good faith discussion.
Yeah.
Someone is not trying to be deceptive, dishonest, and or like in your marriage, you're faithful to someone, meaning you're not cheating on them. I think there are senses of the term faith that don't mean believing something without evidence, but I do think there is a sense, at least one sense, where it does mean that, and that I think the religious tradition of Christianity upholds that sense. And
Well,
I guess
I think there are definitely people that use faith to cover their gaps of understanding that are only gaps of understanding because they have a lack of knowledge that already is there, and they intellectually dishonestly use faith to just cover all of their doubts. I don't think that that's an accurate to the Bible use of faith. Like, I don't have unsupported faith that the Bible is true. I have supported faith that the Bible is true.
Well, okay. Maybe we first have to come to an agreement on what faith means. If we're going to talk about whether you have faith that what the Bible is true, whether you have faith that what the Bible says is true, we first have to agree on a definition of faith, but I'm not sure we're there yet. So,
okay. I mean, we don't have to use faith even. I could use confidence, because I can say that I have confidence that the Bible is true instead of faith.
Okay. So, okay. Well, let me write that down so we don't lose track of it. I'm going to say, I'll put it in quotes. I have faith, or I have confidence that what the Bible says is true. Okay. And let me also put this down. Well, let me just ask you, if faith does mean belief without evidence, would you then reject faith and say it's bad?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Belief without any evidence is blind and meaningless.
Okay. I'm just going to write this down. If faith is belief without evidence, then Hayden rejects faith. Okay.
And
so
then I guess another little point that I would put on top is, like, if I go out to my car and I go to start my car, and my car has never failed me, I have faith that my car is going to start again.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that kind of summarizes the gap of, or like the definition of faith for me, because faith is that extra 0.9% that you need to believe something. Because I'm not sure that there is anything that we can be 100% irrefutably like confident is true, other than your own existence, which some people don't even believe that their own existence is 100% true.
Okay. I just want to acknowledge super chat from Objectivistics for $5. Thank you. He says, having to choose between Dan talking to a Christian and my other friend talking to flat earthers on his channel. These topics are very similar, he says. All right. Well, that might be a tough choice. I don't know. Anyways, it's all being recorded, I guess. So whichever one you listen to now, you can
flat Earth, so.
you can listen to the other one later. So anyways, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. Objective ethics. All right. So I don't have a lot of time to look at the chat when I'm on a call, but sometimes I like to just take a quick glance at it. Thanks everyone for your chats, and thanks for the likes, by the way. See, we're up to 11 likes. All right, and we just got 2 more subscribers. Great, thank you for that. Okay, so you gave this example of a car starting, and you say it's started in the past, and the
Yeah,
next time
I have
it's
faith that my car will start because I put the key in. Cars are made to start. Mine has
okay.
always started, so I have faith that my car will start.
Okay. I would say I have confidence that it will start. I wouldn't say I have faith that it will start.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I think that sums up the differences in our definition of faith.
So what is your definition? You just define it as confidence? Is that how you define it?
I think it's fairly well interchangeable with confidence.
Okay. I'll say faith equals confidence just to keep it simple, fairly interchangeable. Oops, I misspelled that. Confidence. So for I'll put that as your. You can see what I'm typing if you're on YouTube. It's on. I'm sharing these notes on the screen. For Hayden, faith equals confidence. Okay. Well, I mean, if that's all it meant, I wouldn't put it in the bad category on my backgrounds, but I don't think that is all that it means.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you that your definition of faith would be bad.
Okay.
Because that would not lead to nothing would be accomplished or reasoned out if everyone was just like, I feel this way, therefore I believe this.
Okay. Well, so let's see. I don't know what the best direction to go is. We could try to discuss what faith means and whether just understanding it to mean confidence is all that it means. That's one direction we could go. I'm actually, if I look up faith definition, I think there will be a definition along the lines of confidence, but also a definition along the lines of what I said, believing without evidence. Oh, here's one. It says, well, actually, maybe that's the AI. Let me open Merriam-Webster, and I don't know that it's actually necessary.
I would be curious to see if it's a synonym. I didn't look it up myself.
Here's one that says firm belief. Let me put this on the screen. Firm belief in something for which there is no proof.
Well, I do not think that the Bible ever claims no proof.
Well, if you're looking for the exact words, I doubt you're going to find that. For one thing, it was written in a different language originally, right? Aramaic or Greek. I don't recall. So I think we need to think about, we can't just look for exact words. We have to think about what's being said and try to identify the essential point being made, and not say, oh, well, they didn't use exactly the words that are in this Merriam-Webster dictionary from 2026, and therefore the Bible didn't say anything like this, and that's not a good...
I mean, we could use something like a Greek, Hebrew, or Aramaic lexicon to pull up the Hebrew meaning or the Greek meaning.
I don't know if that's a fruitful way to approach this. I'm wondering if we should consider some passages in the Bible, or maybe
we can start with it.
I wonder if objective ethics has anything to say, because he went to seminary school, and he might know some good passages off the top of his head. I'm looking in the chat right now to see. I don't know if he's still here. Oh, he says Aramaic, Hebrew, and Greek.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's a good passage that will illustrate the idea of faith. Maybe if I Google that, I'll find some good examples. Let me try that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to Google passages in the New Testament that illustrate faith. Okay, well, there's the one from Hebrews that I already found. Faith in action and authority. Let's see, what is that? A Roman centurion asked Jesus to heal his servant, stating Jesus only needs to say the word. Jesus marvels at this, noting he has not found such great faith in all Israel. I'm not sure what to make of that.
I mean, I don't think that that's a strong case for your side or your position, because, I mean, that happened after a series of, if you take it from the biblical perspective, a series of healings that Jesus had already performed. So he could use those as an evidence to have faith in, because you would have to know that he had the ability anyway from some source. So he had to have some subjective evidence.
All right, so I do think, Objective Ethics says Paul focuses on faith over works, but it gets messy because of internal contradictions. Okay, I was going to say, people do sometimes cite miracles, like the healings of Jesus, as evidence of, I don't know, his unusual powers or supernatural powers.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't start with miracles to prove or to use as evidence, because to decide whether miracles are even possible, you would have to completely abandon a materialistic only viewpoint. And then, if God is real, miracles are possible, if not even expected to happen.
Well, I do think it's problematic to use miracles as evidence for Jesus having some special power, because I mean, I don't buy the miracles in the first place.
Well, for people that didn't experience the miracles, definitely it's not the best place to start off on.
I mean, in
Because
the
if
like
I
the people
experienced
in
a
the
miracle and then I believed because of the miracle, it would be good evidence to me. But if I went and told you, oh, something miraculous happened that I can't explain, you would have no real reason to believe me unless you already had evidence that it was impossible for that thing to happen. So it'd be a very weak argument for my cause.
So we can, I don't know if we should talk about that, but whether a miracle is even possible, if that means something, an event that is contrary to the laws of reality or the laws of cause and effect.
Yeah.
Let me get a cough drop. Hold on.
Yeah, I think before we could discuss miracles and their possibility, we would have to decide first if a God exists or could exist.
Okay, but maybe we can go there. But I just want to see how we got there from faith. So, bridge to that from faith, if we do want to go that direction. But I was going to make a point about whether it's right to, or whether a good approach here is to look for passages in the Bible pertaining to faith where it's illustrated, or if it's better to consider something like the doctrine of the Trinity, which I think is regarded by at least some Christians, maybe Catholics, as something that they themselves would say there's no way to make rational sense of it, but they believe it anyways. If so, if that is what's happening, then I think that would be an example of, in that they would call that an article of faith. I'm curious what you think about that.
I think the Trinity would be a very tricky topic because it's very complex, and to talk about it would be taking a huge leap into details of a thing that we don't yet agree even exists. We would have to discuss whether a God exists, or it's even possible for a God to exist, before we could talk about the attributes and the complexities of the God that seems to have the most evidence.
Okay, let me just make a note here on my notepad. The Trinity, I'm going to write that. Let me also say something, at least briefly, on magnetic force, which you brought up before. So that is not something I would say I take on faith. I think you can reason to things that you don't directly perceive, but if you see like iron filings lining up in a certain pattern whenever you hold a magnet next to it, then that can give you the idea of something like a magnetic force. The idea of it didn't come from nowhere. So you can infer the existence of things that you don't directly perceive. But then I would say it's based on evidence. It's not faith. Whereas I think something like the Trinity it's not like that. It's not like you can infer it from things you observe. It's just, it still doesn't make sense. Like no matter what, it's just, there's no way to make sense of it, and you still believe it. I put that in a different. I put magnetic force or electrons or atoms in a different category than the sorts of things that I think are believed on faith.
Well, I agree 100% that you observe the effects and the evidence of a magnet before you can even conceive of a magnet or understand that a magnet exists. The difference is, I believe that there's also evidence and effects that we can observe for why a God exists.
Okay. Well,
And
maybe.
Actually, I was very curious. What evidences led you to the conclusion that there is no God, or there is no thing outside of the universe?
Well, as for the universe, I take that by definition to be everything. So by definition, there can't be anything outside of it, everything. Otherwise, it wouldn't be everything.
I guess then we'd also have to discuss whether the universe came into existence or is eternal.
Yeah, we could talk about that.
Scientific evidence as of now seems to conclude that the universe had a beginning at some point.
I don't agree with that. I don't think the Big Bang, if that's what you mean, was the beginning of the universe. That's if there was a Big Bang, it would just be an event that happens during the universe's existence. Well, I don't think time applies. So I think the universe is eternal. So a temporal term like during doesn't apply to the universe as a whole. You could say things within the universe, like during this live stream, Hayden called in. Right? I can make a statement like that, but when it comes to the universe as a whole, I don't think temporal terms apply to it. And likewise, spatial terms. I don't think spatial terms like outside or inside apply to the universe as a whole.
What do you do with the second law of thermodynamics?
The idea that entropy is always increasing?
Well, the idea that energy is limited and finite.
What's the issue with that?
Well, if energy is finite, then it cannot be eternal.
if it's finite, it cannot be eternal.
Yeah.
I don't think I agree with that. I do think
And then
everything is finite, but I don't think that means it can't be eternal.
that's
I mean, if you
that's
take
like diametrically opposed. Though.
if by
Something can't be
eternal,
eternal and finite at the same time
why not?
because they oppose each other.
Why do you think they oppose each other?
Because finite means something has an end.
Okay. I guess if that's maybe if you define it that way, I would agree.
We could look up the definition of finite and even the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, we could. So there's multiple definitions of finite. One of them could be to have an end, and another of them could be to have an identity, and maybe it would only be the latter sense of finite that I would agree applies to the universe.
Well, if I look at the word finite and infinite are two opposing words. Infinite means it is not finite,
Mm-hmm.
and then finite means it is. So, I mean, we can still look up the definition, but I wouldn't agree that something could be eternal or infinite and finite at the same time. Just like black cannot also be white.
Okay. Let me write this down. So eternal and finite are inconsistent. On your view. So eternal, I take that to mean out of time. I just wrote that down.
Like unlimited time, not constricted to time. Is that what you mean?
Well, it's the idea that time doesn't even apply to it. It's not that there is time, but it's just an unlimited amount of it. That's not the idea of eternal, as I understand it. It just means that the term or the concept time is inapplicable to the universe.
I mean, we could guess that, and we could assume that, but if we look at the scientific research on thermodynamics and time has to be finite because energy is finite, and everything will inevitably burn in the end.
Well, the time of particular events within the universe, I would say yes, they are finite. Like the time that the Earth exists is finite. The time that some star exists is finite. But
Do you believe time is outside of physical realities such as the Earth?
No, I think it's a measurement. Ayn Rand describes it as a measurement of motion, I believe. Well, I don't know if she got that from Aristotle. She might have got it from. I'm looking up time here in the Ayn Rand lexicon. It says, well, this is from Leonard Peikoff, her student, who says time is a measurement of motion. As such, it is a type of relationship. Time applies only within the universe when you define a standard, such as the motion of the Earth around the sun. If you take that as a unit, you can say this person has a certain relationship to that motion. He has existed for 3 revolutions. He is 3 years old. But when you get to the universe as a whole, obviously no standard is applicable. You cannot get outside the universe. Just one more sentence here.
That's not necessarily true, because with the Hubble telescope, we discovered that the universe is expanding from a single point.
Well, I think what what's going on there is things within the universe, the distance is increasing, but I don't think that means the universe as a whole is getting bigger.
But mathematically, everything is expanding from a singular point. So
Well, it sounds like you might have a model in mind of like this. There's this cosmic grid, and then relative to that grid, which maybe there was a singularity at some point on the grid, and then the Big Bang happens. I can't remember
exactly what the model was called, but it was discovered by Hubble and Einstein, I believe.
Okay. But I don't think there is any cosmic grid against which you can measure the size of the universe. And so
now it's... We don't have to necessarily have a cosmic grid as long as we can observe the expansion of the universe and then mathematically deduce that it comes from the sun.
Well, what we can observe is the expansion of a distance between two things within the universe, like the distance between two galaxies. But I don't think that's measuring the universe itself. It's just two things within the universe.
I mean, it doesn't give us an exact measurement of the universe, but it still gives us a trend on what the universe is doing and how it's acting. And if that trend mathematically is proven to be expanding from a singular point, since we have more than two references, then I don't think there's much arguing that we could do against the universe expanding from a singular point. Which would mean that that singular point had to be a beginning of some sort, especially in relation to time, since that quote was, as soon as you attribute time to a movement of some sort, now it's quantifiable. So it looks like we have a quantifiable measurement of time of the universe from a singular point, which also would indicate a beginning.
Well, when you mention a singular point, I mean, is this a point on the cosmic grid, or what is this?
It doesn't necessarily have to be a point on the cosmic grid if we can observe that everything is moving in certain directions. Just like if you see a bowl of marbles spill on the ground and you look down at the ground, you can tell approximately where the bowl of marbles hit the ground and spread out. Or if you see an explosion and you can see that the epicenter is where a cavity has formed and everything moved in a direction away from the epicenter, you can deduce that there was an epicenter.
Okay.
But you don't necessarily have to have a grid to determine that.
Or I wonder if there's an implicit idea of a grid here. If you're saying everything moved away from a single point, if that does that imply?
I'm just restating. I believe it was Einstein using the Hubble telescope.
Okay. I'm just going to take a quick look at the chat here. Mellow Mau says the caller claimed it's scientifically proven that the universe is expanding, and this implies certain things. I refute that this is consensus, so his conclusions may not be valid. And then Greg says, I don't think validity is derived from consensus. I think it is often, I've often heard that the universe is expanding, but whether that's scientific consensus or not, I don't think that doesn't really matter much to me, because I think this is a philosophical issue, not a scientific one. And I think there are some issues on which scientists are not clear when it comes to the most basic foundational issues, like how to think about space or time or the universe, and they might say things like the universe began 15 billion years ago with the Big Bang. But I think that just shows they're confused about what the universe means. Maybe Einstein and Hubble were. I don't know. But quantum mechanics, I think, is also an area of science where I think there's a lot of confusion, and there are certain things that I think can just be ruled out on philosophic grounds, like when they involve contradictions. So I'll just make that point. Okay, well, let's see. I don't know if we should stay on this topic. I guess we can. I could do another poll.
We could. Let's see. We could switch to my question about what is the evidence or the trail of things that led you to believe that Christianity, the Bible, theism, that is false or impossible.
That Christianity is false, or that theism is impossible? Well, on the theism one, what does God mean? I think it's God is often taken to be an omnipotent being, and I have issues with that concept of omnipotence. I don't think that's a coherent concept. Sometimes this is illustrated with examples like, can God make 1 + 1 = 6? If he's all powerful, well, he should be able to do that, but that would involve some kind of contradiction, right? That would be like saying 1 + 1 = 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. A equals non-A. So if God's nature involves a contradiction, then he can be ruled out on those grounds. That's one reason I would reject God.
I mean, the idea of omnipotence or omniscience, it doesn't mean that God has the ability to go against his own nature. Otherwise, it would just fail. And I don't think there's any cases of God claiming that he can go against his own nature.
Doesn't mean he can go against his own nature. I'm writing that. There's also an issue of arbitrariness about it. So how do you know God is a he, for one thing?
What do you mean by arbitrariness?
Baseless. No reason to believe in it.
Well, baseless on what standard, though?
On the evidence available to me. I don't have any evidence that suggests to me there is an omnipotent being, as God is said to be.
Well, just because the evidence is not available to you or has been made available to you in the past, that doesn't make it necessarily untrue.
Right. Yeah. There can be things that I haven't, like, is there life in another galaxy? I don't know. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But that idea is not the idea of omnipotence. So, if the idea of omnipotence, well, you say it doesn't mean God can act against his own nature. I mean, I don't know where you get the idea. I guess there's a burden on you. If you think this thing exists, God, then I guess there's a burden on you to convince me that this thing does exist. I mean, I don't have any evidence. For one thing, I don't have evidence there is such a being, but I think I also have evidence there couldn't be such a being. So it's not just that I haven't encountered evidence of it yet, just as I haven't encountered evidence of life in another galaxy. that at least doesn't involve any contradiction that I'm aware of, life in another galaxy, but God does, if it means omnipotence. Now you say, well, it doesn't mean he can act against his own nature, but okay. I don't know, what is that the right concept of omnipotence? Where do you, why should I believe your concept of God and what you take to be omnipotence? You can feel free to speak to that if you want.
Yeah,
Why do you think it doesn't mean he
my
can act against his own nature? That's one thing. Why do you think it's a he? That's another thing. Does it have a
well, I
gender
mean,
at all?
my entire view comes from the definition that God has given us through the Scripture, which is the Bible. So the entire story of the Bible is a story of him not going against his own nature, because he claims to be all loving, all just, all knowing, all powerful. But that doesn't mean he can logically go against himself. If he wasn't all just, then he would be lying. And that would mean that he's not all good, because he claims that lying is bad. So if there's no evidence of him going against his claim of being all knowing and all powerful and all just, then I'm not sure where your understanding of evidence that shows that he can't exist is.
I'm writing this down.
Because the biblical definition always sticks to the fact that God cannot go against his own nature.
All right. So your belief comes from the Bible, not because you independently on your own came to see that there is such a being, but you believed what it said in this book. That's your basis, right?
Well, I've used the surrounding evidence to concur that God is real, and God said what is in the Bible. And therefore, if I'm going to take anyone's definition of him, I'll take his, and then I can use reason to understand it further and to address any of my doubts. Not necessarily overpower my doubts with faith, but address them with reason.
Okay, but you start with the Bible, and then you find, what did you say, corroborating or concurring evidence outside the Bible?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
And I mean, I have my own experienced things, subjectively experienced things, but I can't use those as evidence to you or to anyone outside of my subjective experience.
Okay. All right. Well, so you can learn things from books or just reading. I do it all the time. I was reading Wikipedia earlier today about the oil industry in the United States. I was reading some about, what's his name? Charles somebody who ran an oil business in Ohio, or no, it was Pennsylvania, I think. And Pratt, Charles Pratt, I think. Wow. The Pratt Institute was named after him, and then eventually Rockefeller took over he joined Rockefeller's oil business. So I learned these things, and I didn't independently I didn't know the guy. I guess he died long before I was born, but I believe that there was this guy, Charles Pratt, who was a businessman. So I think you can, and then I can get.
If I could take that a step further, I think that you would. I think that you would have at least some amount of faith that this guy existed based on the evidence that you've been faced with in the book that you read or in the article that you read. And even if you don't want to call it faith, we could call it confidence. But I don't think there's any way that we could deny that it's at least belief.
Any way we could deny what?
That it's at least belief that this guy existed, even if we don't call it confidence.
Oh yeah, I have the belief that he existed, And I would
Since you
say
didn't meet him in person,
excuse me?
you were able to come to that conclusion. Since you didn't meet him in person, then you were able to come to that conclusion without that kind of experience. So I guess my question would be, what is different about theism?
Well, if I had read on Wikipedia that this guy was 100 feet tall and he was turned into a pillar of salt, I wouldn't believe that as readily. I didn't see anything like that made my eyebrows go up. It was all very plausible based on my own experience of the world. But if I read about like he died and then he came back from the dead, I wouldn't believe that. So that's one way. That's how my belief is different from the things that I learned about. My belief in him is not the same as, like I don't have the same inclination to believe what I read about him versus what I read about in the Bible.
I would add another layer to that as well. I don't think that we could completely compare Wikipedia, which is an open source website, and its reliability to the reliability of a document that we have hundreds of thousands of copies of, spanning across thousands of years, with no differences of meaning that are accepted by the general majority of Christianity.
I have a lot more confidence in Wikipedia than the Bible because of its contents. I mean, the Wikipedia is not saying things that are outlandish, like people can be turned into pillars of salt or come back from the dead.
You said outdated?
Outlandish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I don't think it doesn't matter if you have thousands of years worth of Bibles. I mean, stories can be passed on from generation to generation. That's true, but that doesn't make them more likely to report what actually happens.
Well, I mean, with that, we could look at the way that many of the apostles died, and they died very painful, excruciating death, solely based on not refuting the statement that something outlandish happened. But I don't think there's any real evidence of other people dying for claims that they know are false or outlandish that didn't happen.
There's, hold on a second. Oh, I just see Audrey did another super chat. Thank you, Audrey, for $11.11. There's a lot of ones there. Okay, that's a question about induction. All right. I think I'm going to postpone that for now because that's on a different topic. Objective ethics says, Dan, tell him the reason we know the Bible is false is because of the laws of physics he keeps misunderstanding. I was just reading someone's chat there. Just started listening, and Dan's comment
sure.
that
and
he
I can speak to that if you'd like. I don't know.
Audrey says, just started listening, and Dan's comment that he has far more trust in Wikipedia than the Bible made me laugh out loud. The alleged martyrdom of the apostles, says Objective Ethics, has no actual evidence or historicity. You can address that one if you want. Are you still there? Oh, it looks like...
I am still here.
Someone in the chat, I don't know if you heard me read that, but yeah.
The no evidence historically?
Yeah, he says the alleged martyrdom of the apostles has no actual evidence or historicity.
I mean, some of them are debated, but a lot of them do have very good evidence. And then we can look across history and see that even today, people are dying for things that they believe are true.
Sure. I mean, I might die for something I believe is true. A simple
claim that this is not true, and if they know it's not true, could save their life. And then also, even if it was a mass hallucination, why have we seen this massive amount of loyalty to a book that has not changed? And honestly, it is the most well copied and transmitted document that we have.
Okay. So there's one point you made was the apostles, they died for things they believed.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the implication is they wouldn't have done that if the things they believed weren't true. Like, well, so what did they what is, let's flesh that out a bit. They died for things they believed. Like what? What did they believe that they died for?
They died for the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and they were witnesses to that.
They died for the resurrection, for the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
For belief in the truth of the death and resurrection.
They died for
and
believing.
as eyewitnesses, it's different than other people just saying, well, I believe this thing.
They died for believing the death and resurrection of Jesus. And you say they were witnesses to the resurrection.
Yes. Which most scholars, even secular scholars, can't deny Jesus' existence. They can only deny his resurrection.
Well, I think his existence is debated, actually. I don't know how widespread a view
it's debated, but not by most intellectually honest people. Especially when you look across all kinds of cultures and beliefs and religions, and everyone seems to mention him. It leads into the question, can we even say that he wasn't real if there's so much evidence and documentation of him existing, whether people believed in Christianity or not? Because there's Roman sources, there's Jewish sources, there's even Asian sources, and African sources that claim that he was a real person. And some of those people are not Christians and don't come from Christian or even religious backgrounds.
Okay. Well, I don't have a strong view of that. Like, I mean, I think I've heard that his existence is debated, but maybe there's a consensus around that that he actually did exist. I guess I'm fine. I don't have a problem with that. But you have said that apostles witnessed his resurrection. Now that,
yes,
I'm not buying that. So,
well, if we look at what they wrote, they seem to have claimed to witness the resurrected Christ.
So,
and they even put their hands on him.
You can read anything. You can write anything.
That's true. So I guess the question is the document true? Is it accurate?
Yeah, I mean,
and it goes just like a court case. We have to look at the witnesses and the evidence of, and the trustworthiness of the evidence or the witnesses. And if we look at that, we have hundreds of people that saw the resurrected Christ.
I don't buy that.
I mean, is there a reason that you don't buy it, though?
Yeah.
Because you cannot buy anything you want, but that doesn't make it any more like true.
Yeah, my own experience and what I've learned about the world, including scientific knowledge I've learned, biology, physics. So all of that clashes with the idea that someone could be resurrected.
It may clash with the idea that someone can be resurrected, but that doesn't really have anything to do with whether people saw him and claimed that he was resurrected by the hundreds. And then,
well, it has something to do with whether I should believe that people saw him resurrected.
Well, I mean, we'd have to look at it like every other historical document. We'd have to look for outside sources. We'd have to look at source consistency. And then we can look at the fact that people died for those sources and for the fact that they were true, which you don't really see anywhere else.
I don't know that, like, corroboration by other sources. I mean, stories can be passed down from generation to generation. So
Well, that is true, but usually they're not.
that doesn't mean that the stories are true, right?
Not necessarily by itself, but there's other ways to look at it, you know? Like what would you consider adequate evidence of something happening? Because we could look at someone like some of the Roman emperors that we have 5, 10, 15 documents about, and most people generally believe that those people existed and did most of the things that they claim to have done in those 5, 10, 15 documents. But then we have hundreds of thousands of documents claiming that something incredible happened with one person in history, but we give that less faith and less confidence, just based on the fact that it sounds ridiculous, which is not an intellectually honest way to decide if something is true or false.
Well, it's because it clashes with their experience. Like I said, it clashes with my experience and what I've learned in my life.
I think we could both agree that as humans with limited experience and limited knowledge, we can't claim to have experienced and known everything.
Sure. But
So
we can
there is still
experience
room
enough.
for the truth of it.
But I don't. That doesn't give us a license to buy anything. We also have experiences that people can lie and make up stories and tell fiction. That's also part of our experience.
That is true, but we have methods of deducing whether someone has lied or made something up.
Yeah. Yeah, part of it is whether it clashes with a bunch of other things that we have good reason to believe.
Well, if we apply the same methods to Christianity that we do other things, they hold up significantly well.
I think they don't hold up well at all.
Why do you think that, though? Is it just because it sounds ridiculous and doesn't conform to your lived experience?
Well, that's a big part of it. And I think that's a very important part.
Most of the things that you believe that you haven't directly experienced, all of those could also be lies. So what do you believe when you don't experience something? Do you just discredit everything that you can't experience on your own?
No, I've given the example of Wikipedia and this article about Charles Pratt, which I read, which coheres very well. There's no contradictions at all, no conflicts at all. There's no tension at all with my experience of the world. But there's tons of conflicts.
Well, there's no contradictions in itself in the Bible. So
I don't buy that. Between my experience in the Bible, there's lots of conflicts.
Could you provide me with one?
I've already done so.
If we're talking about the Hebrew one, or the Hebrews one, that wasn't a very convincing argument because...
No. The Hebrews example, the passage about faith?
Oh, yeah.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about people rising from the dead, women turning into pillars of salt, stones being tapped with rocks.
If the Bible as a whole is true, or if God exists, then those things are possible.
I think that's a different issue. I'm talking about what did not cohere with my experience in the Bible.
Yeah, but I think that we can both agree that your experience doesn't determine truth from lie.
Yeah, I'm not claiming anyone. I'm claiming I have reason not to trust the Bible, whereas I don't have reason not to trust Wikipedia in that same kind of way, because Wikipedia is not clashing all over the place with my experience, whereas the Bible is.
Yes, but that doesn't necessarily give it any more truth or falsity.
It gives me a very big reason to be skeptical.
I mean, I can understand the skepticism. That's completely fine. But as long as we use our methods to address it, I think that it will hold up to the scrutiny.
Okay, well, I'm not buying that, but maybe we should end on this point, and because I do have a lot of chats, including some super chats, and I want to give them some time. Well, here's one directed to you, actually, from Audrey. She asked a question, and you can answer this if you want. She says, ask your caller why he believes in the Christian God and not Zeus, Allah, Buddha, or the countless other gods.
Oh, that's easy. The Christian God and the Bible holds up to all the scrutiny that when applied to other religions, it just doesn't hold up. The Christian God is the only exclusive God and the only one that maintains the best explanation for all things that we experience, even things that we can't explain.
All right, there you go, Audrey. Let me read some of these from Objective Ethics. Says the things Dan is referring to are not contradictions. They are conflicts with science and history, but contradictions are P and not P. There are numerous contradictions in the Bible, he says. So well, I guess they contradict things in my knowledge. Like things cannot, the nature of a woman is not such that it can be turned into a pillar of salt. I don't know if I can formulate that in terms of P and not P, but
Could I say something to that?
Yeah.
I would say objections or contradictions to science in the Bible, you would have to decide whether God is real and true and whether he created everything. Because if he did, then a contradiction or an exception to science or an exception to the rule would be no small task for someone who created all the rules. I think that it would be expected in some scenarios, especially if an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-just God claims that he can control everything that he created. So before addressing that concern, you would have to address whether a God exists or could exist.
All right. I think, let's see, any other super chats directed for the caller? Doesn't look like it. Okay, I think I'm going to end the call here, but thank you for calling in. I do appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. It was nice talking to you, and I know that you don't believe in it, but I would like to offer prayer for you. I will be praying for you, and I hope that I haven't turned you away from the possibility of the Bible being true, and I hope that you address it with the same skepticism anything else deserves.
All right. Thanks for your call. Bye.
So, have a good one.
You too. Oh, I gotta click this end button, I guess. Okay. So I don't address the Bible with the same skepticism that I address other sources. I mean, I apply the same standards, but one of my standards is what coheres, what is consistent with my experience of the world, as I said. So I think I have, given that standard, I have lots of reasons to be skeptical that the Bible is true compared to reading about some American businessman on Wikipedia. To repeat that example. Which does not clash at all with my experience So when there are tons of clashes, I think that gives you good reason to think, maybe I shouldn't buy all this. Mellow Mau says, I like this caller, a cut above the usual theist in terms of respect and sticking out questions. All right. I should address some of these super chats. I think there was at least one from Audrey that I haven't gotten to. Oh, let me turn my do not disturb off. And let me put I got to put my volume back on mute for the callers so it's ready for the next person. Okay. Goal achieved. Excellent. On the super chats, we got 5 out of 5. I forgot I still had that poll showing. Still had the poll showing. Let me end the poll. So what were the results? Oh, so we hit the super chat goal. See that? Goal achieved. 5 out of 5. Thank you all for that. Thanks everyone who contributed to that. I'm going to start a new super chat goal. I'm going to say same goal. 5 super chats. They can be of any amounts. All the colors. 3 hours. I usually go till a little bit after 9 p.m. Pacific. So 3 hours is still within that range. All right. Start goal. I aim to provide more value in the next 3 hours. So if you want to help support the show, you can do so through the super chat or super stickers. I overachieved. Yes, Dan says you overachieved your goal, says Audrey. Yes, thanks to you in part, I did overachieve my goal. Let me pull up my fan funding. So I can see all the super chats and super stickers together. This is my YouTube studio view, because if I try to show you in the other window, I might have to refresh the chat and then I might end up losing some chats. All right, so I addressed this one about AI, this one about AI. this one about AI, this one about dreaming. Can philosophy answer? Yeah, I addressed that one. So that was 5 so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so that got us to the goal. And then we exceeded the goal because Greg then did a super sticker. Oh, Stephen Katz, he also did a PayPal. So that's we way exceeded the goal. So this is Stephen is 6, Greg is 7, objective ethics is 8. Objective ethics again, I didn't see that one yet. That's 9. Audrey is 10. Wow. Audrey again, 11. Excellent. Thank you all so much. This is great. Okay. So the one I haven't answered yet, objective ethics says, starting with this one, the faith your caller is conflating in the car analogy. So ask him about what the evidence is that his faith is based on. Okay, I guess we got into that. He said well, you put the faith in quotes. I actually probably can go back in my other window enough to get to that. Because it might show a little better on the screen if I show you in the chat. No? Oh, yeah, I guess I got to go past that. Here it is. The faith your caller is conflating in the car analogy. So ask him what the evidence is that his faith is based on. Okay. Well, unfortunately, he's no longer on the call, but I guess he could tell you in the chat if he wants, but maybe I can remember enough about what he said to somewhat address what I think he might say to this. So he said that he's read the Bible, and that's a basis of his belief. And what he's read in the Bible has been corroborated or concurred with by other experiences he's had. So that's what what you mean by what his faith is based on is what his belief in God is based on, or what his belief that the Bible is true is based on. I guess at least part of his answer would be that he would say it's been corroborated by experiences he's had in life. I guess he can confirm or disconfirm that in the chat if he wants. And I would say, in my experience, it's been anti-corroborated in a major way by my experiences. So, yeah. Whereas my experience gives me reason to be skeptical about the Bible, I guess he would say his experience gives him a reason to believe the Bible. And you can decide based on your own experience if either of those directions you would go. Does your experience give you reason to think that people can rise from the dead, that women can turn into pillars of salt? Does that kind of stuff cohere well with your experience? Or does your experience lead you to think that, well, maybe someone just made up a story? Maybe that's the more likely thing that's going on. What's easier to do? Make up a story like that? Or what's more plausible to think happens. Someone just made up a story, or that actually happens. Okay. So there was that one, and then I think there's this super chat from Audrey. What body of evidence do we need to make an inductive claim? It's not about quantity. So is it about being adequately varied to isolate the cause? See Mill's methods. Okay. So it looks like that was the last super chat I haven't gotten to yet. Is this poll still going? I thought I turned it off, but it looks like it's still going on here. Oh, now that the amounts changed. Oh, that's not the... Oh, I guess that's just in this studio view. I think, yeah, I already ended it in the non-studio view. I thought it showed up somewhere. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's the goal. Oh, yeah, here's the poll results. So before I had asked, should we stay on topic A, whether mind-independent reality can be proved, or B, switch to ethics politics. So the leading vote was I have no preference. Oh, based on 20 votes. Wow, I got a lot of votes. Thanks for participating. So it ended up 35% said they have no preference. 30 said stay with A. I guess we did that. And because mostly we stayed on that for the first call with Conrad. And then 25% was talk about switch to ethics, politics. And we didn't really do that. At least not much. But I guess I did what the slight majority wanted. Okay. So let me just do this other super chat from Audrey. What body of evidence do we need to make an inductive claim? It's not about quantity. So is it about being adequately varied to isolate the cause? See Mill's methods. All right, so induction, just to set the context a bit, for anyone who's not familiar, is the process of reaching a general idea based on particular concrete events. For example, if you see one dog wagging its tail, and then you see another dog wag its tail, and then a third dog wag its tail, you might induce from those particular cases, all dogs wag their tails. That might be your generalization. Or you see a swan and it's white, and you see another swan and it's white, and then you see a few more swans and they're all white. And then you generalize and you say, all swans are white. Turns out that would be a false generalization. But it's at least a generalization. That's all I'm trying to illustrate right now. Turns out there's black swans in Australia, I think. So when are you justified in making this leap, this inductive leap from some to all? Are you ever justified in making this leap? If so, when are you justified? How much evidence or what kind of evidence do you need? Is it just an issue of quantity? Like if once you've seen 100 white swans, that's enough to say all swans are white? Or do you need 1,000,000 swans? Or is there any amount of white swans that would suffice to say all swans are white? I think that case, it's not an issue of numbers, like how many, because color is a superficial trait. You can see how it varies among people. Some people are black, some people are white, some people are brown, some people are red or ish. And maybe it's like that with swans. Maybe, you see dogs, they have different colors, right? And maybe swans have different colors too. Maybe they don't vary as much as dogs do. Maybe there aren't as many varieties of colors, but it's a relatively superficial trait. Like for an organism, like whether a human is white or black or brown doesn't really make much difference to their nature as a human being. So you might think it's like that with other species. It doesn't make much difference what their color is. So even if I've only seen swans of a certain color, I shouldn't conclude that all swans are that way. Maybe I just have to go to a different part of the world. So, what body of evidence do we need to make an inductive claim? It's not about quantity, that's what I was just saying. Or at least it's not only about quantity. So is it about being adequately varied to isolate the cause? Like if you've gone to a variety of continents, if you've gone to every continent on the world, or maybe all continents but one, and swans everywhere on every continent are whites, is that adequately varied evidence to isolate the cause? Let's say you've gone to every continent except Australia. Is that varied enough? I don't think so. But I don't know how you would decide. I think the type of variety matters. So, variety of climates might be different than variety of something else. I don't know. I mean, sometimes color does matter. Like if you're a polar bear, right, then being white is not an irrelevant or superficial characteristic. They need that to blend in with the snow, and that's the way they survive. But sometimes color is not relevant, or not, at least not obviously relevant. But if you have varied evidence, that helps, at least sometimes. Like if you want to, how about some example with human beings? Like if you want to know, well, who's going to win the presidential race? Trump or Biden? Let's say we're in October 2024. Or I guess it was Trump or Harris at that point. Trump or Harris. And you only ask people in Florida, right? Only ask white Republicans in the state of Florida. That's not a very varied selection pool, right? What about not just white Republicans in Florida? What about brown or Hispanic Democrats in California? What about people in, so that would be a case where to have an accurate prediction of who's likely going to win, you would need a variety of evidence. But exactly what traits are relevant to vary, you need to think about that some. Like, I don't think it's not going to matter too much. Well, I asked a bunch of people who are 5'11", but what about people who are 5 feet 10 inches? I didn't ask any of them who they're going to vote for, or people who are 5'8". So let me get some variety here and ask people who have a great variety of heights who they're going to vote for. Now, we don't have any reason to think that height correlates with, at least I'm not aware of any reason to think height correlates with who someone's going to vote for. So just having variety of that kind isn't going to help. So you have to figure out what kind of variety is relevant to consider for it to be helpful in reaching some general conclusion that most people support Trump or most people support Biden, and that's going to take some work. It's not about quantity, Audrey says. So is it about being adequately varied to isolate the cause? I think it's at least part that, but it takes some work, as I was just saying, to figure out what kind of variation is relevant. Now, I was giving examples of race, like white Republicans or black Democrats. But we know that, or I think I know, I wouldn't say it's true. Being a certain skin color doesn't make you vote for a certain person. You can be white and vote for either candidate, or black and vote for either candidate, Asian, vote for either candidate. But there might be some general tendencies, but I don't think they're the causal fundamental. They're just correlations you can find, like who won the black vote, who won the Hispanic vote. You could find these things out. But even if you find out that, let's say, Biden won the majority of the Hispanic vote, that doesn't mean they voted for him because he was Hispanic. So what's more important than these superficial correlations is if you can identify why they did vote for him. What is the cause? If they didn't vote for him because they were Hispanic, well, why did they vote for him? Because they thought he was better on immigration. And they are likely to be immigrants, or at least family members of people who are immigrants. Hispanic people are. So that maybe that's an issue they care a lot about, and they see Trump as being worse for them on that issue. That would be more of a causal explanation. So, and I guess, if you got to have a conversation and ask them, why did you vote? Then that would be useful. At least in some contexts. But maybe if you're in a context where you don't have the opportunity to ask a person for their reasons why they voted for someone, then maybe the best you can do is rely on these relatively superficial characteristics, like race or skin color, in order to make some prediction. Okay. I've been talking about this for a while. I hope that's somewhat useful. I don't know. You can let me know. But those are some thoughts I have on that. Have you read David Harriman's book? I think last time you've asked about Induction before, and I think I've mentioned before that I think that would be a good book to read. He presents Leonard Peikoff's theory of induction. There's also lectures by Leonard Peikoff. I don't know if you've heard those. His course, Induction in Physics and Philosophy. I definitely recommend that. And I think he also makes comments about induction in his course, The Art of Thinking. It might just be in a kind of random context, and maybe someone raised it in a Q&A. I don't know if he actually gave a lecture on it. But I do remember somewhere in that course, he discusses the theory of induction. This was before he formulated a theory of his own. That course was given in 1992, I believe, The Art of Thinking. And I think he makes also some comments in his History of Philosophy course on induction, maybe when he's talking about Hume and the problem of induction. And that course is even older. That was from 1970, I believe. Or 72, one of those years. Let me look at the end of the chat, see if there's anything there. Oh, you say you have Harriman's book but haven't read it yet. I'm going to start on Peikoff's course on induction very soon. Oh, Prophet Divinity is here. Hello. That's Liam Staten. He goes by that name sometimes. You say, I'm considering going into graduate school for philosophy. Could you give me your evaluation of a pursuit like that? Okay. Audrey, does that give you $11.11 worth? I hope so. You can let me know if you want me to say more. Maybe I can add some more to what I said. But thank you for that super chat. We doubled the goal, actually, because I think I had 10 total. Thank you all for that. All right. So, and thanks everyone for being here. I see we got 14 people, it says right now, 11 likes. All right. Got a new subscriber. Just saw it went up by 1. Thank you. Oh, I don't have my timestamps turned on. I don't know how that happens. All right, so that one from Prophet Divinity was only 4 minutes ago. He's considering going to graduate school. Oh, Audrey says, not really, but I'll get my answer from Peikoff's induction course. He. Oh, I didn't give you $11.11 worth. Well, sorry. I don't know if I can. Maybe I just don't understand induction well enough to give you $11.11 worth. But maybe that's a risk you run. If you ask a super chat question, you don't know what kind of value you're going to get from it. So, yeah, bear that in mind if you ask a super chat. Well, maybe I can think of some more to say later about it, but I tried. And you can use that as a basis. You can induce what is an appropriate amount to send super chats in the future based on how much you liked my answer on previous super chats. That'll help you gauge future super chats and how much you think how much money you should put on them. That's okay, Dan. I'm glad to donate to your cause. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Prophet Divinity is considering going into graduate school for philosophy. Could you give me your evaluation of a pursuit like that? Okay. It needs to be egoistic, which I assume you know. It ought to be egoistic. So, what do you think would make for the best life? Make for the best life for you? If you want to be a philosophy professor and you pretty much need to have a PhD in philosophy, because I don't know anyone who's going to hire you at a university if you don't have a PhD. So do you want philosophy to be central to your life in your career, or do you want it to just be a hobby? That's something to consider. If you just want it as a hobby, then grad school might be overkill. It might not be worth the kind of time and effort you have to put into it, because it is a big commitment. I think it's typically, well, here's the thing. You could try a smaller step if you're not sure. Like you could do a master's program, which is maybe 2 years. I think that's typical. PhD is a bigger commitment. I think usually it's more like 6 years, 5 or 6 years. So even smaller than masters, you could just audit some classes or enroll on a one-off case. You could take some graduate courses. You can do that sometimes. The universities will have extension programs, and even if you're not enrolled as a student in some university, you can just sign up for a one-off course. And I did that, actually. I did a few like that when I had been out of undergraduate school for several years, and then I was deciding to get back into grad school. Well, I decided I wanted to give grad school a try, but I didn't think I could do it just cold, off not having done any academic philosophy for 5 years and then just go straight into grad school. Like maybe if I had a good enough record as an undergrad, I could have done that, but I was so interested in studying objectivism as an undergrad that I didn't put as much effort as I needed to get a really good transcript as an undergrad. So I wasn't really competitive applying to grad schools coming out of undergrad, because I wasn't trying to make myself competitive. That wasn't my goal at the time. I was more interested in studying objectivism. I mean, also interested in my classes to some extent, but not to the extent I would need to have a good shot at getting into a PhD program. So, but later I decided, actually, I do want to go to graduate school. And I applied to a bunch of PhD programs, but I didn't get into any of them on my first attempt. But I also, I needed letters of recommendation and to apply to a PhD program, but I hadn't seen any professors for 5 years. So how am I going to get letters? Well, I thought, well, maybe if I just take some one-off courses at a local university, I can get to know some professors, and then that will give them a basis for writing me letters of recommendation. So now when I apply, they can write me letters. So I did that. I got some letters, but it wasn't enough. I didn't get in anywhere. So I gave up on grad school for a while, did some other things. So then a few years later, I decided I want to give it another shot. And but instead of this time applying for PhD programs, I'm going to do something, take a more modest step and just apply to master's programs. And those are easier to get into. So I did that. I got into a master's program and got to know some professors, so then they could write me letters of recommendation in case I decided I wanted to go on for a PhD program. So I did that, and then made my second attempt after the master's program, made my second attempt at getting into a PhD program, and then finally I got into one. And I took it. I accepted the offer. But it's very competitive. So I don't know what your undergraduate experience has been like. But if you did great as an undergrad, you had a really excellent transcript, then maybe you can go straight from undergrad to a PhD program. If you didn't do great, if you just had like mediocre grades, you might need to do something like a master's program, and then you could try to use that as a stepping stone to a PhD program. But maybe master's isn't enough. Maybe you don't want something as big as a PhD program. So I'm just saying something to consider is these smaller steps. Like maybe just take a one-off course at a university in a graduate program and see how it goes for you. See if you like it, get a feel for it. And then you could do something more ambitious and maybe take a few courses like that or apply for a master's program. So there are different levels here to consider. And if you're not sure about it, just think of ways to do a smaller version of it. So this is one strategy you could take. And I guess over time, you can reassess things, introspect, see how you feel about things. What kind of career do you want to have? Are you interested in being a professor in a university? Do you want to work for a think tank? Do you want to be an independent intellectual? Be a YouTuber, podcaster? So I think for the only one of those, I think you would need graduate school for definitely is philosophy professor. You could work for a think tank even if you don't have a grad school philosophy degree. You can be a YouTuber or podcaster without that. So now, even if you are a YouTuber or podcaster, it still might be helpful to have a PhD. And, I find it helpful to me. I think but partly it helps me build an audience. I think having certain credentials might attract more people to listen to you, all things being equal, to if you didn't have a graduate degree. But also it can make you more informed and more effective in having conversations with people. You'll just know more about the fields. It's not that you necessarily can't get a lot of knowledge you get in grad school on your own, but it just might be easier. And if you were to go through all the steps you're going to go through anyways to get that knowledge, you might think, well, might as well have a degree attached to it. So I have this kind of third-party credentialing for whatever that's worth in the eyes of other people who you might have an easier time attracting to listen to you, to build your audience. So there's that to consider. Even if the profession doesn't strictly require a PhD, it still might be helpful, or a master's still might be helpful to you, and depending on the kind of topics you're interested in. So instead of just studying ethics or epistemology or whatever on your own for a few years, why not get a master's as you're doing it? And then you would have the knowledge and you would have the degree. And that might be useful to you. All right, so there are some thoughts on your question. It's a big topic, but there's at least some initial thoughts. Let me look at the end of the chat. He says, "Thank you, Dan. That's very helpful. I actually just started working at the Ayn Rand Institute. And my goal with academia is to best position myself to work and lecture as an expert on objectivism / contemporary philosophy." Okay. Well, congrats on that, on working with ARI. I'm glad that was helpful. You just started working there, and your goal with academia is to best position yourself to work and lecture as an expert on objectivism / contemporary philosophy. Okay. Yeah, I guess you could do that with or without a graduate degree, but sounds like maybe a graduate degree would be useful. So you might need a graduate degree to teach at ARI, if that's something you were interested in doing, to teach philosophy at least. I think the people they have there who teach philosophy, like Onkar Ghate or Aaron Smith, Ben Bayer, they all have philosophy graduate degrees. Mike Mazza. And you could also talk to them. Maybe you already have talked to them about this, but might be useful to do if you haven't already. All right. Let me see what else is in the chat. Let me also... Oh, looks like I haven't missed any calls. The last caller left a voicemail, which I haven't heard yet. I'm curious to listen to it now, though. This was the Hayden, the theist, who called in. I think that's who the voicemail is from. Computer's being a little slow. Well, it's not. Looks like a 19-second voicemail, but for some reason when I click... Oh, do I have to move up? Yeah, when I click on the voicemail tab, it doesn't give me an option to listen to the voicemail. I don't know what... Oh, here we go. I figured it out. Nothing yet. 10 seconds left. It's just an empty voicemail. Okay. The unique advantage of the grad degree is knowledge of contemporary issues. Additionally, I am interested in lecturing for a think tank, hopefully them. Okay. You can also get knowledge of historical issues. I mean, if you take courses on the history of philosophy, for instance. But yeah, you can get, it can help you get a feel for contemporary philosophy. Yeah, and as I said, it might help you get a job teaching philosophy for them. Roman asks, Dan, do you think the world should be one state with federalism for different speech regions? Language. Law should be universal and apply to all humans no matter where they live. Oh, different language regions? Is that what you mean? Do you think the world should be one state with federalism for different language regions? Law should be universal and apply to all humans no matter where they live. Well, I have heard objectivists make the point that it's good to have multiple states in case one goes bad, then there's somewhere to flee to. Whereas if you just have one state in the entire planet, then if that one state becomes corrupt, then it's harder to get away from it, right? So, and people have free will. So even if one state starts out good, respecting rights, it doesn't guarantee they will always forever respect rights. Maybe they will start acting differently at some point. Maybe they'll start misusing their free will, making bad choices, evading, doing irrational things. So it seems reasonable to me that it would be good for there always to be at least one other option and maybe several other options. I don't know what the optimal number is. Is it 3? Is it 7? Is it 58? I don't have a view on that. But I think they should have essentially the same laws. They should all respect individual rights and not coerce people through taxation or regulation. But there could be differences on certain issues, like the age of majority. I think there are some issues that are optional, and in the US it's 18, some countries it's 16, some countries it's 21. It can't be 5, right? Or 65. That wouldn't make sense. But there's a range within which it's I think would be appropriate for different places to have different rules, laws. But some laws are not, like, it's not, there can't be a range of places where you can coerce people. Like in some places it's okay to tax. That wouldn't be, there can't be options like that, because taxation is coercive, which is always wrong. But something like the age of majority, that could vary from place to place. So some laws are universal, like the no coercion law, but other laws like the age of majority, those don't have to be universal. One state would make law enforcement easier for better or worse. I'm not sure what that means. Like, police are law enforcement, right? So it would be easier for police some places to enforce the laws than others. Maybe. I'm not sure why that would be, though. If that's what you mean, maybe you mean something else. Okay. There's a bunch of other chats I haven't seen yet earlier. Maybe I should look up at those. Or maybe I should take a break. Audrey says philosophy professorship and grad school is super competitive. It is. It is. It's many more applicants than there are positions available. I think both for applying to be a graduate student and also maybe even more so for applying to be a professor. Sometimes you'll have a few hundred people applying for one job, one spot. Very hard to get a spot as a tenure track professor. You can also take advantage of the fact that you've got a lot of people at ARI who have gone to graduate school. So, and you can talk with them as you're going through your studies. If you do decide to go to grad school, I think there's a lot of resources at ARI where they could be helpful to you. People who have gone to grad school, they can serve as mentors, maybe give you feedback on papers that you're writing. All right, I'm going to take a break, and then we'll continue after the break. I guess I'll break for about 10 minutes, as usual. Let me just type that in the chat. I'll say it's now 6:43. So I'll say back at about 6:54 p.m. Pacific. Okay. I will see you in a bit. I am back. And hopefully my volume is back. Last time, somehow I lost my volume, or you all couldn't hear me for a few minutes, and I don't know why, but I think everything should be working. Oh, I do need to put in my other AirPod. In case someone calls. I forgot that since I didn't have my AirPod in, whenever I change my AirPods, or when I swap one out for the other, it automatically resets my mic, and I forgot about that. So my podcast mic was not active for a few seconds. All right, but I think all the audio is as it should be now. Okay. So, what shall we discuss next? Phone lines are still open. If anyone wants to call, you can dial the number on my backgrounds or call by Zoom, which is linked in my description. Someone said that I had P and non-P in my background because I have Israel, U.S. Israel, the West on the good category and also the bad category. They thought it was a contradiction, but I think it was just because I had the word anti covered up. If I move a little this way, you can see anti on the bad side. It's anti-U.S. Israel West that's bad. I'm not saying the same thing is good and bad, but maybe you could induce that from the prior entries, anti-abortion and anti-immigration. I also have the same kind of structure for 3 lines in a row: abortion, immigration, and then this one, and then anti each of those on the bad side. So, but I saw someone took a screenshot of me, and I was covering up the anti on the bad side, and so they thought I was saying the same thing was good and bad. All right, I'm going to come back to the chat, see what's going on there. Someone says, "You're Peter Thiel's greatest boy." I don't know why he says that. He's a Catholic, right? Christian nationalists or integralists, something like that. I don't know. But at least on that point, I certainly don't agree with Peter Thiel. All right, a lot of chats from Roman. If you let me know you're still here, I'll be more likely to engage with your chat. your chats, because I want to give priority to people who are here live. A lot of chats from Audrey. I think I read most of those, or maybe all of them. Greg is here. Okay, so if you want me to give priority to your chat, you can do a super chat, and I'll go straight to that. Thank you for the conversation, says Hayden. You're welcome. Oh, Audrey says, I'm still here. Thanks. All right. Well, I guess that gives me reason to prioritize Audrey's chats because I know she's here. Are there any chats you've done that I haven't addressed yet that you want me to engage with? Or do you have any new chats you want to do? Or I've got one eye on my phone and one eye on my laptop because I want to look at different parts of the chats. On my phone, I can see the bottom of the chat, the newest chats. But on my laptop, which is what you see, I'm scrolling through earlier chats to see if I want to engage with some earlier chats. There's so many here to choose from. Oh, Mellow Mau says, I'm here too. I made occasional messages of claims. I aim to be insightful. All right. Yeah, let me look for some by you, because I don't think I've engaged with your chats much. Let's see. I could do a search on your name, and maybe that's a quick way. Oh, here's one. I like this car starting example. Did I read that one already? Because it's about my expectation that the car will start. Oh, I don't think I did read that one. And expectations do not have objective self-evident support. Their validity can rise and fall. So that's a case where I would say I have confidence that my car will start the next time, but I wouldn't say I have faith, because, well, I mean, at least the relevant concept of faith is, in some contexts, it's belief without evidence. And I did find I did show on the screen, there was that Merriam-Webster dictionary definition of faith. Let me pull it back up, which was basically the sense of faith that I think is relevant here. Yeah, firm belief in something for which there is no proof. Here it is. So now we could also say evidence here for which there is no evidence. I think that's basically the same basically the same idea. But you do have evidence that your car is going to start the next time. You have all the past times it started. And the fact that it's parked in your garage and it doesn't look like anyone broke into your garage or broke into your car to mess with the ignition system. So same cause, same effect. So I would say there is reason or evidence to believe your car is going to start. Whereas if it were, do I have evidence that George Washington is going to rise from the dead. No. It's not like I've seen that happen many times. Same cause, same effect. Every time someone dies, he gets resurrected. So I should expect the next time someone dies, they resurrect. No. I haven't seen anyone ever die and then come back to life. So you're not in the same position with regard to resurrection that you are in with regard to your car starting. And then someone say, oh, well, it says it in the Bible. And thousands of people believe it. Millions of people, billions. Okay. Maybe that's true, but does it clash with your own experience to think someone is going to rise from the dead? And do people who say they believe it really believe it? Do they believe it with the same strength that they believe other things? Like 2 + 2 is 4? Or the car is going to start next time you turn the key in the ignition? Someone by the name of Oscar was in the chat. Demanding proof of objective reality is silly, says the big boy. There being an objective reality is the whole reason proof is important in the first place. I agree, says Audrey. If reality were just whatever was in your mind, then I guess you could just think something and it would be so. How do I prove pigs fly? Well, I'm imagining one. But maybe if there's an objective reality, you have to see if your idea coheres with that, is consistent with that. So I'm just thinking some more about this comment from Big Boy here. Yeah, I think there's something right about that. Exit. Another chatter. The belief that everything is mind is a distinction without a difference. I still have little control of the mind world. Interesting comments by Holden. I think you mean Hayden. Hayden was the name of the Christian caller. Interesting comments by Hayden about how most people should believe in axioms. Dan's recent debate with Pisco Liddy had a long chunk of time where Pisco was doubtful about axioms existing. He thought they were just assumptions, and I would say, no, axioms are self-evidently true. Oh, Nick was here. Hi, Nick. I don't know if you're still here. Robert did a few chats. Okay. That's as far back as I can scroll. Mellow Mau says, good stream so far. It seems that this was at 3:40, so that was about 3.5 hours ago. It seems that lots of people have questions for you about objective reality versus subjective reality. That has been coming up a lot lately. And I'd like to be able to address that issue better. This is a way of getting better, I think, just having the actual conversations. Figuring out, like I didn't make the points in the debate with Pisco a couple days ago. Pisco, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. About consciousness having an object and using the term that intentional, that's the technical term in philosophy, intentionality, where consciousness is consciousness of something. And that occurred to me after the debate, and I was able to mention that point today. So every time I have this discussion, I'll think of other things to say about it, ways that I could better communicate what I'm trying to communicate. I enjoy your attempts to grounding axioms in reality. You can validate axioms, that is, show that they are axioms, but not prove axioms. So if what you mean by ground is validate, like show that they are axioms, because maybe denying them entails a contradiction, you can do that. Reaffirmation through denial, Aristotle mentions that technique. But you can't prove axioms. They are the basis of proof. They are what you reduce other things to. Like you can prove other things by reducing them to axioms or axiomatic data, like the sense data. The sense data. Senses are where we start. They're the given. You can't prove the given. Willard Sellers. What was the name? Wilfrid Sellers? I think it's Willard Sellers. He wrote an article called The Myth of the Given. He tried to deny that there is some given that we start with. I think there might be an essay in one of the Ayn Rand Society volumes on this topic, addressing Sellers. Mellow Mau says, are you up for a call? I have 2 to 3 topics. Yeah, I can take a call. Seems to me that many contemporary people seem to ask about it. So I appreciate the practical experience too. So I vote to keep the conversation. Okay, so he wanted option A on that poll. We all understand what consciousness is. I disagree. I strongly disagree, says Mau, Mellow Mau. He's quoting the caller, I guess. Unpack what understand means, and it gets challenging quick. Well, I think Rand would say that if you think consciousness can only be conscious of itself, you don't really understand what consciousness means. You're not conscious unless you're conscious of something mind independent. You can be conscious of things that are in consciousness, but I think only because you can have a dream of something, but the content of that dream had to come originally from something outside consciousness. I think this is what Rand would say. And I guess any empiricist, well, Berkeley was an empiricist. He was also an idealist. So maybe not all empiricists would say your knowledge or the contents of your consciousness are mind independent. Oh, looks like Mellow Mau has called in. Okay. To Zoom. And I have to change my volume settings. So last time, I think actually I think it was more me than Mellow Mau who you couldn't hear, but I remember at the end of the last stream somehow I got muted myself, but I'm going to try to set up everything now so that that doesn't happen. Okay, I think it's ready. Mellow Mau. Hello.
You hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. I'm changing a few settings on audio settings on my side. Okay. Do I sound good to you?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to be able to join your call, join your show again. It's been a pretty cool stream. I think you've had a range of interesting conversations in this one. And I actually wanted to start by reacting to a couple of them. So, I think today was a very philosophically heavy day, and I wanted to react to the chat you just read. So I may have to ask you to reread it again, where I think it was Holden, and I did attempt to quote him. He made the claim that most people would understand what consciousness is, and I just thought that was very interesting and very funny that he claimed it. I do think that is a rather difficult claim to articulate for many people and in many reasoning systems. So I thought it might be fun to just discuss. It seems to me like Holden is perhaps one extreme who took some things to be self-evident, and even like some complex things to be self-evident. And you had your other call with Piscolidi, where I do recall him being, very skeptical of the distinction between axioms and assumptions. And so I just think that consciousness is something that is difficult to articulate, and axioms are true. So just, what are your reactions? Does it make sense to go on to these two moments a bit longer?
Okay, hold on a sec. I just want to thank Audrey. I see you did a super chat just now, and I will address that after Mellow Mau, or at least after part of our conversation.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Just give that heart. Okay, so can you repeat your question again? Sorry.
Sure. So I guess I just wanted to talk about each moment separately. Actually, sorry to took me a minute to think through what I wanted to do here. So I wanted to just react to your conversation with Holden, where
Hayden.
it seemed
Hayden.
like, oh, was it Hayden? I'm sorry.
I do have another caller who is Holden, but the one today was Hayden.
Oh, okay. Then I think I made a mistake. Yeah, I do mean then perhaps Hayden, where it seemed he was he thought it was true that consciousness would make sense to most people, or it's easily an axiom, but then it was difficult to articulate what objective reality is. And so I just does that make sense as a summary of the gist you got from him? Oh, and I don't mean your Christian caller, by the way, because that was like your recent call, I think. Or was
Oh,
I meant like two or
then
three calls ago.
yeah, then it's not Hayden. It was Conrad,
Okay,
my first caller today.
then perhaps so. I'm doing Conrad, where I think it was a caller who spent significant time, working it out in your Google Doc about establishing that objective reality exists, but who
Mm-hmm.
took consciousness as like axiomatic or really easy to detect or intuit. And I think was skeptical about Rand's expression that consciousness requires something to be aware of. Does that sound like
Well,
a
I
decent
think
summary of how the conversation went? Okay, sorry.
he agreed that consciousness there has to be something that consciousness is aware of, but he thought that what it was aware of was just more consciousness.
Yes, yeah. Um, I I think you described at one point him as idealist solipsist. Was that correct?
Yeah, or at least an idea he can't rule out. At least he's open to the idea that we might just be aware of nothing other than our own consciousness.
Okay, I do remember this moment, and I find that interesting for two reasons. First, because as you may recall, the last time we spoke, we were hypothesizing what a solipsist idealist might say. So it's just funny that
Mm.
maybe Holden was at least open to the idea, could articulate some expressions of it or some parts of it. But um, I think that's one reason I found that interesting, that part of the conversation. But secondly, um, I really liked Ayn Rand's expression, consciousness. Oh, I'm sorry. Existence is identity. Consciousness is identification. And I hope that that's about as bite-sized as you can get for trying to articulate what you're basically trying to express to him, which was that there is a existent, there's something to be identified. And, identification is the consciousness, but you have to be conscious of something. So I hope that expression would work. Do you quite remember what his, I guess, doubt was?
Well, I pulled out the passage again. It's on the screen, and what you just said is actually just a few paragraphs later. Existence is identity. Consciousness is identification. And I think Conrad might grant, yeah, consciousness is identification, but what you're identifying is just more consciousness. Can't get outside consciousness to some mind or consciousness independent world. No way to know for sure that that's what you're doing. And I think that the most relevant part of Ayn Rand's answer to that is this line, which I'm highlighting, or maybe a few lines. A consciousness conscious of nothing but itself is a contradiction in terms before it could identify. And he said, I think that's when he was starting to say how it's linguistic, it's a contradiction in terms. And I was saying, well, if your terms map onto reality, then it's not just a linguistic issue here. it's more than that. But I guess he thought that this. Oh, he was calling. What was it? He that was saying this was faith, or maybe I think
You
it
know,
might have been him who was saying this was faith, to think that there is an objective reality, and therefore faith isn't really a bad thing. We all have faith, but it's we just have different kinds of it. I think that was actually. I'm
I think
curious
you're
to.
correct. Yeah, you heard at least two conceptions of faith today. That was one, I believe his
Oh
was
yeah,
he
here it
claimed
is.
when you take axioms.
Yeah, I have it in my notes. He talked about faith in objective reality. So I think his on his view, Rand's didn't give any reason. She just took it as an item of faith that there is some objective reality, meaning some uh, existence independent of the minds. And he he says that about this line: a consciousness conscious of nothing but itself is a contradiction in terms. And he said that's, I think his view was that's just an article of faith. There's no reason for that. But then I said, well, she gives the reason right after that, right after the colon. And at least that's my understanding of this passage. The reason why we should think that it's a contradiction in terms, to think conscious, there could be a consciousness conscious of nothing but itself, is that in order for something to identify itself as consciousness, it had to be conscious of something. And I added a little bit there when I was talking to him. I said what I think she means by conscious of something is conscious of something independent of the mind. Whereas I think what Conrad wants to say is, yeah, it did have to be conscious of something, namely other consciousness, more consciousness. But then this runs into the contrast problem that I was trying to raise. I think that if you're only aware of consciousness, then you can't have any idea of consciousness. Just like the fish can't have any idea of water if it's only aware of water. It's not really aware of water until you take it out of the water, give it something to contrast the water with, and now it can say, oh, now I understand what you mean by water, if the fish could think and speak. And likewise, if you're swimming in consciousness, so to speak, and your consciousness is only conscious of more consciousness, then you're never outside of the realm of consciousness. And there's no contrast with consciousness to give you the idea of consciousness. So I think Rand is saying to identify something as consciousness, to get the idea of consciousness, you can only do that if you had awareness of something that's not consciousness.
Yes, I remember this part of the conversation, and I have two comments I would love to expand upon here, but I think Conrad's objection is technically incorrect for a reason I'm about to go into. That the idea that if you're swimming in consciousness, you can't stop. Basically, you cannot be aware of it. You can't detect its edges. I think that is technically incorrect in a way I'll go into in a second. But secondly, I do want to also affirm that it seems like this is a very important fundamental to objectivism, is immediately establishing that consciousness is, I mean, I'll just repeat her formulation. Um, Identity is existence, consciousness is identification. So,
Existence is identity,
oof, yeah,
consciousness is identification.
yes, I think that you really have to grasp that existence exists. It's like step zero, and then existence splits into that which exists and that which identifies that existence. And I think that's a really important like split to make early on, which I want to go into a little bit as well. But I want to start with the first point, and I apologize for saying I perhaps a strange argument here, but I, to repeat my own words, believe Conrad was essentially objecting that if you're conscious, you could just be conscious of consciousness of consciousness of consciousness. You can't really ever detect that there was a ground layer to be conscious of, which would be objective reality. And I actually want to make an argument that is fairly common in, I would say, Buddhist philosophy, which is that you actually can basically scale up and down your consciousness to detect its edges. And I presume many American people would be used to what this feels like when you get drunk or you get high off of something or stimulated off of something. you can feel your consciousness scaling up and down, which gives you perspective of like, I see the same table every day, but the table looks and feels different because I'm either caffeinated or nicotine stimulated or some other drunk or some other kind of form of getting high. But classical Buddhism didn't have that. They just used meditation. So there are meditative techniques where you can basically raise and lower your consciousness and detect its edges. So I think I can directly challenge his claim that, maybe we're an idealist reality where we can never detect there was a base layer, but I believe it is possible to detect it. So, uh, general statement there. Does that make sense to you overall?
I got some of it, but while you were talking, I remembered something else about the conversation. So if I don't address what you want me to, just say it again. But I do want to get this one other point out. So Conrad, I think, so he had an answer to how we could get the idea of consciousness, even if we never experience something outside of consciousness. And this is where he was talking about object permanence and peekaboo. And
Yes.
now we discussed that a bit, but I don't know that we discussed it enough to figure out if that's actually a coherent answer. I'm not sure that it is. I would want to think that over some more, but I did want to at least acknowledge here that he had a response to my fish kind of example. But we can set that aside for now, and I can address what you said. So you were saying that there's like Buddhism will accomplish via meditation what other people might accomplish through taking a drug or something. They might get a heightened awareness of reality. So there are different levels of intensity, you might put it, of consciousness. And this was supposed to show what exactly again? Could you say?
Oh, that you can detect that your consciousness is not like itself the objective field. You can tell that your consciousness changes or is altered, but you still see the same objective properties.
Hmm.
So you can detect like, oh, obviously, like I'm coming in really stimulated from a double shot of espresso. Like I can tell that my laptop looks especially bright today and fun, and I'm energetic. Like you can feel
Hmm.
consciousness altered. And so I want to challenge just one word in your description. I don't think it's a good idea to describe heightened states of awareness. I think it's giving the game away too soon. I think we can start with altered states of consciousness, is what it's called in common literature. Like you might find contemporary, I guess it'd be pharmacology or just Wikipedia page text. It'd be altered states of consciousness, but it's a very broad field when you start to consider. Like I offered, like caffeine, energy drinks are a different kind of stimulation than coffee or tea. And then, of course, alcohol, cocktails, tobacco in its forms, vapes in their various forms. So, I think this is just a simple way to explain like you could feel that consciousness can change while something objective is not changing. Like I can still detect the same laws of causality apply even if my consciousness changes. I'm looking at the same objects, but they have the same laws of causality or law of causality operating on them. So I can tell like, oh, I'm just in a strange mood because I was drunk and I'm hungover. Like you can feel again altered states of consciousness.
Mm-hmm. So this is reminding me of the peekaboo case. Like it's another way of grasping the mind independence of something. Like the peekaboo way is you see it your mother's face disappears behind her hands, and then she moves her hands, and there it is again. You see her face it's still there. And with your example of altered states of consciousness, there's some object, but you are sometimes aware of it in a different way than you are at other times. The laptop appears especially bright after you had some espressos. I don't know if that actually happens, but
That works for me. I have found it someone who attempted an objective phenomenological report of what caffeine feels like. Basically, a woman with excellent English way of expressing exactly what it feels like to stimulate with caffeine. And I think I agree with part of her description where caffeine often does a brightening of the visual field and often like a tingliness in fingers or different forms of touch. So uh, I do think there's sorry, noticeably that detail. What I wanted to say.
So I wonder if Conrad would say, well, that's it's just different. Um, the content of your consciousness, which is more consciousness, like your laptop is a figment of your imagination, and that figment of your imagination is it's different at different times. Sometimes it appears very bright, other times it doesn't. But it's still all in your mind. It's still all part of your, I don't know if you would say imagination, but
Yeah, that's fair. Although I will assert that if he had actually had much experience with, again, tea, coffee, alcohol, cocktails, just different forms of stimulation, I think it's hard to maintain like, yeah, my consciousness is completely under my control. Clearly, there's some kind of conditioning you can do to alter your states of consciousness. I think people who experience different forms of stimulation will, I think nowadays I've even heard that like Adderall and Ritalin are quite common. I That is a stimulant I cannot attest to. I've never tried that, and I never want to actually. But I believe that people have described that form of stimulation. I think it's increasingly hard to maintain that position if you have experience with many altered states of consciousness. But I would like to also add one note under the header of, I kind of lightly dabbled, I lightly mentioned Buddhist philosophy. And I wanted to say there, this argument does have a big, important status. And there is a meditative technique called cessation or cessation of thought and feeling or Nirodha Samapatti. And basically, it's, I will pose it simply and provocatively. It's a meditative technique that is an algorithm for scaling down your consciousness so you can feel the various parts of it, turning off, and then you get cessation where you have zero. And the way a modern Buddhist practices technique, just from what I've heard from people who practice now, is basically you put a timer next to where you're meditating. It could be a clock or a timer or a cell phone timer, and you just have that clock going, and then you just close your eyes and meditate, and you can like feel deeper and deeper levels of peace, and then at some point whole minutes will go by, and so you can just like go look at your clock to verify, and you'll just be like, whoa, whole minutes went by and I only felt one cessation there. So this technique is more or less you go from feeling like 6 sensations per second to 3 sensations per second to 1 sensation per second to 1 sensation per minute. And you just go out to like longer and longer time scales until you hit the limit. That's this particular technique. So um, the existence of this is one way that a person could validate that you're clearly conscious of some kind of objective reality because you can experience the cessation of your consciousness. So you can actually stop it for a second and be like, okay, objective reality was there, still going along.
I don't know. I don't know if you can. The argument from meditation, we can give it a name.
Yes, I would like that.
Yeah, I don't know if you can experience the cessation of consciousness. I think experience to be conscious, maybe a synonym of consciousness. I don't know if it's an exact synonym, but at least a very closely related concept. So to experience the lack of experience might be a contradiction, right?
Well said. Well said. And it is a very subtle concept, a very late stage concept. So I can answer basic questions about it, but I really don't want to like make a big deal out of it for the purpose of this call. But it does claim to be basically a step-by-step meditative technique to get up to the point where you do feel like a stop of thought and feeling. And you can just feel it's like basically it's like deeper layers of peace, and then you get to cessation, what it's called.
By the way, I just a day or two ago, I saw a link online from some Discord to someone who was attempting to reconcile Zen Buddhism and Objectivism. And I thought maybe it was written by you at first, but then the day, because I know this is something you're interested in doing, reconciling Objectivism with Buddhism. And then I saw a link to this, and I thought, oh, did Mellow Mau write this? But then I saw it was dated for, I think, like 10 or 15 years ago. So
Interesting. I actually feel that it would be more difficult to unite Zen Buddhism with Objectivism because Zen relies so much on stories or koans. So essentially like story-driven ways of teaching concepts, which I think is just a very different approach than Objectivism. But no, that wasn't me. That's funny.
Okay. All right. Well, there's that in case you're interested in looking at it. All right. So let's see. What next?
Next, I actually wanted to ask about the conversation you had with Pisco Liddy,
Yeah.
who, I know you summarized it just a little bit a couple minutes ago, but it seemed like he was skeptical of objective reality for a very different reason. It was that he just took nothing as axiomatic. So I wanted to ask you if you wanted to revisit that conversation because I found that interesting too.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
a different debate you had, recently with.
Yeah. Actually, I should probably show that on the screen in case anyone doesn't know about it. I want to promote that a little bit. So this was 2 days ago. I published it yesterday on my channel, but it actually happened, I think, 2 days ago. I called into this guy's stream. He's a lawyer, a leftist, but we didn't talk about politics, at least not much. And we talked mostly about very deep philosophical issues like whether there is an objective reality, or whether we can know. Like I guess he was open to the idea that there is, but he didn't think we could prove that there is. And that's something we talked a lot about. So here it is on screen now. So it's the latest in the videos tab. If anyone wants to check that out. Okay, so yeah, we can talk more about that. You can, raise whatever issue you'd like.
Sure. So I think, if I recall correctly, he was just very skeptical that axioms could exist. I think you articulated it well. He explained it. I think he was arguing that all axioms are assumptions. Like either you can prove something using other principles or it's assumed. So to him, axioms had to be assumptions and therefore a form of faith. Does that seem like a decent summary of it?
Let's see.
It's like the first half of it. It was, sorry.
Yeah. If he thought everything has to be proved, or I don't know if he said, or else it's an article of faith. Maybe he would have said that, but I don't recall him actually saying that. But anyways, I think he did say everything needs to be proved. Otherwise, it's just an assumption. And I said, no, some things aren't proved, but they're not merely assumptions. They're axioms. They're self-evidently true. They don't need to be proved. And I don't recall exactly how the conversation unfolded. We talked about perception at a certain time, like, well, what about the background behind me right now? That it's self-evidently appears to be white, right? You don't have to prove. You didn't assume that my background is white. It just appears that way. It's just a given to you that it's white. So isn't it self-evidently true? At least that it appears white. Now, not that it is white. I don't know what that even means. Like, what does it mean to be white as opposed to just appears white? Like, is there some way that things are in themselves independent of consciousness? Kant had this phrase, Ding an sich, something like that. I don't know German, but things in themselves. How are things in themselves independent of the way they appear to consciousness, given the way our consciousness filters the world. Kant has this idea that we don't have direct awareness of reality. It's only reality as processed by our minds and by our sensory apparatus. But to know how things really are, how things in themselves are, apart from the processing that we impose on them, we can't know how things in themselves are. So I wonder if, how that applies in this case of my background. Like, what is the color of my background in itself? Can I only see the background as it appears to me through these filters I have in my sensory apparatus? Like, or is it white in itself, or is it only white as it appears to my senses? I don't know that it makes any sense. I don't think it does make sense to think that something could be white in itself.
I agree. And I think it was interesting for a while how you and he sort of debated over this. And I am familiar with Kant's thing in itself. That was the naming that I'd heard of it. That was cool to hear that German phrase, though. I don't think I'd ever heard that one, but surely it was, originally German. But I have heard Kant's thing in itself. I like that conception of it. And I think that thought exercise should conclude with believing that there is an existent object and the perceptions of it. So I wanted to propose kind of a strong argument that I hope would help in a situation like this. Based on my studies of, some basic objectivism, I believe it would be helpful. I would really want to emphasize the metaphysical versus the man-made dichotomy. I think that really helps explain what's going on here. And I want to kind of, I guess, dive into this topic for a little bit because, as I'm sure you're familiar, but as you mentioned earlier, I am trying to write some syntheses of Buddhist philosophy and objectivist philosophy. And here I believe there is a really easy overlap. So I just want to quickly name drop it. There is a foundational belief in Buddhism in the two truths doctrine, which is that, hopefully it seems really intuitive, objective independent reality exists and subjective conventional reality exists. And they're just two truths. There's two layers of truth, and you can map or model things onto either layer. And I believe this concept synergizes really easily with Ayn Rand's metaphysical versus man-made, although I am, going to articulate that a little more precisely. But I think, therefore, I want to linger here because if kind of Buddhist philosophy hinges a lot on taking as foundational that there is an objective reality and a subjective reality, and therefore I would conclude that objectivist philosophy also needs this pretty early to be able to justify a lot of its core tools or core concepts. And so I want to ask you about that specifically, but I also want to say, when I heard that part of the conversation with you and Piscoliti, I remember having basically a recall of a programming problem that I used to struggle with. And I'm not like a great programmer. I'm a good programmer, but not great. But I was struggling once in a programming language called C++ with global variables versus local variables, also global functions versus local functions. And, in plain English, it basically means, what if I write a whole program, but I run a function that's like, hey, give me x plus y, but then the program tells me, well, you haven't defined x plus y yet. You access those outside this definition, so how could you have that before you've defined it? And then you have to do a lot of work to reorganize declarations of variables and functions, and also how you assign and retrieve them to be globally true or locally true. And so I wanted to express that thought too. It seemed like a lot of the bog down between you and Piscoliti was like, how can something be true if you haven't yet accepted that objective reality exists? But also he was applying that truth value to suggest that therefore there's nothing to falsify that objective reality exists. It was just very muddled, I think. And so hopefully the metaphor means something to you, but also I want to just ask you to, let's discuss the metaphysical versus the man-made dichotomy a little bit. I think that's do you like my thoughts on that too?
Okay. While you were talking, I heard somebody call in. I don't think you or the YouTube audience was able to hear it, but if that was you who called in, feel free to leave a voicemail. You can call back. I set it to do not disturb, so it's just going to go straight to voicemail if you call back, and you can let me know what you want to talk about, or you can also tell me in the chat on YouTube if that was you and what you want to talk about, and maybe I can screen your call that way. And then if it looks like something I want to talk about, I'll let you know, and then you can call back in. Stephen is back also. Okay. So I was a bit distracted because it was ringing as you were talking, but
No problem.
you gave a computer programming case, and then you said you wanted to go to the issue of the metaphysical versus the man-made.
Yes.
I don't know if was there a specific question about the metaphysical versus the man-made, or
Yes, I actually want to assert that it should be important to establish that pretty quickly early on. And so I wanted to ask you if that matches your intuition or whether that's how you've heard it, I don't know, used in other lectures, but it seems to me like maybe like step zero of objectivism is existence exists. And then I think like step one immediately afterward is establish that there is a metaphysical versus a man-made, or I think essentially the same thing as what you and I were discussed, which was, of course, existence versus consciousness.
I
But
think the issue of metaphysical versus man-made, it comes up at least after the issue, or maybe at the same time as the issue of free will comes up, because it really is about what is open to choice and what is not open to choice. Like you can't fight City Hall. This is an example Leonard Peikoff gives in Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. He would say that would be confusing the metaphysical and the man-made, because actually you can fight City Hall. Just because people pass some law, that doesn't mean it can't be unpassed or repealed, right?
Yeah.
Laws people pass, that's not metaphysical. It's not it's not inherent in reality. You can change some things, but you can't repeal the law of gravity, right? So
Right.
that would be a metaphysical thing. Like if F equals ma, to take one of Newton's laws, that's not something that you can change. It's just inherent in the nature of reality. But like Obamacare or antitrust law, that is something you can change. So don't confuse the man-made, like laws we pass through Congress, with metaphysical things that are inherent in reality. And so that involves the issue of free will and choice. We can make choices and create certain laws, but the fact that force equals mass times acceleration, that's not something open to our choice. But I think that is a issue downstream from the issues that were coming up with Pisco about objective reality, or with Conrad, because there we're not even talking about choices yet. We're talking just basic awareness, and this would apply to animals. So animals, I guess Conrad might say, well, animals, they're only aware of their own, they don't have free will, right? We might grant, and I think it's true, like a fish doesn't have free will, but Conrad might say, well, the fish is, or the mouse, it's only aware of its own awareness. It's only conscious of its own consciousness. And humans are also only, a toddler is also only conscious of its own consciousness. So I think this issue is more fundamental than the issue of the metaphysical versus the man-made, because it doesn't depend in any way on the issue of free will.
I think I understand that's true. I actually think that
Understanding understanding the issue. I mean, you have to, like, I'm using free will right now to try to talk about it and discuss it, but the issue itself, I think is upstream from the issue of free will.
Upstream, I think I understand. I think I agree. I believe,
Or more fundamental, you could put it that way.
yes, I believe metaphysical versus man-made dichotomy to be, like I said, perhaps step one, very useful to immediately kickstart a bunch of other foundational beliefs. Although I believe the formulation is a bit crude, but that's also why I find it charming because I think a metaphysical versus man-made is very catchy, and I think it does get most of the point. But I could see some weaknesses in using this phrase man-made, but that's okay as long as we know what it means. And of course, that's where I think it has some difference with, now I'm thinking about it, with the two truths doctrine, where objective versus subjective, or sometimes they say physical versus mental. But I believe that to be a different dichotomy that goes on, physical versus mental, as well as objective versus subjective reality. But um, what's a little different there with subjective is it's really the beliefs that occupy a certain kind of reality, a certain kind of conventional truth. And I think man-made gets at it, in my opinion, because it takes as fundamental that it's man-made. It was made with free will, while just shifting to the concept of subjective, I guess, doesn't add free will as that ingredient in the fundamental. But nonetheless, I still believe, as long as it's properly understood, that metaphysical versus man-made does a really good job of kickstarting existence and can explain a lot of this stuff because um, I think then you can ask your user to label different things as either metaphysical or man-made. And then that I think gets to the heart of the difference of belief in kind of this different discussions you've been having.
Well,
That makes sense? Or
I think Pisco, he wouldn't even grant that there is something like man-made. If I was getting the impression, at least, we only touched on this very briefly at the end of the discussion, the issue of free will, but I was getting the impression that he did not think there was any coherent notion of free will. And if that's so, then he might deny that there is any distinction between the metaphysical and the man-made. Like we don't really have a choice over the laws we pass. There's nothing. They're deterministic. Now maybe he's a compatibilist. I don't know. We didn't get into it. Who thinks that free will is compatible with determinism? And I don't think that's a coherent view. But he might deny that there's the distinction of the sort that Rand tried to make between metaphysical and man-made because he doesn't believe in free will. At least that would be my guess. Free will, and there's since Ayn Rand means it at least. By the
that's
way,
fair.
I see somebody left a voicemail. I guess that was the person who tried to call a few minutes ago, and maybe I should listen to that. But go ahead and make your point before I do that.
Sure, sure. Then, um, if that's the case, that Piscolidi disagreed at that level of fundamental, that is even the distinction between metaphysical versus man-made, then that would be a great place to linger and just like drill down, clear up the vocabulary, define terms to try to cover that because I'll repeat, I said from the beginning of this chat that in Buddhist philosophy there is a hierarchy of knowledge, and I think you had a good way of describing this structure in our last call. But to me, hierarchy of knowledge means like you have to learn the step one belief to make sense of the step two belief to help make sense of the step three belief. And to me, it relates to, again, that programming example where you can't define a function that says, I want to add x plus y, but then your program is like, you haven't told me what x plus y is yet. How can I give you the output? You haven't defined it yet. You defined it too late. So I think there is a natural hierarchy of concepts where you have to learn like a foundational one to ground the next one and then access the next one. And if in Buddhist side, it goes, existence exists and then objective versus subjective reality or mind and body, then I think it would be similarly critical in objectivism to get metaphysical versus man-made agreement pretty quickly, or else, yeah, it does just derail a lot of the more complex beliefs, including free will in objectivism. So that makes sense that my claim now that it's like critical to get it at that stage.
Well, I think that is downstream from what Pisco and I were talking about. So I'm not seeing right now that would have been helpful. I think that would have just opened a new can of worms in the context we were talking. Now, we might get into that if I call him again, and it sounded like he was open to having further discussion, and we could start with the issue of free will, and which I think is closely related to the metaphysical versus the man-made. But I think it would have been out of order, actually, hierarchically out of order, to try to bring that up in the conversation we had, because I think it is a downstream issue, and I guess there's no for him, the metaphysical, as far as we can prove, is entirely within consciousness. So yeah, I guess maybe I don't know if there's even a basis to formulate that concept of metaphysical by his lights. Anyways, maybe we can keep going, but I think it might be good for me to listen to this voicemail and just see what this person wants to talk about.
That's fine. I can take a break, prepare my next questions.
Okay. Let me see. It's 24 seconds voicemail. Okay. Now I'm going to listen to this, and I think the way I have this set up, only I should be able to hear it. If that's the Zoom audio is audible to YouTube, but I'm going to be hearing him through Chrome, and that is muted. So, all right, yeah. So I think only I will be able to hear him. All right, just give me like 30 seconds, and I'm going to listen to this voicemail.
Okay.
Oh, there's a transcript of it too. I guess I could just read that, but I'm gonna play it. Okay, so you're asking, Brian is the person who left the voicemail. He's wants me to confirm my stance on abortion. Yes, you got it right. I'm pro-abortion, and I think anti-abortion is bad. I think abortion should be legal, and I'm pro-abortion in the sense that I think it's a good option for people to have available to them. Not that I think everyone should get one, but I think it should be legal, and it's good for women to have as an option in case they don't want a child. So if you want to discuss that, we can do that. You can let me know in the chat. Maybe that's easy, or I guess you can also text me at the same number you called. If you want, we can talk about that. And I guess in the meantime, I'll keep going here with Mellow Mau. And I don't know if you just wanted me to confirm the position or if you want to have a discussion about this. But anyways, yeah, you do understand my position correctly.
Interesting. Well, I would like to continue on the metaphysical versus man-made. And so I wanted to ask you a few questions to see if I can ground my understanding of it.
Okay.
But I will highlight, there is, of course, the essay called The Metaphysical versus the Man-Made by Ayn Rand, available on, I guess, a couple different objectivist sites, but I'm bookmarked on the Ayn Rand Institute's website.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have a basic understanding of it. I did not think I've read it like as deeply where I would be confident I could do it off the dome. But I do believe that it's a great essay and grounds a pretty cool dichotomy, a very important dichotomy. And so I wanted to ask you a few examples to see if maybe I would apply this concept in a way that makes sense to you.
Okay.
So suppose a newspaper article is written about some topic. I could get more specific if you want, but it's a newspaper article about a topic. And let's say we know it has some key errors. Would it be accurate to describe the claims in this article as metaphysically true or man-made true or some other way of describing it?
Okay, there are claims in an article, and is there a way to distinguish whether the claims themselves, is that what are the claims themselves metaphysical claims or man-made claims? Or...
Yes. Oh, I also, well, since I'm going to be asking a couple questions, I mainly am interested in like linguistically using this description correctly. So you can help me decide like what that is. That's not a way to describe it or use it or such. But I'd start with hopefully a softball, which is, let's say it's a newspaper article, which we know we can't be sure has some major errors. So does it make sense to say anything in it is metaphysical or metaphysically true or metaphysically false? And does that make sense?
Okay, well, you could be asking about the content of the claims or the act of making the claims. Like, the claims are all made by the writer, the journalist, maybe, who has free will. So in that sense, all the claims are man-made claims. They didn't deterministically have to write what they wrote. It was through an act of choice. I mean, at least if you believe in free will, as Rand does. All human action is guided by choice, which isn't to deny that, like, some things we do are like breathing, right? I don't choose to breathe. That just happens automatically. So not every action of a human is a volitional or chosen action, but some of our actions are. And certainly the action of writing, that's not something we just do automatically. That's a product of choice. So the action of making the statements are man-made, you could say. It wasn't like written into the fabric of reality that someone had to write this article. And if it were, then it would be a metaphysical fact that someone wrote the article. Okay, so that's just about the action of making the claims. But now, if we're talking about the claims themselves, if we can apply the distinction to those. I guess I'm thinking this through off the top of my head, but let's say they're writing about the Israel-Palestine war, and a journalist says that rockets have been fired at Israel, and I don't know if that's something you want to categorize with this distinction. Like, is that claim that rockets were fired at Israel from Hezbollah or Hamas, say, is that a metaphysical claim or a man-made claim? Well, if you're talking about the action, it was chosen, right? Hamas or Hezbollah, they chose to fire the rockets at Israel. And in that sense, it's a man-made fact that the claim is about. It wasn't written into the fabric of reality that they had to, like the law of gravity. That would be part of the fabric of reality. It's inherent in the nature of reality, but it wasn't. They didn't have to. They could have chosen not to fire the rockets. So in that sense, that fact is a man-made fact, the fact that rockets were fired. But if we say that the rockets fell at a certain speed to the ground, maybe, or if they drop bombs, the time it took the bomb to fall from the airplane to whatever its target was, that would not be a metaphysical fact. The act of dropping the bomb, that's man-made, that was chosen. Someone opened the hatch. But then once it's gone, the fact that it takes 16.3 seconds to reach Earth, that's a metaphysical fact. That's not open to anyone's choice. So there's different angles on this and aspects you could be asking about, and I'm not sure exactly if I'm addressing exactly what you're asking about, but let me just pause there, and you can take that in any direction you like.
Yeah, I really like that. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. And so I think I grasped it as saying if someone writes an article, this article's been written, then the claims are man-made because volition occurred for someone to write these things or express these things or produce these things. So the claims are man-made. The fact that the article was written is metaphysically true, like it happened that someone wrote this and published it. But the claims can be metaphysically false, like they could just be wrong when tested against objective reality. And then you said a second piece too, but so far,
well, yeah, like if a claim that rockets were fired at Israel, that could be wrong. Like maybe rockets were not fired at Israel, but if they were fired at Israel, then that would have been a man-made fact. I guess if it's a claim that something happened, but it actually didn't happen, I guess it would be an error, a man-made error. It's, I mean, the metaphysical itself, it can't be judged. I think this is a point Rand and or Peikoff makes, the metaphysical can't be judged as true or false. It just is. Like what would be F equals ma, if we take that to be or any scientific law about the world, if the law is true, well, I mean, you could judge it in the sense of saying it's true or false, but it's not good or bad. I guess that you can't judge it in that sense. The fact per se, now it might have implications that you could say are good or bad, and you could judge the metaphysical. Like, well, maybe a better example is something like a hurricane. Like the hurricane is just a metaphysical fact. It wasn't the product of somebody's choices. It's given the nature of reality and the weather patterns and laws of physics. This hurricane came into being. Now you can judge the hurricane in a sense. You could say it's bad for human life, but the fact, I don't think it makes sense to say the fact that the laws of physics are such that this hurricane came into existence. You can't say those are bad laws. I don't think that makes sense. It would have been better. I think this might be what Rand calls the fallacy of rewriting reality. It would have been better if the laws of reality were such that this hurricane did not come into existence. I don't think that's coherent. I'm not sure I explained it quite right, but there's some sense in which you can't judge the metaphysically given. It has to just be accepted. It just is. Whereas with the man-made, you can always judge it. But I don't want to ramble here. Let me just pause there and see.
I think that makes sense. I think that's actually a thread I don't want to pull on too much. But I guess I do actually. I'm immediately going to contradict myself. I also recently listened to the Ocon conference that you had also recommended to me in a previous call, and that was Yaron Brook, Dave Rubin, Jordan Peterson, and another individual whose name I'm forgetting. So that stinks for me. But
Gregory Salmieri.
that sounds reasonable. I like that. But it was a great panel, I can certainly say. And I recall in the rich part of their debate where there was a lot of conversation that Yaron expressed that we sort of in agreement with some things that Jordan Peterson was saying, that we do need to take as separate like values and there was I don't know the second term he used, but I'm just going to say it's like existence, values and existence. But I don't think he said existence. I think he picked a different term, but that's the way I would I think he's basically saying, objective reality, existence, and then there's values. And they sort of richly discussed like why we might ground that those two things definitely exist and are entities that, we should really think about to be very productive in the world, to achieve that objectivist goal, to be very productive. You want to deeply understand like all the values that are out there and how they're a class of things unto themselves, and then also existence is a class of things unto itself. So we could go that route, but I will accept, without further argument, basically, I think what you were hinting at there, which is that can you have values over man-made things? Can you have values over metaphysical things? It would be better if that hurricane didn't come. Can that be coherent? But I'll just take it as given that I think it makes sense to have values over either. You would still feel really bad if something metaphysically bad happened, like a hurricane, and that would just perhaps be pleasure versus pain. You could just directly feel the badness of how it affected you. So I'll just take it as given. I think that's, that makes sense to me to have values over either or both.
Okay.
I think it's a little orthogonal then to metaphysical versus man-made. Is why I brought that up. I think it's a little orthogonal, basically. It's like, actually, how you believe on values, I guess, doesn't necessarily isn't necessary to establish that metaphysical versus man-made is directly a really good concept and dichotomy foundationally.
I see the person who called in, Brian, I think that was his name. He sent me a text. Let me just read this text about abortion. He says, the desire not to be a parent is a serious interest, but it is not automatically greater than the life of the child's. Oh, I don't know if he thought I was going to read this out loud. Maybe I shouldn't read it out loud. Let me just read it quietly, or at least skim it quietly. Also, okay, well, if you want to call in, you can call in, Brian. So we can discuss this if you'd like. And I guess I'll just, if you do call in, then I'll just take your call. And then that can be the end of my call with Mellow Mau. But I don't know if you wanted to call in or if you just wanted to say this by text. But I am inviting you to call in if you would like. So I'm going to turn off my do not disturb in case you choose to call back. All right. But in the meantime, Mellow Mau.
Sure. So if you like, I can ask you just some small topics about metaphysical versus man-made, or I can introduce one more major topic.
Well, let's do the small one on this topic since we're already on it.
Yeah, sure. So, I think hurricane is an interesting example. It's a memorable example that, it's a metaphysical fact that's showing up, but then the man-made would cover everybody's response to it in terms of how they feel about it or what they do in response, like move or go away from it. So I wanted to offer another example. Suppose I had a textbook on metaphysics and it is correct. Like, let's say there's, in some sense, we can know that, there weren't any typos, there weren't any internal errors. Would it make sense to describe the contents of this book as metaphysically true or as close as we can get to, but also man-made because it's a particular approach to it, particular expression of metaphysics as a textbook? What do you think of that example?
It's a textbook on metaphysics. It's entirely correct. Is it man-made or metaphysical? That's the question.
Yeah, would it make sense to describe it as the contents are metaphysically true or as close as we can get to, and it's man-made? It's both.
Well, the textbook, I would say it is man-made, even if everything in it is true. I don't think that would make it metaphysical in the sense we're talking about, because to say it's man-made here just means it's a product of choice. Someone chose to write the book, and turns out they got all their facts right. It's still a man-made product. It wasn't inherent in the nature of reality that there would be a textbook which is entirely true about reality. So the textbook, you could say it contains facts which are metaphysically true, or it could say, like, let's say the textbook is about, it's a metaphysics textbook, so it talks about things like the law of identity, and let's say the author says A is A. That's correct. I agree with that. That's the way reality is. Then he would have written a man-made fact about the metaphysical. I guess maybe that's how I think of this example.
Can I claim that the contents of this book are metaphysically true? Can that be a coherent?
Yeah, I guess as long as the contents of the book don't pertain to free will. Like, well, I mean,
Interesting. I like that. I like that. So perhaps we can narrow down that
well,
the
I mean,
only
even
claims.
sorry, even if they do, like, if the textbook claims that human beings have free will, then there would be a claim in the book that pertains to free will, and it would still be metaphysically true that human beings have free will, because whether we have free will is not something open to our choice. It's given our nature, we have it, whether we want it or not. So the way I just formulated it a minute ago might not have been quite right. There can be claims in a book on metaphysics which pertain to free will. And those claims, I think you could say those claims are metaphysically true. They're not open to our choice. But I'm trying to think of a contrast case, like a claim that would not be
I just thought about, I just based on your, thoughts there, suggestions, I think it made a lot of sense to me. I think I can help think of two examples that would contrast when it is going to be metaphysically true and when it would not be or probably won't be. And I think the first is examples about metaphysics itself. So statements like A is A or the law of identity. I think that is metaphysically true, like, what it points to. But many common college textbooks will often have like as a little example or a little sidebar or something, like in a group of people, this person might do this because they believe that only outcomes matter. And so I bet those are the examples in a book that we could fish out of a common college textbook on, say, metaphysics or philosophy. We fish out those examples where it does involve a person and therefore a free will as the examples where if anything's going to be possibly wrong or not metaphysically true in the book, it's got to be something that involved a human in its example or its expression. That makes sense?
Well, I thought there of another type of case of a claim, just any false claim, like F, instead of F equals MA, let's say that there was a claim in the book that F equals MA squared, right? Well, that doesn't pertain to humans, that claim. It's about the way objects interact in the worlds according to their masses and accelerations and forces applied. So if you just any fact, I would say that any false claim about the world, I guess whether it pertains to humans or not, whether it pertains to free will or not, would not be a metaphysical. Well, it wouldn't be a metaphysically true claim. I guess it might still be a metaphysical claim in the sense that it's about the basic nature of things, but it just gets the basic nature of things wrong. Then it might be metaphysical, but not a metaphysically true claim.
Yeah, and I want to offer, one follow-up here. Because now I hope I stumble on something interesting or something insightful. So let's say, the example in the philosophy book is something like empiricists are generally greedy people because they only care about outcomes, while deontologists are generally low extrovert or disagreeableness, high disagreeableness on some scale or something. Would it make sense to say that, and suppose that claim has a citation, right? Like the authors chose that particular story or theming because it is based on some high average or some probable thing in current society off to some really good psychological paper or citation. Would it make sense to say that correlation or that observation of like, we measured a bunch of people and empiricists are greedy, suppose it's, cited. Would it make sense to say that that claim is true, it's justified by a statistical analysis, but the truth of it at its most ground level can only be man-made because the only reason why empiricists that correlation exists is because many of them seem to be choosing greedy behaviors, which still involves like a man-made outcome. And if for whatever reason the culture of empiricists changed and they were less greedy, then a different man-made truth would emerge, a different correlation to pick up on. So it's a different kind of truth at its most ground layer because an observation like that can only be man-made true. It can never be metaphysically true because it doesn't ground at any point to objective reality. The observation that empiricists, are greedy for this example. Does that make sense? Would you agree with that?
I'm a little unclear, but I think I might understand it enough to say something about it. So empiricists are greedy. I think that's open to different interpretations. So if what you mean by that is just as a matter of fact, the people who are empiricists are greedy, but they're not necessarily that way. Like you could take it in a stronger sense when you say empiricists are greedy. That could mean by their nature they are necessarily greedy. So there can't be an empiricist who is not greedy, that's that's a different sort of claim. So if it's the, let's see, if it's the former, I guess if your only claim is that right now they happen to be that way, well, that might be true. And I guess that's metaphysical. It is the case that the empiricists are greedy. Now, if they got that way by choice, you could say, well, that's a man-made fact. That wasn't metaphysical. They made certain choices which caused them to be greedy. So that's man-made, not metaphysical. But given the choices that they've made, well, that's in the past. They're not remaking themselves right now at this moment. So it is a metaphysical. Like right now, I could say it's a metaphysical fact that's the Iranian theocracy is a threat to the United States. They didn't have to be that way, but given the choices that they've made, that's the way they are now. So it's man-made that they got that way. They became threats. But now that that's happened, it's the choices they've made have occurred. It's a metaphysical fact that right now they are a threat. But if you mean it in a necessary sort of way, like Iranians are by nature hostile to the U.S., then I would say, well, no, that's not built into the fabric of reality. So that's not a metaphysical fact. So I think whether we would say empiricists are greedy is metaphysical or not might depend in what sense you mean it.
Yeah, I like that. I really like that response because now it's making me realize that um, basically the dichotomy of metaphysical versus man-made still needs additional axiomatic concepts to keep building because you gave an interesting example of the threat of the Iranian theocracy being a metaphysical fact. And I agree, but I think now we need like a hierarchy. We need like a hierarchy of perspective, which I see now that hierarchy of perspective was present even in the first example. So I'll start there. Basically, a newspaper article with some errors. We said like the claims are man-made because like volition occurs behind them. But the fact that it was written is metaphysically true, like the act of it. But the claims then can be evaluated metaphysically as well. So I believe, thinking of the Iranian theocracy, perhaps every choice by an individual or member is man-made. They could always just like turn on a dime and become very different people tomorrow. But given the history of things that we can see, we could look at some videos or we can read some texts or watch some speeches. And so given the existence that, this was written and this was said and this was videotaped, then there is a pretty natural response that an individual would have. So even if the individuals are man-made, they can still there still can be a metaphysical threat. It can be a fact that the Iranian theocracy poses a threat, which makes me think it implies like a higher level of reasoning, a third tier. So I don't necessarily want to go too much into the idea of a first, second, and third tier or define that too much yet, but I believe I've derived that you need that sort of hierarchy plus metaphysics plus man-made to do a good job describing things like this. So does that claim make sense to you?
I'm unclear on what the claim is. Something about a third tier or a higher tier.
Basically that the example you gave of the threat of the Iranian theocracy being a metaphysical fact can be used to derive that there are sort of like three layers of entity here, three tiers of metaphysical and man-made. And I believe that hierarchy can be seen in multiple examples. And if you are skeptical of it, then, I can explain it a different way. But if you kind of jive with the idea, hopefully we've derived it here, a familiar and well-worn idea, basically that, there could be like tiers of existence.
What are the three tiers?
Basically just alternations or alterings of metaphysical and man-made. So going back to the simple example of a newspaper article with some major errors, the claims are all man-made because a human wrote them or chose them or produced them some way. The fact that something was written is metaphysically true, right? To me, it's a tier up. Let me start with that. Is that a tier up, right? Like the content of the claims versus the existence of the content?
Well, I think in the order I gave them, I think I started talking about the action of writing. I'm writing this on my screen here to help keep this straight. The action of writing the article is man-made. And then from there, I'm not sure where I went next. Something about I made a distinction between types of claims in the article. Like rockets were fired at Israel. That would be a man-made fact because they were chosen. Let me write that. Rockets, and this is a claim in the article. Claim in article. Rockets were fired at Israel is a claim about a man-made fact. But then I said, like, the time it takes the rockets, or I said the bomb, to hit the ground, that would be a metaphysical fact. So let's say, I guess to keep consistent here, let me continue with rockets, and I'll say, let's say there's another claim in the article that says the rocket took 16.3 seconds to reach its target. Now that, if there's a claim about that, I'd say that is a claim about a metaphysical fact, because the fact that it took that long was not something open to choice. Whether it was fired at all was open to choice, but whether once it was fired, it took a certain amount of time to hit a target, that's not open to choice. That's just what had to happen given the laws of physics. So I don't know how that. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I guess I don't necessarily want to overly draw out or lean on this metaphor of like the hierarchy. I guess I believe in the concept of a hierarchy of claim or hierarchy of truth, perhaps, but it can just alternate to larger scales or alternate to lower scales. I think I would infer that what you just explained or derived there would be alternating in a lower scale, meaning if I write a claim that, a rocket was shot and it hit another building 1 minute later, because that claim is a metaphysical claim, someone can investigate it. They can be like, wait a minute, and they can kind of check the trajectory and infer that it is false, objectively false, that a rocket like that could have taken a minute, which kind of exposes that the claim was man-made. But I would argue that we're seeing it alternating to a lower scale, right? Now the claims can be examined metaphysically individually. Does that make sense?
I
Would you
mean,
agree with that analysis? Sorry.
I'm not sure I'm getting the point of what you're saying just now, but I do remember another thing that came up earlier, which might be relevant here, is you can be wrong in your assertions about, like let's say this claim in the article that the rocket, I misspelled, I meant to say the rocket took, I said 2. The rocket took 16.3 seconds to reach its target. Now, it might turn out that that's a false claim. Like maybe it took 25 seconds to reach its target. But it's still a claim about I think it would still be right to say it's a claim about a metaphysical fact rather than a man-made fact. Because the time it took the rocket to hit its target, whatever that time is something that's determined by the laws of physics, not by human choice. So whether the claim is right or wrong, it's still about a metaphysical fact rather than about a chosen, i.e., man-made fact.
I I think I agree. And so hopefully this implies that we don't have any actual disagreement here, although maybe my expression is a little strange. Just I'm trying to emphasize, right, the this dichotomy. I'm really trying to force it or practice with it a little bit. Um, so again, I will assert that basically, I believe through these examples we've derived that an effective way, to understand reality and the right sequence of concepts would be established metaphysical versus man-made, and then like a hierarchy, and then you can access lots of concepts in a grounded way that way, because we could analyze downward or we can synthesize upward. So I wanted to pose you one more example, or you can react to my little summary there, but pose one more example, and of course let me know if at any time you get a call from your other individual, because I would be interested in that debate too. So I'm just going to keep
Okay.
asking
Well, I don't know
small
if he's
questions.
going to call back because I haven't seen any additional messages. I thought he might call back, but he hasn't, and I don't see anything in the YouTube chat of someone saying they want to call in. So maybe he just expected me to read his text and reply to it. Maybe I can do that. I should leave time to address these super chats from Audrey. I got to give them hearts too. Let me do that because I see Audrey has been doing some more super chats. Yeah, let me do that actually.
Sure, no problem.
I don't want to end the show without addressing those. So let me make sure. And she's been doing a lot of other chats too. Okay, so let me try to get those on the screen. And the last one I addressed was the one about induction. I think. Oh yeah, there's this one about arrogance. I think that's the first one that came in. Oh, now I'm hearing it ring. Is that? Oh, that's a different number. All right, well, let me just screen this and.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Could be interesting. I don't mind you trading up if you've got a very interesting caller on the line.
Oh, Howard. Sorry, I didn't hit one fast enough to accept your call. I intended to. You can call back, Howard, and I think I should be able to screen your call when you call back, but I wasn't fast enough. Sorry about that.
No problem. I'll certainly drop me if you get a call back. But
Okay.
also, of course, you can take a minute to answer Audrey's messages.
Yeah, I want to do that. Let's see. It's going to take. Oh, now he's calling. All right, let's just end it here, Mellow
No
Mau.
problem. I'll
Okay.
catch up next time.
All right.
the
Thanks for your
questions.
call. Appreciate it.
Sure, no problem. See ya.
Hello, Howard. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? I guess he hung up. You want me to call you back? I can call you back. Maybe that'll work better. I've never tried that. Let me see if that works. Oh. Hi, Howard. This is Dan. I thought it might work better if I called you, but it says you're not available. I don't know if you're trying to call me again. But anyways, you can try to call back. Okay. I don't know what happened there. I thought it was fast enough, but it seemed like he hung up right as I was. Oh, here it is again. Hopefully it works. Hello, Howard. Hi. This is. Are you in the? Okay. What did you want to talk about? Okay. So you're. What is your on immigration, right? So what is your view on immigration? Okay. Well, it sounds like we might agree on immigration, but we can discuss it some and see where it takes us. Let me put your audio through so YouTube can hear you. Hold on a second. Oh, you called in on Zoom also? Okay, no problem. All right. All right, you can be heard now on YouTube. So this is Howard, and he's interested in talking about immigration. And you said you don't understand how people can be anti-immigration, or at least anti-immigration in the way that they are. Feel free to flesh that out now that the audience can hear you.
Yeah, so I've always had this, I guess, question about how people are able to be so anti-immigrant, just because I always thought that they're, human beings and stuff, and they're saying that they should, be deported or shot or all these kind of crazy things, and I just don't know how people. I mean, is there some kind of like philosophical framework that people can do under that?
Okay, well, how can people be anti-immigrants? I'm not sure what to, I mean, they might be nihilists. That might be part of it. Or like hate, just hate other people without good reason. They could be hostile. I guess sometimes people, they say, well, they're going to take our jobs, and that's part of the reason. Like they don't want competition. Or they could be racist. I mean, that's another reason. I think people who look different from them, and maybe some of these reasons are related to nihilism in some way. But I guess racism could be at least one reason. I'm writing these down here on my screen here. I like to take notes. Possible reasons.
I mean, I just always. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No worry. Go ahead.
Because I've kind of been trying to get into philosophy, so I just don't understand the philosophy of racism. Because I've been trying to research philosophy some, but I've just been too busy masturbating, and it takes up a lot of my time, and so I haven't had time to do maybe the thorough research.
Okay, yeah, I figured that. I thought maybe it was a troll, and it took a while for it to come out. And I guess you heard the vulgarity there. It came out eventually. Sorry about that. That's what happens sometimes when you get a live caller. One of the risks. Okay. Now I can go to Audrey's super chat. or super chats, plural. I'll have to block that number. I'll do that later. All right, now somebody else is calling. Might just be another troll, so I think I'm going to ignore it. Sometimes what happens is the troll, I think what happens is the, I hung up. Some troll finds out about my stream, and then they go tell their fellow trolls, and then a bunch of other people start coming over. Did you hear any of that? Did I have the, I think I had the, oh, now there's another number, which looks kind of familiar, actually. Calling into Zoom. I want to look that number up. But I think it was, see, I have these different scenes in OBS, and I think at least for part of the time, that last caller, he was on a scene where you could hear him, but I don't remember if I switched to a different scene such that you could still hear him until I hung up on him. And I don't know if you heard his entire call. Did you hear the vulgarity? Oh, Audrey says we can't hear the caller. Oh, well, maybe it's good you didn't hear the caller, because he said something vulgar, and then I hung up on him. You didn't hear the caller at all? The one about immigration? Oh, Mellow Mau says, I was excited to hear the rest of that, thinking it was serious. So maybe you did hear part of it. Okay, well. Oh, okay, so, yeah, all right. Mellow Mau says, we heard the caller and the vulgarity. Okay. Yeah, I thought that was how I had it. But I'm going to mute my settings now so that, I guess you also heard the next call ring. I see there's now 2 people in the waiting room, so these are probably trolls. When I start getting a lot of calls, I think it's trolls trying to get through. But I'm just muting my... I think you heard the next person try to call in, which I hung up on, because I hadn't muted all the channels yet. All right. Let's see. Good luck, Dan, or I would be happy to ask one more topic. Well, I think I should go to Audrey's super chats now. Make sure I answer those. I mean, I usually end the show shortly after 9 Pacific, which we're getting pretty close to that. I don't know if I will end that show in the normal time, in the show at the normal time, but I want to make sure I have time to answer her chats, her super chats. She says, "You're not sleeping tonight." No, I will sleep tonight. You can see on the screen, it says 2 people entered the waiting room. Yeah, I think those are likely trolls. If I induce from my past experience. But one of the numbers looked familiar. Okay, I think I muted all the channels that I need to in my various scenes. I see some hearts going up in the chat. And I'm curious to look up these numbers. Somebody left a voicemail 5 minutes ago. Okay. I'm guessing that's likely a troll, whoever left this voicemail. But whether it's a troll or not, I'm not going to take it now. All right, let me look up this number. Yeah, that number looks familiar. Or at least part of it does. I'm going to look it up in my notes, see if I have it there. See if I can identify who that is. Okay. It's not there. Let me look in one other place. Okay. Maybe it is a completely new number because the place I thought I might find it, it's not there. So, all right, I'm going to go to Audrey's super chats. And the first one was about arrogance. How would you define arrogance? Is the genus overconfidence and the differentia thinking that one is superior to others? All right, well, I could look that up on a dictionary, but instead of doing that, that wouldn't be as much fun as just trying to think off the top of my head how I would define it. How would you define it? Is the genus overconfidence? So we define by genus and differentia for anyone who's not familiar with this terminology, like a triangle is a three-sided shape. Shape is the general category which a triangle belongs to, but within that category, there are squares, there are circles, there are triangles, hexagons. So the differentia is the characteristic which distinguishes the thing you're defining from the other things within the genus. So within the genus shape, the differentia for triangle would be three-sided. It's a three-sided shape. Okay, so she's asking about the genus of arrogance. What's the general class of things to which arrogance belongs? What is the general class, the genus, and what is the differentia, the specific attributes within the genus that separates arrogance from the other things within the genus? So, and she asked whether the differentia is thinking one is superior to others. So first of all, I don't know the best place to start, but maybe a place to start is, what are the other things in the class? And what is the class? So what is the genus? What are the nearby neighbors that you might distinguish arrogance from? when you're forming the concept arrogance. Maybe I should pull up my notes. Oh, let me actually copy this, and then I will paste it into my notes that I share. Oh. Okay. So what are some nearby concepts? Just like if we're defining triangle, some nearby concepts would be square, circle, rectangle, hexagon. What are some nearby concepts for arrogance that will give us an idea of what the genus is? So what might we distinguish arrogance from is, it's pride. Maybe that's a similar concept. Pride. Humility, maybe kind of a contrasting concept, but it's a kind of attitude you have, right? At least maybe that's maybe attitude, something like that is. I'm curious to look it up now in the dictionary and see what they have. But maybe it's useful to just try to think it through yourself first and then compare it to a dictionary. Not that the dictionary is necessarily the best way to understand a concept, but it can certainly be helpful. So is it a type of attitude? That's what I'm wondering. Genus. I'll put a question mark because that's what we're trying to figure out. And here I'll label this nearby concepts. And I'll note that pride is closer to a synonym. Humility is more like an antonym. Oh, hubris, Audrey says. Another species of overconfidence is hubris. That's a Greek term, hubris. Maybe I should add that here. Well, let's put Audrey's suggestion here, overconfidence, as a, or at least candidate as a possible genus. And I'm starting with the genus rather than the differentia. I'm not sure if that's the best method. Sophomoricness, says Audrey, is another species. All right. Well, let's put that up here. Sophomoric. She used the term species. Genus and species. But what I'm calling nearby concepts is, I think that's what she's calling species. maybe species is a better term to use. So there's a biological sense of species, but then there's also a philosophical or definitional sense, I'm not sure what to call it, of species, where it's the thing within the genus. Like man is the rational animal. The animal is genus, and the species is rationality. Well, I guess the species is man, but the species is determined by the combination of the genus and the differentia. Like if it's a rational spider, to use that example that came up in a previous live stream, that would be a different type of species. The differentia, well, we would need more than just rational animal if we're using animal in a broad sense to include insects like spiders. But maybe I'm getting too sidetracked in talking about that. Let me come back to the genus. Is arrogance a type of overconfidence, a type of attitude? Like arrogance, you might think it's too high a view of yourself. Humility, you might think that's too low a view of yourself. So they're both a view of yourself, where the differentia would be too high or too low. A view of yourself that is too high, that would be arrogance. A view of yourself that is too low, that would be humility. At least that's how I might think of them on a first pass, at least. Now, Christians might not define humility that way. They might think, no, you're not thinking too low of yourself. You are a worthless sinner. You are mud. That's an accurate assessment of yourself. It's not too low. It's just right. But not holding that view myself, I might define humility, at least on a first pass, as a view of yourself that is too low. So it's kind of attitude or view of yourself, and it's self-directed, right? The arrogance, I don't know if it's entirely self-directed, but maybe it's partly constituted by your attitude towards yourself. It might involve attitudes towards others as well. Like, well, I guess that's contained in your idea of thinking you're superior. So there's a relation to others involved. Could you be arrogant just by yourself if you don't have any relation to others? Maybe not. I mean, at a given time, you might be by yourself. If you're at home alone, you could be arrogant, but maybe that's only because at sometimes when you are around other people, you take a sort of attitude, a haughty attitude. Maybe that's another related term, haughtiness. It's not, I wouldn't say it's an emotion. I wouldn't say that's the genus. Not that you said it was or suggested it was, but I'm distinguishing between an attitude and an emotion. What exactly is the difference there? I don't know that we need to figure that out now, but whatever the difference is, I don't think, I wouldn't put emotion it seems like attitude is closer to what would be a correct genus for arrogance than something like emotion. It's not it seems more of a type of attitude than a type of emotion. Now you have a specific type of attitude, overconfidence, as a possible genus at least. But I wonder if that's more of a synonym or closer to a synonym than a genus. Because attitude, that's neutral, right? You could have a positive or attitude toward yourself or a negative attitude. So attitude itself is kind of neutral. But overconfidence, that's already valenced to some extent. You got too much of something, too much confidence. So I wonder if that's a synonym rather than a genus for arrogance. Well, but if it is a genus, then you say the differentio is thinking that one is superior to others. So there are types of overconfidence, and one type of overconfidence is thinking that one is superior to others. Okay, what would be a different type of overconfidence? Something else in the genus. I mean, if the genus is overconfidence, maybe we should be able to come up with some other things that are within the genus that are not thinking that one is superior to others, but that are still overconfidence. Well, I guess you gave some examples: sophomoric, hubris. Those are all. Maybe I should put this antonym on a second line because that might be confusing things. Okay, so pride, hubris, sophomoric, haughtiness. Well, we would have to say something like sophomoricness to make it a noun. Maybe there's a better word for it. So are all these things here on this line, are these all within the same genus as arrogance? Are they all types of overconfidence? Pride, well, pride, no. Because pride, at least on the objectivist view, that could be appropriate. On the Christian view, a Christian might say any pride is inappropriate. So it wouldn't be, but for an objectivist, pride isn't overconfidence. Okay, let me pause and look at the chat. I want to see what's going on in the chat. Oh, I see Audrey's just said other types of overconfidence are hubris and sophomoricness. So she says, I would say that haughtiness is synonymous with overconfidence, but with more severe connotations. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't thinking humility is a type of overconfidence. I was just thinking it might give us a clue to the genus, but maybe, I guess if the genus were an attitude toward yourself, then maybe humility and pride could be within the genus, and arrogance. So you could have too positive an attitude to yourself, too negative an attitude to yourself. So if the genus is just attitude, then maybe both synonyms or nearby concepts as well as antonyms could be in the same class, but in the same genus. But if that's not the genus, if the genus is something like overconfidence, then yeah, we definitely couldn't put humility in the same genus as pride or arrogance. All right. How long should I spend on this? I mean, I might be here until 3 a.m. trying to figure out the genus and differentia. Should I just look it up? You did the super chat, Audrey. So, do you want me to go on to your next super chat or keep on this one? It's already after 9 too, but I don't need to end right now. Because you asked at least one super chat after this one. Where is that? I want to see what it is. I think I read it and then I forgot what it was about. Okay. Something on the man-made and metaphysical. Since man is part of metaphysics, should the metaphysical versus man-made distinction instead be called the non-man-made versus the man-made? And then there was another one after that. Thank you again. When Ayn Rand was tasked to summarize objectivism on one leg, why did she not include aesthetics? Yes. I remember discussing that before. And I think I gave an answer. I don't remember. What did I say about that? I don't know. Maybe you weren't here for that. But I talked with someone else about that, and he had an idea, which I'm trying to remember. This was off stream. I remember liking the idea. And maybe a clue to it was that it was the date of it. So this was in a press conference, I think, related to Atlas Shrugged. Shortly after the publication of Atlas Shrugged, Ayn Rand's was asked this, like, could you say what your philosophy is while standing on one foot? And she said, metaphysics, objective reality, epistemology, reason, ethics, rational self-interest, politics, laissez-faire capitalism. But she didn't say anything about aesthetics. So this was shortly after the publication of Atlas Shrugged, which was 1957. So I don't know what year this was. Maybe it was 1957 or 58, 59. But maybe she hadn't developed her aesthetic theory that early. I think that might have been what this person said to me, who I was discussing this issue with offline. So the Romantic Manifesto was published in 1969. And a lot of the articles that appeared in it were written in the 1960s. So I wonder if she just hadn't worked out her aesthetic theory and seen how it fits into her philosophy. So maybe she wasn't prepared to say anything about aesthetics, or at least didn't see it at that point as one of the main branches of her philosophy. Maybe that took a few more years. I might be misremembering. So I don't know if this is the explanation this person gave me offline, or if I'm just imagining this, but that's all I can remember now as to what this person might have said was the explanation. So maybe that's the answer, but I don't know for sure. I guess if I speak to that person again, I can ask him if that's what he said. But I thought it was an interesting idea, which I don't think occurred to me until he mentioned it. Oh, Audrey says, look up the dictionary to expedite this. ChatGPT says aesthetics was omitted because it was epistemically downstream from those four branches. Well, I don't think it's downstream from politics. It's downstream from ethics. At least the way Leonard Peikoff presented it once. I don't know if you've seen this lecture. I'm pretty sure it's available free online. I can try to mimic what he drew on a chalkboard on my screen here. So the way Leonard Peikoff pictorially represented philosophy there's two foundational or basic branches, metaphysics and epistemology, and then below that, less fundamental, he had ethics in the middle. And both, I think he had arrows drawn from metaphysics to ethics, and also a separate arrow from epistemology to ethics. And then below that, he had politics and aesthetics, or maybe he wrote art. I don't recall. And he had an arrow coming out of ethics going to politics, and an arrow coming out of ethics going to aesthetics. So aesthetics wasn't hierarchically after politics. It was at the same level. I think it's called Introducing Objectivism, the name of that lecture. I'm going to look it up right now. I think it's on YouTube. Maybe I can find his picture real quick. Or the picture of the... Oh yeah, here it is. Introduction to Objectivism. Here it is. He's got it. It's from the 90s, I believe. It's in the first few minutes. Well, I guess he... see that? He's got the chalkboard. And I guess over the first several minutes, he gives this bird's eye view of the structure. And maybe he's got... Yeah, it's a little hard to see here. Maybe if I zoom in or make it bigger. It's kind of an X structure, and he has ethics in the center here. Whoops, did I might have accidentally deleted the video. Not sure what happened there. Oh, I think I know what happened. Oh, I see. I guess I can't, if I expand it to the full view, it goes into another desktop, and then I think it stops showing up on OBS. So, but anyways, if you want to see this, you can go to that lecture, Introducing Objectivism. Introduction to Objectivism. It's on ARI's channel. I recommend that. I think it's a good lecture. All right, you said I could just look up the definition. Let's look up arrogance here. An offensive attitude of superiority. So it does use attitude. Is that the genus? An offensive attitude of superiority shown especially by excessively confident or rudely dismissive behavior. This is Merriam-Webster. Now, I don't know if this, what function this part has. Let me see if I can close this ad. Well, let me just copy and paste this so we don't get all the ads. Okay, so where's the genus and where's the differentia? An offensive attitude of superiority shown especially by... So is this the genus? I italicized and bolded that. A certain type of offensive attitude of superiority. And there are different types of offensive attitudes of superiority, and some of them, namely arrogance, are offensive attitudes of superiority that are shown especially by excessively confident or rudely dismissive behavior. If that's right, then other offensive attitudes of superiority would be hubris, perhaps sophomoricness, haughtiness. I wonder if the definition could just stop here after an offensive attitude of superiority. Is this just elaboration? Is that necessary? The part after that? I'm not exactly sure how to parse this definition. Peacock rocking the mullet. Yeah, he had that going in the 90s. He also had long hair, like straightish long hair, I think, in the 90s, in the film Ayn Rand, A Sense of Life. Dan, you need to check the chat. I'm looking at the chat right now. He doesn't have meta ethics at all in that chart. I think that might be too confusing for a beginning audience. In Ayn Rand, she doesn't talk about meta ethics explicitly. I mean, she does discuss meta ethical viewpoints, like what gives rise to value, but she doesn't use the term meta ethics. So if you're just doing a 1 hour lecture, it might be confusing or too complicated to try to have meta ethics in there as well. Austin is in the waiting room to talk about immigration. Are you the same person who called in before? Who I hung up on? I don't know if you're a troll. What was the troll's name? Howard? Yeah, that was Howard. You called 5 days ago? Oh, yeah, I remember. I talked to in Austin. Okay. Okay, well, it might have to be a short call. But I still owe Audrey some. Audrey, should I go on to your next super? Did I answer all your super chats now? Maybe I did, because the last one was about aesthetics, and I discussed that one, why she excludes that, or at least an idea on why she excludes it. Oh, but there's still the one about metaphysics. So I don't know that I have more to say on the arrogance. I mean, I could think about it all night, but we have limited time here. Maybe if your super chat were $1,000, maybe I would feel like I should spend all night on it. But $5, maybe I've done enough on it. If I'm, I don't know what my hourly rate is here, but I probably spent at least 10 minutes on it. But maybe I should say at least something about your other super chat I haven't gotten to yet. Since man is part of metaphysics, should the metaphysical versus man-made distinction instead be called the non-man-made versus man-made? Well, I wonder if non is too negative, whereas metaphysical sounds more positive. Not in an evaluative sense of positive versus negative, but just content to wrap your mind around. If you define things negatively, sometimes that's not as immediately clear as it would be if you had a positive term for it. But let me think about this a little more. Since man is part of metaphysics, I mean, if metaphysics deals with everything, then yeah, everything is part of metaphysics. Since man is, I guess that's the context that's why you're asking. Should the metaphysical versus the man-made distinction instead be called? Okay, I think I understand your question a little more, why you're asking it now. I still like the term metaphysical. I don't know that I can give a great explanation of why. It's just a feeling, but can I justify that? Not sure. I haven't considered that before, but it's kind of interesting. Should the metaphysical versus man-made be called the non-man-made versus man-made? or maybe the non-chosen versus the chosen. Well, if the man-made is the chosen, then non-man-made, well, maybe that includes both determinism and indeterminism, where the latter means metaphysically random. And you might think, well, now that might be an empty category. Like maybe there is nothing that is metaphysically random, like quantum mechanics is sometimes said to be but that's a distinction within in that. But if you do want to allow space for that sort of thing, even if it's only logical space, even if you think there actually isn't anything metaphysically random, we at least have the idea of such a thing. You can imagine what it is. Maybe somewhat like unicorns, right? You can have the idea of it, even if you don't think they actually exist. Likewise, you can have the idea of metaphysical randomness or indeterminism, quantum indeterminacy, even if there isn't, in fact, such indeterminacy. But by metaphysical, Rand, I think she's focusing on necessity, things that have to be a certain way. So maybe there's an argument for using the terms deterministic versus man-made, because she wants to talk about the given, like Newton's laws. That's not open to our choice, right? It's just the nature of reality. So, but there's already the distinction between the free will and determinism. So maybe it's just an issue of emphasis as to why you might want to use man-made rather than the term free will. I mean, it has, in a way, it's more concrete to say man. That calls to mind a certain type of entity, human beings, whereas free will is more abstract. It's an aspect of human beings. So maybe it's okay to formulate it in different ways, non-man-made versus man-made, or deterministic versus chosen, and maybe they just give different emphases. And in a given context, it might be advantageous to use one formulation rather than the other. All right, let me look at the chat again. I don't want to go too long without looking at the chat. Maybe Audrey has said something in the meantime, which I ought to read. Oh, she says, Dan, can I call in to explain the last super chat? Yes, you can. I want to give you some priority because you've been doing a lot of super chats here. So, yeah, you can call in. Even though I guess Austin has also called in. I don't know if he's still in the waiting room. But if you call in now, I'll give you priority because you've done so many super chats. And you've been an active participant for a long time in many of my streams. So I want to give you some recognition there. Let me go to Zoom. Okay, maybe the reason this number looks familiar is because it is the Austin that I had a call with. All right, so usually my show is over by now, but I'm going to go a bit longer here. I don't know how much longer. I'm going to give Audrey a chance to call in, though, if you still want to. Oh, call is not available? Oh, is that, maybe it's because I have it on Do Not Disturb. Let me check that. I guess you're not calling in on Zoom. Okay, I think I see your number here. Oh yeah, I have Do Not Disturb turned on. All right, I just turned that off, so if you call again, I should be able to pick it up. Hello, Audrey. Hey, we finally connected. Let me put your audio on so YouTube can hear you, and make sure I got it on all of my scenes. So if I need to switch, you will still be
Audrey.
audible. Okay.
Hey.
Why am I hearing an echo? Do you have your volume on? Or YouTube on?
I'm hearing an echo.
Do you have YouTube on? You might need to mute it.
All of my streams.
Oh, mute YouTube?
Yeah, mute YouTube.
Okay.
All right, that should fix it.
Oh, am I live? Am I on YouTube right now?
Yes, you are. You're on YouTube. People can hear
Okay.
you.
All right, great. First time calling in.
Yes.
So I did some quick searching, but I didn't get a chance to read the entire essay. But there's an essay on ARI's website that talks about the metaphysical versus man-made. And I just, glancing through it really quickly, I noticed that it explains about how it talks about the metaphysically given. And then that made me realize that maybe metaphysically given versus man-made is the better phrase here, because that avoids at least the confusion that I get.
You mean the non-man-made versus man-made is the better?
Yeah, I'm suggesting that instead of saying metaphysical versus man-made, metaphysically given versus man-made is better, because it maintains the metaphysical label. You're just adding on given, and then it avoids that confusion, like of how metaphysical subsumes man-made.
Oh, okay. I guess that's somewhat different than I was imagining.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, when Ayn Rand came out coined the phrase metaphysical versus man-made, does the metaphysical, is it shorthand for the metaphysically given?
I think it is. I just went to the lexicon to see if I could find metaphysical versus man-made, and I have it now. It's on. If you have YouTube open, keep it muted, but you can see on the screen if you're what I'm sharing. But yeah, I do think metaphysical versus man-made, that I think you could understand that as short for metaphysically given versus man-made. That sounds right to me.
Yeah. It doesn't take much more time to just say the word given or to type out that word.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to go with metaphysically given, over metaphysical because it avoids that confusion and it still maintains the metaphysical distinction.
Okay. Well, by the way, I see that Rand herself uses the phrase metaphysically given, and I highlighted it on the screen here. And the title of the article is "The Metaphysical versus the Man-Made," and that's also here on the screen. But
hold on, I had to reload my YouTube because it crashed. So give me a moment.
Okay.
I don't see that on your screen.
Well,
I do
it
see
takes. There's a delay of like 20 seconds sometimes, so maybe
okay.
Maybe it'll pop up in a moment.
Okay.
At least. Oh, am I sharing my screen? Maybe I'm not sharing my screen. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was sharing that. Let me. Okay, now it should be, or maybe in 20 seconds if it takes whatever the delay is.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait.
Okay.
Well, what do you think about that? What I just said? Just tack on the given.
Okay, so the idea is it gets around the confusion. I mean, I never found it confusing, but maybe I had never considered the point you were making, which makes it confusing. So the idea is the man-made is part of the metaphysical, and so shouldn't we think of it as the non-man-made versus the man-made instead of the metaphysical versus the man-made? But it sounds like now, so that was my idea before you called in. Like now that you've called in, it's you're proposing we just add the word given.
Yeah.
And that deals with the issue that I guess so. The idea is that the man-made is not given. But it is metaphysical, but it's not metaphysically given, or is that
no. My issue is that the man-made is part of metaphysics. So to say that, to make a distinction that in the phrase metaphysical versus man-made, the metaphysical subsumes man-made, so the distinction collapses. But we tack on given, the distinction holds.
I'm not sure about this. Might be a good question for someone like Harry Benswinger. Have you ever asked this to?
I haven't. I'm just going up I'm just starting. I haven't asked it, but I think I will.
Yeah, maybe pose it on HBL and see what people think.
I will.
I mean, I've never found it confusing, but maybe you've given me reasons.
I guess I'm the only one who. I guess I'm the only one who detected or recognized that the man-made being part of metaphysics.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe there are different senses of metaphysics, and I'm not sure.
I mean, a big part of metaphysics is free will, and free will.
Well, I think you could say free will is part of the metaphysical nature of human beings. It's a basic fact about human beings, but it's not metaphysical in the sense that it's a basic fact of reality. Like the law of identity, that's true of everything that exists, whether there are human beings or not. Whatever there is what it is. So I think something like the law of identity is more basic and true of reality universally. That's one way you might think of the metaphysical. And actually Aristotle, he uses the phrase being qua being. The laws of logic or the law of contradiction, or I'm not sure exactly what he says, but for something to be true of being qua being is one sense of what it means to be metaphysical. And it is true. Just to be anything, no matter what you are, you have an identity. Your identity is what it is. But it's not true of being qua being, that something has free will. That's limited to a specific kind of being. So I guess from that perspective, you could say free will is not a metaphysical fact, unqualified. But if you now qualify it and say it's a fact about the metaphysical nature of man or of human beings, then okay, it's metaphysical in that restricted sense. But it's not true of being qua being that there is free will.
Okay.
Does that make any sense? Or
I have to think about it.
okay. Yeah, there's I don't know where it is in the well, you could look it up if you search for being qua being. Maybe I guess it's in Aristotle's work, the Metaphysics. Now he didn't use that term. I think that term was used as a title by later compilers of his works. I guess they organized his works, and he has another work called the Physics, or I don't know if he labeled it that, but whoever his editors were handling the materials that came down to us, they called one of his works Physics, based on the Greek word physis for nature. And then the stuff after the physics ended up being called the metaphysics. And I think that's where he uses this term being qua being. And, in addition to the law of identity, the other basic laws of logic, like the law of non-contradiction, that's also true of being qua being. There's nothing that is both A and non-A at the same time and in the same respect. So free will is limited. It's limited to a certain kind of being. So there's at least some.
I think you make a good point that free will is a metaphysical fact or part of the nature of man. I forgot where I'm going with this. I lost my train of thought.
Well, kind of riffing off that, there are facts like human beings have kidneys. I think Rand would say that's a metaphysical fact about human beings, but it's not part of metaphysics. Like if you're taking a class on metaphysics, if you go to a philosophy department and you sign up for the course on metaphysics, you're not going to learn about human kidneys, right?
Right.
But because that's not the sort of thing which is true of reality as a whole or being qua being. Now you will talk about things like cause and effect. That's something that applies to anything you might consider. I mean, you might deny it and you might say, oh, there are miracles and they violate the laws of cause and effect, but it's at least a candidate view you might consider in a course on metaphysics if it pertains to something, if it pertains to reality universally, not just a particular type of being. But if we are talking about a certain type of being and we say like human beings have kidneys, cats have tails, I think you could call those metaphysical facts in that they're part of the they're not, well, for one at least, they're not chosen facts. Cats didn't choose to have tails, human beings did not choose to have kidneys. And maybe that's the only sense in which they would be metaphysical facts applied about a certain type of being when they're not chosen. Maybe that suffices to say they're metaphysical.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, metaphysical also has the denotation or connotation of being basic, like
fundamental.
Yeah, fundamental, and from that perspective, you would not say having kidneys is a metaphysical fact.
Yeah, but that's not fundamental.
Yeah, like maybe something more fundamental would be like the DNA structure of human beings, and that gives rise to many of the distinctive characteristics of human beings. Like they have kidneys, they have toes and hair. So, but there are different senses of fundamental. Like from another perspective, you might say rationality is the fundamental characteristic of human beings, not the DNA. And of course, Aristotle didn't even he wasn't aware of something like DNA. That wasn't discovered till thousands of years later. But
Yeah,
he
I'm
awareness.
thinking about this. I'm thinking about this more, and I'm starting to wonder if I'm just misunderstanding metaphysics, where I think I might have thought that. I think I'm mistaken when I say that man is part of metaphysics. I think that's a mistaken premise. I suspect.
Well, this might be one of those cases where, in a sense, he is, in a sense, he's not. I just looked up metaphysics on the lexicon. I don't know if that'd be useful, but here's the phrase "being qua being." Actually, it doesn't say where, but it's. I'll just read this paragraph. The nature of your actions and of your ambition will be different according to which set of answers you come to accept. These answers are the province of metaphysics, the study of existence as such, or in Aristotle's words, of being qua being, the basic branch of philosophy. Now, there is the metaphysical nature of man. I think that's Leonard Peikoff, I think, uses that phrase in various contexts where you're talking about the basic nature of man, like or of human beings. Like they have free will, they have a faculty of reason. This is the kind of stuff you would find in chapter 6 of Opar, which is titled Man. Have you read Opar?
I got 1.5 chapters left.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess you read this chapter then. Chapter 6 is
Yep.
called Man, and I think he might use the phrase the metaphysical nature of man. So he doesn't tell you everything about man, right? He doesn't talk about the fact that human beings have a certain DNA structure. They have kidneys. Some of them are plumbers. Some of them have live streams. There's innumerable facts about human beings, but they're not all basic facts. They derive from, like, it's because human beings have rationality that they can do something like create a live stream or be plumbers. Whereas, so many of the innumerable facts can all be, or many of them at least, can be traced back to the fact that human beings have rationality. So to deal with the metaphysical nature of man is to deal with the most basic characteristics of man. And so there is that sense of metaphysical. So,
Yeah. Can you go back? Can you go back on the screen because where it showed I think it was a definition or description of metaphysics?
Oh, is it this one? I use the word metaphysical to mean.
I'm going to have to wait until the page refreshes on my
Oh,
end.
yeah. See, if you were on Zoom, I think you would see it immediately. But since you called in on the Google Voice number, you have to wait a few seconds.
Okay, I see it now. Okay, I use the word metaphysical to mean that which pertains to reality, to the nature of things, to existence. I think that's where that's how I concluded that man-made is man is part of metaphysics. I think that's where I got that, but I think it needs to be more nuanced than that.
I wonder what the broader context of that is. It says this is from the Objectivist Ethics. I want to look this up in my Kindle and see what the context of that is. Just a sec. Oh, I've got to log in. It's not coming automatically up. That's unusual. All right, I'm in now. All right, objective virtue of selfishness. Here we go. And I'm going to search on the word metaphysical. Probably aren't many uses of that in this book. Oh, here we go. Page 16. Okay, let me share this now. It'll take a few seconds to... Okay, so she's talking about value, the concept value. Is the concept of value of good or evil an arbitrary human invention, unrelated to, underived from, and unsupported by any facts of reality? Or is it based on a metaphysical fact, on an unalterable condition of man's existence? And then she says, I use the word metaphysical to mean that which pertains to reality, to the nature of things, to existence. So that's being contrasted.
I mean, yeah, I mean, man is part of reality, so I think that's probably where I got that idea that man is part of metaphysics.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I guess if you're taking that perspective, everything is part of metaphysics.
Yeah.
Biology is part of physics. Psychology,
Well,
history, engineering.
Well, I don't think it's the definition, actually, now that I'm reading it again. It's more like just a description. It's just saying that it pertains to reality, but that's not necessarily a definition, because I think fundamentality is an essential characteristic of metaphysics. Otherwise, we're just going to subsume biology and psychology and math and etc.
I'm just moving my box here around so that it doesn't cover up the relevant sentence. Well, she does contrast. So she's contrasting metaphysical here with an arbitrary human invention, unrelated to, underived from, and unsupported by any facts of reality. So you might think a value is like that. It's not based on any facts in reality. And then she says, or is it based on a metaphysical fact, on an unalterable condition of man's existence? So here there's maybe this contrast gives us a clue as to the sense in which she's using metaphysical. Maybe she doesn't use metaphysical in the same sense in every context. I'm not sure about that. But I don't know if would anything be lost if she didn't use the term metaphysical? If she just said, or is it based on a fact? If she didn't say, is it based on a metaphysical fact? What if she just said, or is it based on a fact? Would we lose any information there? Or maybe metaphysical helps emphasize, even if it's strictly speaking redundant. Like, could there be non-metaphysical facts? You might think maybe not. Maybe a fact by nature is metaphysical. So why do we need the modifier metaphysical in front of fact? Well, just like you might say laissez-faire capitalism doesn't mean there's a non-laissez-faire capitalism, but sometimes it's helpful.
Emphasizer?
Yes, it can be helpful sometimes just to put on a emphasizer, a modifier in front of it. So maybe that's and she not only has the word, she italicizes it here, metaphysical. So maybe she's trying to use that as an intensifier. But I don't know that I have a great answer to your question. It's
okay. I'm gonna ask it on HBL. But I think do we both agree that metaphysically given versus man-made is a valid distinction? And the question is really, does metaphysical versus man-made, is that also valid?
Well, I guess I don't really see that given makes a difference there. So I
Well,
guess if
the given makes it completely different from the man-made.
because it's given by reality.
Metaphysically, it's given. Yeah, it's given as opposed to chosen.
But since man is part of the metaphysical, what if the thing that does the giving is man in a particular case? Then could it be that the metaphysically given overlaps with the maybe that the man-made
Maybe,
is
yeah.
is a subset of the metaphysically given. So when it's a man that's doing the giving, i.e., making a choice, then
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this some more.
yeah, then sometimes the metaphysically given could be also man-made. Yeah, maybe you'll get a better answer if you put this question on HBL.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for taking my call.
Sure, and thank you for all your super chats. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm glad. It's my pleasure.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear it. So yeah, all right. Well, have a good night. Thanks for calling.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Bye-bye. Okay. It looks like Austin is still on the Zoom waiting room. All right. Let me see if I can at least do a quick call with Austin. Got to make sure I got my settings correct. Okay. And let's see. I still have to unmute him, but let me bring him into the call first, and then I'll turn on his audio in a little bit. Hello. Hi, this is Austin. So we talked before for a long time, right? And we were talking about subjectivism, or what was it? Oh, okay. Let me hold on. Let me pull up my notes. I think I mixed you up with a different person who called in the same day that you called before. Hold on. Austin. Here we go. May 12th. Right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Now I remember. Yeah. We talked about the umbilical cord and whether coma patients made. What were you interested in talking about today? Oh, immigration. Okay. Yeah, he was a troll. He became he said something vulgar just a couple minutes or so into the call, and then I hung up on him. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can talk about that. Let me put your audio through to YouTube. Just a sec. Okay. Zoom audio is now on, and I gotta fix it on all my scenes. Okay, we're good to go. All right. So this is Austin, and he's interested in talking about immigration. He said he had some disagreements with what I said to that troll who called in for a couple minutes. And so go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very simple. I think it's pretty easy to understand why a lot of people in modern America and like the UK are anti-immigration. And it's just the more you think of a group of people as your own, the more you will want to vet who comes in. So for example, right, like if someone wants to move into your house, then I mean that's kind of like the closest circle in terms of like who you think you are with. And if someone wants to move in your house or illegally trespasses on your house, and you're going to like freak out quite a lot if you don't get to vet that guy. Somewhat similarly, if someone like tries to move in next door, I mean, you don't get to vet that guy, but like you probably would want to, you know? And a lot of people move into areas just so that they are with people that are more like themselves, right? So the area kind of vets people on its own, but although you're not allowed to vet them. And then, you know, as that circle increases outward, right? If it's like some random house at the edge of your town, then you care less, but you still care some amount. And then maybe in your country you care less, you still care some amount. Well, at least some people care some amount about like how much this person is vetted. And then after that, it's like, who cares, you know? And this same circle also applies to just like clubs that you join, or if you're in a frat, then like, you know, you are going to want to vet the people who get to join your frat. And if someone like shows up on the lawn of your frat house and it's like, okay, I'm going to set up camp here, then you are going to have like quite a reaction. Like, okay, you know, you need to kick this person out. Yeah, it's just like a very, to me, like it's very easy to understand why some people would be against immigration, just because this is like the oldest instinct of all time, right? It's just a basic human instinct. It's why humans are social creatures. Social meaning like a group of people, a community, and obviously like if you have a community or a group of people, then there's some people outside your group of people and some people inside, and that border is going to be, you know, not 100% permeable. And if it were, then it would be not a group of people in the traditional sense. And this is how like every people group have ever worked throughout the history of the world, as far as I can tell.
Well, I do think tribalism has a very long history, and I wouldn't deny that there is some tribal reasons why, and I take tribalism to be a kind of collectivism as opposed to individualism. But I also take racism to be a type of collectivism and tribalism, loyal to people who look like you. So I think, I guess at least part of what I said, I think is consistent with your. So you said you disagreed with what I said, but part of what I said is I think racism could explain why some people at least oppose immigration. But I think that might be consistent with what you're saying about people identifying with some kind of group. And one of the groups you could identify with is your race. And so I think that does explain some of, and I think there have been exceptions to made like white South Africans, they can immigrate. I think there's been some more leeway with them than non-white immigrants. And why is it that, you know, those people are able to immigrate but not other groups, or they're given more latitude or more something? Maybe that's an example of racism. Now I think you can be rationally concerned about, I mean, if your group is based on some important characteristic, which I don't think race is, then it can be reasonable to be concerned about other people in your group. But just being part of a family, or some family with some racial genetic heritage, I don't think that's a very important part of your identity. But let me just pause there and give you a chance to.
Yeah, I think you're using words that are more normative than you might realize. For example, you're using the word tribalism, is there a difference to you in terms of definition between tribalism and communitarianism?
I don't know. I don't
Like,
use
is there a
that
difference
term.
between tribe and community?
Um,
Tribe versus community, just to get around the word communitarianism, since it isn't used very much.
yeah, I guess tribalism has a more negative connotation than community. I think it suggests a kind of primitive states, like you think of the Indian or Native American tribes, very collectivist, whereas
The problem
community,
is they're
less so.
yeah, their definition is the same, but the connotation is different, and and the way that you're using the word racism is very similar as well. Where, I mean, just to like look at this overlap between the word community and racism. I mean, like, for example, there's a black community, but obviously, if you were looking completely by definition, then you could also call it the black racial tribe community. The black racial tribe. You know what I'm saying?
Well, sort of.
Like, just purely by definition, there's no actual difference between like black community and black racial tribe. That's what it is. And so, like, once again, we're running up into like, you are saying that it's like really difficult to understand, or it's like it's bad that, you know, these communities, that people don't like immigration. It's because of like racism and tribalism. But like, in the modern context, these words like racism and tribalism they break down into nothing if you try to examine them with a non-normative lens, right? Because the moment that you look at the word, you know, tribal, or you look at the word racism, and you like make it apply to everything that the word should apply to under its definition, then these words just explode immediately, right? Because like there's no consistent application of racism or tribalism in the modern context.
No consistent application. Well, I'm wondering now, if someone says, I am a member of the black community, versus saying, I'm a member of the black tribe, would they likely mean something different by those? I think if someone says, I'm a member of the black community, that might just be another way of saying I'm black. But if they said, I'm a member of the black tribe, I think that they would likely mean something more than just I'm black. It'd be more like it's core to my identity that I'm black.
It might mean other things just because the connotation is different. You know, like. All
right. Well, I mean, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, one classic example of connotation versus denotation is like all of the different ways that you can say house, right? Like you can say house, you can say domicile, you can say residence, say home. You know, house versus home is a common one. You can say crib, and obviously, if you walk up to somebody and you say, you know, do you want to, you know, come to my crib versus do you want to come to my house? Then those might mean something different at the end of the day. Or like, you know, don't come into my domicile has a more official meaning than don't come into my house, et cetera, et cetera. But that doesn't mean that these don't have the same definition, but have different connotations.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure they have the same definitions, but I'm not sure how important that is. I mean, but I do think it's plausible that at least some of the opposition to immigration is based on racism. Whether I
don't understand why racism is bad in the context that you're talking about. Like many groups across the world filter their borders based on race, like China does, Japan does, like basically every nation, many groups within America do this, right? Obviously, the Black community does, Chinatown does, a lot of like a lot of sororities and fraternities filter based on race. I mean, like racism sounds like a really, really bad word, but again, like if you break it down into its actual meaning, it's like, okay, this is actually super common and very basic, And obviously, I'm not saying that America should be like filtering entirely on race, but if someone thinks that America shouldn't demographically change enormously over the course of like a small number of years, especially if a lot of it is illegal, then it's like that's a feeling that I can sympathize with, although I wasn't raised in a context that would make me normally sympathize with that. But like I can abstractly see where they're coming from. You know what I'm saying? Because this is very common across the world, across many places in America.
Well, I mean,
you wouldn't want to stop them from doing this, right? You would never go to the Black community and be like, you cannot filter the borders of your community based on race. I mean, maybe you would say that, but
Well, okay, so there are at least a couple issues coming up here. Which one do I want to start with? Okay, so one point is just because something is unusual, I don't think that makes it wrong. Like even if Chinese, Japanese, you give several examples, Black community, even if I grant that it's true that they have restrictions based on race, I don't know if that's true, but if it is true, I don't think it's a good policy. What's that?
I think it's pretty clear that Chinatown or the Black community or many racial communities in America filter based on race. And it's just like,
well, there might be
a name. Like you could just talk to these people.
Like if I wanted to, let's say some Chinese person in Chinatown in San Francisco decides he wants to sell his property to me who
Mm-hmm.
and I am not Chinese, would I be allowed to buy his property? I think I would. I mean, I haven't looked into the laws of San Francisco, but I think in the United States, at least,
legally, you absolutely would be allowed. But the problem is if it wasn't, I mean, if it was like a major incursion, if it was you and a group of a lot of other white people trying to move into Chinatown, this would be called gentrification, right?
I don't know.
And like,
but
I mean,
I don't. So there's another issue here of property rights, and I don't think it's the government's role to take notice of race in enforcing property rights. So I think the only proper role of the government is to protect individuals, regardless of race, from physical force. And so if a bunch of if a place
that has nothing to do with immigration though, right?
Well, I don't think it should. I mean, but I think a lot of people might say, maybe you were implying it, I don't know if you were, you can tell me, that a government can reasonably restrict people, or do you not think that, like, based on race? Do you think there should be there shouldn't be any race, should not be taken into account at all in deciding who can or cannot immigrate somewhere?
The government can,
but
if it wants
should
to.
it? Should it?
It depends on, well, for one, it depends on what the people want. I mean, it is a democracy.
So whatever the people want goes? Are we doing unlimited majority rule here?
No, obviously not. I mean, there should be limits to majority rule. That's why we have a constitution and rights and whatever. But
racist immigration shouldn't be beyond the bounds of what the government can legitimately do?
If the government wants younger people, would it be like ageist? would it be age discrimination? Should that be illegal too? I mean, by the way, the answer to your question is just very clearly yes to me, right? Like if the people of the nation want to filter based on race, then this nation should be able to do so. I mean,
Well, I don't agree with that.
it should also be
I think you should be able to. You can do whatever filtering you want on your own private property. Like if you're a racist and you don't want any black people to come into your house, well, you can be a racist and force that on your private property. But I don't think a nation is private property. A country is not private property. So
does the nation belong to its people, or to like what does the nation belong to?
No, there's private property, and what belongs to you is your private property. There's no collective property that is what.
Like who does the nation? What does the nation belong to? I mean, the nation like actually kind of just means people, you know.
Well, it's an area within which a government has jurisdiction with a monopoly on force within that area.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I would explain what a nation is. An area within which a single government has a monopoly on the use of force. But I don't think that implies that the people within that jurisdiction can vote for racist policies and thereby have a right to exclude certain people from coming in based on race. I mean, if they own the property, okay, but I don't think they do. They only own their little parcel of land within the nation. So if maybe I don't go along with the majority, and maybe let's say majority in my country don't want to let in black people, but I do. Well, I think I should be able to invite that black person onto my private property, and they don't have to go on other people's, but they can at least come on mine. That's how I think it should be handled. I don't think the majority should be able to impose on the minority.
Do you see how like you're continually referencing black people here, where it's like obviously like in modern morality, if a black person wants to come, then a black person obviously can come. But like if a white person wants to come, it's questionable whether a white person can come, right? For example, it's the whole like, gentrification thing where, if a white person wants to move onto your piece of property or your land, then should they be allowed to do so en masse? A lot of people say no. You know what I'm saying?
It's just an example. It has nothing to do with race. I could change the race. It doesn't make any difference to the point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I suppose then I would prefer if, like, you did change the race from now on, right? Well, I mean, I'm not trying to force you, but like, I'm just saying that, like, in my mind, there are a lot of examples around the world where people would just agree that, like, the nation in question should be able to, like, let's just say there is an island and there's a bunch of native whatevers there, Native American, apparently not Americans, but, some tribe. And a bunch of white people with a shitload of dollars are like, you know what I want to do? I want to turn that place into, beachfront property. And presumably that group of people can put together a constitution that says, hey, we are going to vet the number of extremely rich white people that can buy our land. Because if we did allow that, then, someone is going to be like, okay, you know what? I'm going to sell my piece of property for a giant amount of money. See you guys. This land is going to, small pieces of this land are slowly going to turn into giant, like, lakefront, oceanfront property for white people. You know what I'm saying? And presumably this nation of island tribesmen are allowed to say, hey, we're just not allowing this. Are they not?
I mean, I think they can only choose how they will treat their own private property. So I don't think they can, like if you're if 10 islanders don't want to sell their personal lands. Let's say there's 11 islanders and 10 of them don't want white people. Assume the islanders are not white. We can change it around if you want. Whatever color.
Yeah,
10
the
of the
islanders
islanders
are
are
not white.
green. We've got 10 green
Yeah, they're green.
islanders. And, or, sorry, 11 green islanders, and 10 of the green islanders don't want any purple people to come onto the islands. But one of the green islanders does want to sell his property to a purple person. Well, I don't think the 10 have a right to stop the one from selling his private property to the purple person. They can only choose how they dispose of their own personal property, but they can't speak for everyone, I would say.
Am I allowed to make a piece of land, right? And I bought this piece of land. I bought the entire piece of land, but I basically have a subsystem underneath my system where underneath like the larger system where I say I sell, quote unquote, sell this piece of land to you, but under the restriction where, you know, other people, where there's a democracy here, and the democracy can restrict, you know, other people from buying this property. Does that make sense to you? Or is
let me
not?
make so you let's say you're on an island and you say, can you like rent out half of your island, for instance, on certain terms, such as like if you're my renter on this half of the island, you can only sublet to certain people. Would that be a kind of way of asking your question?
Yes. Although in this thought experiment, you wouldn't call it rent, you would just call it buy. Although it is in some sense renting. It's just that the word that we use for it would be buy.
Okay. Well, maybe we can, well, like a condo, you can buy a condo. So that's not something you just rent. So let's say you buy a condo and then you own the entire condo, like it's a 10-story condo and you own the whole building. And then you sell each floor to one person, and you say, all right, well, you can buy one floor of my condo, but if you decide to sublet part of it or you could rent it out, I guess, rent out one of your rooms. You can only rent it out or sublet it to someone who's purple.
Well, who's within the building currently? Let's go with that.
Oh,
who has another one of these sublet properties?
I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, well, that is what I see most nations as, right? At some point, some group of people a long time ago, like took over this piece of land, and then they divided it up like a condo and then sold it to people under the requirement that you can filter based on these rules, and there's going to be a democracy, and there's going to be this whole system of rules. You know, you're thinking about like buying and selling as like this higher category of rights or whatever. But I'm saying that you can just have a subsection of that underneath it where they have this system that we're talking about now, right? You can think of America as this condo where individual people buy and sell property here, but you know that the way that this is supposed to work is that you can't sell to like random people overseas unless you go through a bunch of specific systems. You can't sell to people, well, you can sell actually, but like people cannot come in without certain restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. Does that make sense? It's basically this condo.
Okay. Well, I think there might be some disanalogies, but it also is getting late, and it's an interesting conversation, and I wish we had more time, but because it is so late, I think we should wrap it up. And if you want, you can call back in and we can continue this discussion. I'd definitely be up for that. But I'll give you the floor here if you want to say any last things before you hop off.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need any of these complicated examples. It's just that the thing that made me want to pick up the phone and call in is that the way that you were talking with that other person at the beginning was as if it was like really hard to understand why other people would feel certain ways about immigration. And in my mind, it's like very easy to understand because it's a common instinct. You don't need to put like horrible labels on it, like tribalism or racism or whatever. It's just people want to belong to groups, and groups being communities, you call them communities, right? People want to belong to communities, and these communities are going to have their borders vetted, right? Not even necessarily physical borders, but just like who is even allowed to join. Like if you want to join a club, then this club is going to have certain borders in some sense, etc. Or, you know, if someone wants to get into your house, or some, you know, gated community or whatever it happens to be. And it's like very easy for me to understand why, if a person wants to show up on like on the soil of the nation, that this border people would want this border to be vetted. Right? This is just like a super common instinct. It stretches from whenever to now, and like, and I feel like there's a Mott and Bailey going on here, where it's like, you know, when you were talking with this guy, he was like, okay, this is like really wild. This is really hard to understand. This is tribalism. This is racism. And then, you know, when it comes to just like how this is just how everybody looks at the world, except maybe like 1% of the population, that becomes like, oh, it's what do you say?
Oh, it's
yeah,
what?
I mean,
I didn't hear the last.
It's hard to understand.
Oh, hard to understand.
It's it's like this wild, weird belief that like people would be, people are unempathetic. That's what it was. That was another one of the things that you were saying with this guy. And I just like didn't like that at all. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, it's just like, this is,
all right.
It felt like there was a Mott and Bailey going on there, you know?
Okay. Well, I don't remember saying unempathetic. I do remember saying racism and nihilism. I think those were the two that I said when he was on. But I didn't intend to say it's hard to understand. I think I also mentioned the point about they're taking our jobs. I think that was one of the reasons people oppose it. But I didn't intend to say it was hard. But I also, I don't think something like racism is hard to understand. I think that's pretty straightforward. I'm not saying that's the only thing, but I think that's at least one explanation. But I also don't have as benign a view of it. Like, I don't put a happy face on it and think, oh, this is just normal. There's nothing wrong with this, or even a neutral face on it. I think it's a sad face that belongs on this. Like, I don't think it's a good thing. I think people's opposition to immigration is wrong. It's bad, at least in most cases, I would say. Whereas it sounds like you don't have that view of it. It's like a normal, fine thing, at least in most cases. But maybe we'll have to discuss this later, because I do want to wrap up.
Yeah, sure. I will try to find time on when's the next time you have this?
I usually stream every 5 days. So the next one would be, let's see, what is that? Friday, May 22nd. Okay. So unless something comes up for me and I have to reschedule it, I'll probably stream next on Friday.
Yeah, I'll rewind this stream and see exactly what you said, and so I have a better place to go off of, because I was kind of going off of vague memories here. Okay. Maybe you were like a lot more soft on the anti-immigration stance than I originally thought.
Okay. Well, I think I'm pretty negative on it, but I just don't remember saying it was hard to understand. If I did say that, maybe I shouldn't have, but that wasn't my main points. But I do think it's bad. I guess I can at least confidently say that much. Whereas it sounds like you don't see it as bad, at least not nearly as bad as I see it.
Yeah, I mean, some groups, if they want to, they can say no immigration if they wanted to. Yeah. That would be, if they wanted to, it's like, it's up to them, right?
Okay, well, let's continue this. Let's continue this later.
We'll talk about this later.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thanks for your call. Yep, bye-bye. Okay, let me look back at the chat, see what's going on there. Let's see, when did I start? 2 o'clock, so I've been going for about 8.5 hours. My longest ever is about 9.75 hours, so I'd have to go more than an hour to break that, but I don't think I'm going to do that. But I do want to look at the chat a little bit now. Let's see, we got Mellow Mau, Audrey, Stephen. I don't know how long ago these chats were. Let me go. See, I don't have timestamps on my phone chat, but I do have it on my laptop chat. Oh, those were recent. All right, so we got Mellow Mau, Audrey, Stephen. You say, maybe I'm being rationalistic trying to find value in the Bible, says Stephen. I do think there's some value. Like I mentioned this earlier, there's some lines you can find from Jesus, like, what profited a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? Or there's another one. What's the other one? Which I think the one I just said was quoted in OPAR, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. The Golden Rule, I think I mentioned that as a kind of common sense advice that's in the Bible. But I thought there was something else. I can't remember. Thanks for all your chats. I usually read all the chats later if I don't have the time to read them during the stream. You should make a call option for non-US viewers. Well, you can call in on Zoom. So if you don't want to do a regular phone call, you can call in on Zoom, and I think that should be free if that's what you're concerned about. There's a link in my description to Zoom. And I've had non-US people call my show. And I guess they usually do use Zoom. Usually, if not always. But yeah, you'll have to look in the description under the video to see the Zoom link. Okay. I at least skimmed some of these earlier. So, all right. I'll have to read more of these chats later. Okay, I'm going to end the show. It's been a long show today. Let me take a quick look at my analytics. See, we're up to 15 likes. Thank you. Appreciate that. And a couple more subscribers. It's been going up and down for a while. But thank you if you did subscribe. Appreciate that. All right, so as I just told Austin, I'll probably do my next stream on Friday, May 22nd. So have a good next 5 days. Thank you for all the super chats, especially Audrey. You did a lot. Thanks for all your regular chats. Thanks for watching either live or if you're listening to this later. Thank you as well. Thanks for any likes, subscriptions, shares, comments. Spread the word so we can help get good ideas out in the world. If you think Ayn Rand's ideas are good, as I do, then I appreciate your efforts to help me grow my show, my channel here. All right, I'm at my closeout screen. Take one last look at the chats. Great stream, Dan, says Mellow Mau. See you next time. All right, thanks, Mellow Mau. Appreciate that. All right, bye, everyone. Have a good evening. See you next time.